And welcome back. Match number two, in fact, awaits as we continue with the Ringmaster's return. A whole variety of random game modes here forced onto our unsuspecting victims as they can test it out to see who are the most ridiculous Overwatch players in South Africa. Altruism and Sun Phoenix bringing you most of the action here today. We just got to see our first upper bracket match, and we continue now with Fortune Smellers now having their oppositions decided as the Bearded Mercies, a team I haven't gotten to see as yet.
Yeah, one I think we haven't seen at all so far this tournament. They made it all the way here through the upper bracket, so they must be pretty good. And we've seen Fortune Smellers a little bit, and they looked pretty good in that last map. But it was a tight match, back and forth all the way to the final map. So we know Fortune Smellers have the skill to get here, but they're not the dominant force that we sometimes see in South African Overwatch. So fingers crossed that this is a close matchup. The fingers crossed that Bearded Mercies are not too strong for the Fortune Smellers, but we're kind of getting a good sense of where all the teams lie. But a lot of it obviously comes down to our wildcards, Altruism.
And wildcards have been such a big part. We said that the best teams are not necessarily the most mechanical or those who have a really good understanding of their specific heroes. It's all about adaptability. We have seen all these game modes kind of thrown in there, and players have to figure out, you know what, something that was going to work on paper, maybe not getting all the same value that you would expect them to. So if it's not working at the beginning, how much does your hero depth or your hero pool depth come into it? And do you have the awareness of what could work out in each of those? As with normal, we have 4 new game modes. We're, of course, going to be starting off with that hero-locked mystery heroes to start us off on the control points. And then 4 game modes up for grabs, and the loser going to have the opportunity to pick those at the beginning of each of the subsequent maps. These ones now adding it up, some new ones along with some returning favorites are the ones that you've seen before. Assault 2 Electric Boogaloo, otherwise known as 2CP, going back to good old Hanamura and the rest of those. Boobs Galore, we got to see a little bit earlier, was an interesting game mode, not really changing too much of the dynamic, but did influence a couple of the hero picks. But the other two, those are the big ones, son, that I'm very interested to see. Fragile Overwatch, HP pools dropped dramatically, so changes things up to a lot of breakpoints suddenly changing. And then who needs high ground? A much shorter list of heroes, basically those with any sort of vertical mobility removed from the hero pool.
Yeah, the list is actually quite short, I think, Altruism, for the heroes with no vertical mobility. It kind of illuminates to me something I've never thought about, which is how much vertical mobility there is in the game of Overwatch. So I won't read out the list here. Maybe when we get there, we can think about doing that. But it is quite a short list of heroes. So you're going to have to work within a very narrow field of options there in that particular game mode. Less HP, again, like Big Chungus, we're going to have to wait and see how much less HP that is, A. And B, is it a case of a single Pharaoh rockets taking out everybody in the range of the splash, or is it just a case of one fewer melees in your combo gets the job done? If we take our cue from Big Chungus, it's going to be one shots galore. I think Altruism, everybody on 1 HP, trip over a pebble, and it's back to spawn for you.
Can you imagine that's all that you have, really? Like 25 HP and a Lucio comes past and one sound blast, everyone's knocked out. So
dead, yeah.
we don't know.
No? Alt, are you muted? Did your mic die? We can't hear you. Doesn't seem like you can. Can you hear us, Alt? Can we hear you? He's making gang signs. I don't know what's going on here, Tim.
Yeah.
Oh, we can hear you in the distance now. We can't hear you yet. You come through for half a second every time. We can see you talking, but we can't hear you. Can you hear us? Nod your head if you can hear us. Doesn't seem like you can hear us. Okay. Well, I guess it's just me. Do you want to go to a quick break if you want to? All right, we'll go through teams quick, see if Alt can get his situation sorted out here. It is, of course, the Bearded Mercies, our newest team here in terms of watching them on stream. It is going to be Blaine and Luke. In the DPS role, Anxiety as the tank, and Coconuts and John Wack bringing up the backline. 4 players here at least with a lot of competitive experience. Blaine and Luke, Coconuts, and John Wack. John Wack, we actually got to see cast for the first time in our first game yesterday. Anxiety, a player I'm not that familiar with, so we'll look to see what the tank can get done. Looking on the other side at their opponents, a team we are so familiar with. It is, of course, the Fortune Smellers. Are you back, Altruism?
I am back.
Nice. Don't know what happened there. You couldn't hear us. We couldn't hear you.
I unplugged my microphone, which sets up all my audio settings. So
Got you.
the chaos, it continues.
Yeah, Ringmaster's return here in the caster booth as well.
On the other side, like you say, Fortune Smellers, we just got to showcase them. Super BH being such a pivotal role there, being a very aggressive tank that the team plays around, but really good plays from everyone else on the roster. Stalker was showing off that fray and it certainly picked up that new character really well. BLX consistently great into this, so a lot of work going to be required from those DPS players as we go into the different game modes. SG Flops and Long Live Pain were putting in so much work to keep everyone nicely topped up, and we're doing a great job of not giving away their lives unnecessarily. So certainly I would say Fortune Smellers as the team that I know more about and seems to be synergizing really well. I would give them the favorites.
I think what stands out about Fortune Smellers is that they were able to adapt very quickly to finding the strength in each wild card, right? I think the only one they struggled with was Oops Galore, and that was a very neutral wild card where not that much changed about how you actually played the game. On all the other ones with stronger wild cards, they were able to figure out what works best. Of course, Dorado, the one that stands out most, as we head out to Lijiang Tower here. With Super BH, by accidents or by prior knowledge, knew that Wrecking Ball was the hero to pick, and he absolutely manhandled them in that map. And then again, the Roadhog was another pick that really pushed them to success on Eichenwalde. On top of the Pharaoh from Stalker, which neither of us expect. Well, I didn't expect to get as much value in Big Chungus as it ended up getting. So we're going to have to wait and see whether Bearded Mercies are on the same level, whether the experience that they have now on some of these map types, because of course Bearded Mercies did just play a game, we didn't watch it, but they will have gained a similar level of experience on the map types that were there. So Boops Galore will be a map that they've potentially have both recently played. Reminder as well, loser picks between map or game mode. Usually you'll pick the game mode and the other team will then pick the map. So a lot to play for here in this first game, but it is obviously we're starting on role lock mystery heroes, and these opening kills are so important because this is the only time in this mode that you get to choose your heroes.
Yeah, and some very interesting picks coming out here. Bearded Mercy's going with Luke on the Junkrats. In fact, Poops out this venture, nearly gets sent over there and only diving for cover at the end of that. Does keep them alive and immediately target down focus, and John Wack picks up a double kill. In fact, knocking Super BH off at the beginning is huge, with Super BH just showing how much they love that Wrecking Ball. So sent back, and Fortune Smellers going to be giving up this first point. Blaine picks up a late stagger at the end there. So 3 of the 5 of Fortune Smellers sent back, and now the chaos is going to ensue for them, and they get forced onto some interesting characters. Super BH is quite comfortable on the Hazard, so I'm sure not going to be unhappy with that. But BLX onto the Sombra means that they've got a way into the point. Whether they really want that right now in this team comp is going to be a different story.
I have to wait and see. I'm interested to see how he does. You say it's quite comfortable. I can definitely believe that. Seems like a hero that has it, that plays into Super BH's strengths, but Stalker, he's having a hard time so far. The Venture found no value, and now the Railgun getting rid of the Cassidy as well. Super BH dropping so low. The Junkrat outputting so much damage. Diva gets around the corner there, just barely surviving as Luke. He's actually dominating on the Junkrat right now. Already up to the Riptide pretty much. He's not done. He wants to get in the backline here and cause more and more havoc.
I mean, this is a Junkrat playground right now, small enclosed areas, and I was questioning the Junkrat from the beginning, but when out of all the DPS characters, that's the one that you select as your only option for this entire map. You know that they have something there, that they are comfortable, that they are willing to send that in. doing a great job with it. Like you say, turns around, picks up the trap on the other side, and just constantly swiveling on a dime, picks up Stalker. I don't exactly know how the Tracer blinked into that, but going to throw the Riptire out at the end of it. Takes out Long Live Pain, and that's basically all that they rode. Blaine finally going to go down, and Luke does lose track of that Junkrat at the end of it, so it's going to be some work for John Wack to get these players back into it. There's no way Luke gets kept in that.
He got it again! I did not know that could happen, but apparently it can. You can just unless he fell off the map?
No, I think that was a death. It was credited as a kill, so I think a boop would still count as a death. But
Definitely. So anyways, he gets to be on the Junkrat again, and immediately it pays off here. They're getting so many kills in this team fight. Fortune Smiler struggling to find a way in. They did manage to build up the mines, but it's not enough to win this team fight for the time being. And Blaine, he's popping off nicely on the Cassia, who's the Stalker back on the Tracer, unfortunately just not able to find value. The Doomfist, a nice pick here. Stalker will be giving coaching lessons as quick as he can, but already over for the Doomfist.
I mean, over, not just for the Doomfist, the entirety of Fortune Smellers dispossessed from their life and their presence on the point gives Bearded Mercies one of the quickest captures that they possibly could have. It started off with a great team fight. John Wack opened it up, and the rest of the team came to the fore and cleans it out. We saw Fortune Smellers last time struggling on this Mystery Heroes version of the game, and right now they're finding absolutely no joy.
A similar problem to what we saw the first time around in our last match, right? Just that lack of discipline. They're much better this time, I will say, than last time. But it feels like they kind of get into this mode of, oh, we got a kill, we can keep going, and then they're losing players, and they're just endless cycle of endless team fights. But they'll have to come in here and see if they can get it down. Super BH is now on the ball. That's a great place to start for them in this matchup. A couple of good heroes as well. Pretty meta comp almost in some ways with the DPS, Ash, Sojourn, Mercy, and the Ilari. On the other side though, Luke's still on his trusty Junkrat, and I think you've got to pick that as a target. Even if you sack a few players, get him off the junk and onto something he's a little bit less comfortable on.
Especially on Control Center. I mean, this is a meta pick in this map in the first place, and he's going to be able to utilize it as much as possible. It gets the kill onto Stalker, but immediately picked back up. Luke actually dropping low, lucky to not be confirmed by the Wrecking Ball, but does make their way around towards the outside, realizing that they're not getting as much value as they want. John Wack eventually loses their first pick. Lucio going to have to come back, but importantly as well, now far diminished healing here for the side of Bearded Mercies. They've got to try and finish this off early. Shots awry there from Stalker, panicking as he lets loose his entire mag and trying to confirm it. Eventually does claim the man. There's a little too late though, as Bearded Mercies with more players left on the point are going to be able to start ticking up that percentage. And Fortune Smellers, they've done their important job right now, but they're going to lose Stalker so late into this fight as well. And it looks like they're going to lose the Mercy as well. No, just the bubble keeping them alive for a long time. Super BH now onto another comfortable tank pick.
And he's going into the Diva as well. I will say they did kill Luke, so it is worth whatever you lost there just to get him off that hero. He didn't get it for a third time in a row. What a joke that would have been. Instead, he moves on to the Hanzo. Here, I think he's quite comfortable on. Junkrat players and Hanzo players are birds of a feather a lot of the time. But here comes the Deadeye, secures the kill onto Stalker's Bastion. He's having a real bad time, Stalker, in this map.
Oh, Blaine is absolutely eating right now. He's loving these hero picks for himself. Comfortable on the Cassidy, landing enough headshots, and Bearded Mercies continue through there. KK gets gifted the Diva, would play a hero that we know KK is on and has actually subbed in there just in case you didn't realize for Anxiety, unless that was just a weird name. But all the ultimates here to work with if you're Bearded Mercies, looking to clinch the second of the control points in a row. And Fortune Smellers, with only a few options left into this, are going to need that Graviton, and it goes away as fast as it's being built up right now. Super BH out, and no tank means that Bearded Mercies don't have to invest too much more into this fight.
This ends now. Stalker committing the overclock here. Might have been better off waiting, if he's not that comfortable on this hero, for a different ultimate if he dies again. But they're running out of time here. PLX does have the ultimate now. They've got Valkyrie and Super BH pops to Gravitic Flux, but the rally to get past it and stay alive. And Luke, he finds BLX, hasn't popped his ult yet. 90% on the clock already. Fortune Smilers, looks like they might have to look towards game 2.
Oh, it just seems like Bearded Mercies is comfortable on every one of their hero picks. In fact, Super BH even gets taken out at the end there by the self-destruct, and everyone falls. No one able to touch the point. Bearded Mercies, 0 to 100 on 2 maps in a row. They were gifted the team comps that they could have dreamt of, and they used them to full efficacy.
Yeah, it definitely felt like one of those games where you just get your heroes that you want and you make it work, right? Luke, especially, I think, is a player that stands out. I believe he's quite a comfortable Hanzo player. So going, obviously, he started on the Junkrat. Going Junkrat, Hanzo, it's about as perfect as you could ever hope for as he gets the job done there for his team. But in general, they just looked a bit more disciplined that time around as well. But as we know, in that first map, Mystery Heroes role locked. It just be that way. Sometimes the RNG gods will smile upon you, sometimes they won't, and you just kind of have to handle that. You've got 4 more games to come back, and we've seen it happen. We saw it happen yesterday. The stage hazards struggled in that first map and really never looked back after that. So every opportunity for the Fortune Smilers to come back into the series, but the Bearded Mercy is showing us why they got this far without dropping a series.
Yeah, we have said that, sometimes that first map doesn't feel like a true reflection of the rest of the series. And maybe this is the time that Fortune Smeller is going to be happy that that fact is true. We did see them rally after it. I think they lost it in the previous one as well, right? They didn't manage to win map.
I think so. I think you're right.
I think so. I think so, right?
They weren't disciplined. That was the thing. They got rolled by a team playing better fundamental Overwatch.
Yeah, exactly. So, they will be willing to give it up, but as this competition gets more and more intense, they were forced to game 5 previously. You do not want to give away that extra point if you are pretty deadlocked with your opposition. So, a tough start for them, but it really came down to not necessarily like the first map, last map that we had earlier today. It was very much they threw that at most of the stages by playing poorly and ill-disciplined, as you said. Right now, it didn't feel like they had much say in the conversation at all. This was all just the Bearded Mercies playing a sublime game.
And this was one of those games, like I said at the beginning here, this is one of those games where you go, sometimes the comps just don't work out for you. Meow. What's their name, Altruism?
That's Loki. Little orange Mickey, by the way. This is just for Twitch chat. I got called out for it too much that I had to appease the Twitch gods. So there we go. You guys don't need to watch Overwatch. I'll just pick them up for the rest of the series.
You've got a cat cam, right? You should just, every time the gameplay is happening, put the cat cam on, and viewership will not take a knock, I don't think, because people love the cats. But yeah, looking into game 2 now, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, we know Fortune Smilers, they pick who needs high grounds. There we go. There's the cat cam. This is quite the angle and quite the frame rate. So that's what
Overwatch, focus.
We do know what map type number 2 is going to be, and it's going to be who needs high ground. So all heroes with vertical mobility are exiled. Some contention around what that phrase actually means, as you'll see, but a lot of your heroes are out the game. Surprisingly few heroes available to be picked. Anna, Bastion, Brig, Cass, Junker, Queen, Mauga, May, Moira, Orisa, Ramatra, Rhine, Roadhog, Sigma Soldier, Symmetra, Torb, Tracer, Zarya, Zenyatta. We were chatting before this. Some heroes like May, question marks around that. Some heroes with vertical movement tech, like Brig and Moira, question marks around that. Heroes that can boop themselves to get vertical mobility, like Bastion and Soldier, questions around that. Heroes with perks that have vertical mobility, like Zen and Sigma, questions around that. So, depending on how you define the rules, you could pick any number of heroes here, but there are a prescribed list of heroes based on the wild card, and I read them out to you there.
The big one for me as well was Symmetra. That is not a character that is struggling to get to high ground. That TP is one of the best ways to contend it. But at least we're going to a map that isn't really defined by high grounds. Kings Row, the old favorite right now. You're not looking to challenge people up there too much. First point a little bit more so with that back of point area, but there are still good pathing routes to get to that if you do want to try charge someone down, even with something like a Reinhardt, etc. It'll It'll burn off more time as you expect, but it's not reliant on the dives to try and challenge your opposition. So going to be looking for much more brawl style compositions, I would believe. And I mean, if ever there was a time and place for the Ryan duel, this would be now.
Yeah, I think you've kind of got to bear that in mind. As you say, you've got no opportunity for dive. It's going to be brawl or it's going to be poke. And that's kind of what it comes down to. But a lot of your poke heroes are out as well. A lot of them have that vertical mobility element. Your Sojourns, your Ashes, your Widowmakers. So it's going to be an interesting comp to try and figure out here. BLX, he'll be back onto his favorite Torbjorn Stalker on the Tracer. Both teams, in fact, running the Tracer. But the battle that's going to be interesting is, of course, between the tank, Super BH, on the Sigma. One of the few heroes who will actually have an opportunity to control high ground, and the same is true of the Zens. As far as supports go, it's Moira, Anna, Zen, and Brigitte. Those are the only 4 supports you can choose from. And that takes a lot of the most common meta heroes out of the game as well.
And the big thing about being able to run the Zen now is we talk about like vertical mobility. It still has this big overlap with dive as a whole. So your Zens are now far more healthy and survivable than they typically are. You don't have to worry about a monkey trying to jump them on the back line, or it's really just the Tracer that you're worried about right now. You know, Sombra's out, Genji's out. Who else is really trying to get on the back here? And it is the Tracer trying to take that job, but Stalker gets eliminated early. Luke going to be a little bit overextending with that. Bastion was just abandoned by the rest of the team, who was worried about Stalker in the back line, and instead now they've managed to stabilize the rest of it. Ooh, Blaine just caught out by a volley of damage that punishes them, and Super BH claims their tank on the other side. So a really nice bit of aggression shown early here by Fortune Smellers, and this is kind of what we saw earlier in the first game today. Was once they get their ability to choose a team comp, they look very dangerous on it.
Yeah, this is typical of Fortune Smellers, as you say. It seemed like they kind of forced a big split team fight there. We saw the Bastion dying on one side of the map, while the Tracer was distracting 2 targets on the other side of the map. So very, very well executed kind of squad gameplay here from the Fortune Smellers. Now they can look to go forward. Stalker here doing a good job on the Tracer, taking a bit of damage here, but almost up towards his pulse bomb as Luke dropping low on the Bastion. The Bastion, a very interesting pick here. You have quite a few DPS available, but you don't have some of the most meta picks again. As I said, all the poke heroes are. Freya not in, Junkrat not in, Hanzo not in. So your picks are quite limited here from a DPS perspective in terms of play style.
Double support pickup though. Stalker has given all the opportunity. It's going to be a really nice bubble to keep the Bastion alive, but now you don't have anything for yourself as KK dropping solo. Finally the second bubble comes out, but it's only enough to cross half the distance, and that's half too short. As now we see again, Super BH loves to take these aggressive positioning and completely ignores the Bastion, leaves that for the rest of the team. And again, so good is this Fortune Speller's side at isolating targets and separating off anyone to get maximum maximum kills out of any sort of opportunity, and it's going to be hard for Bearded Mercies to come back in. They do have the nano boost just away from Bolt up there if they do want to try and send someone in as the sacrificial lamb, but whether someone can even make that distance up there. Luke with a good kill takes out Stalker, was waiting patiently, and there is no touch. Fortune Spellers pick up map, or at least point number 2.
Yeah, they did make a go of it there, but unfortunately just a little bit too late on the front lines there. Kay not able to sprint her way in with the Nemesis form, and so it ended up being a free cap in spite of the fact that they lose Stalker out there. So 5 minutes, what the hell? That's not right. Are we having quick play time here, or is this competitive time? Because I feel like I've never seen 5 minutes extra time to cap. You start with 4 guys, so plenty of extra time to work with here as Coconuts pops the nano boost onto Kay.
Kay's a great target for the Symmetric, can only mitigate so much damage, and that grasp at the end, desperately trying to keep them alive, combined with that anti-heal. It was not a long left in the world for Super BH, and Bearded Mercies for the first time actually stabilize and send their opponents back in, because that's what you say, like when you got that much time, it's simply because Fortune Smellers, they didn't stop. They took the point first try, they managed to get through the entire Streets phase without a fight, and this is the discipline you were talking about. This time, it's Bearded Mercies a little defunct in that aspect.
Yeah, struggling a bit here. Luke says, I've had enough of the Bastion. I'm going to play Bastion Light here in the form of the Torbjorn. And BLX has been on the Torbjorn pretty much all series long if he's had the choice, and he's been doing a very good job on it so far. Molten Core comes out here, Pulse Bomb thrown out by Stalker, didn't find Pay Dirt, unfortunately. High Noon comes out, does a lot of damage, but not able to secure any kills. But they're burning time here. They've burned a minute off the clock already, but the Gravitic Flux might be the crowbar that opens them up.
I mean, they have forced out a couple of ultimates on the other side, the Transcendence late into the fight to try to keep everyone up and alive. But, I mean, it has done the work that they needed to. Fortune Smellers, again, they don't find any purchase in this fight and are just forced back a little bit, poking and prodding, trying to build up some ultimates of their own. They've got a Transcendence of this for themselves, but that's about it. Nothing offensive to really speak home from. And, I mean, who needs high ground? The Sigma showcases
That's illegal. That's illegal.
Please
ban him. Send him to jail. What's that? Literally, the name of the game is Who Needs High Ground. Well, it turns out Super BH needs high ground. The mode, for those of you wondering, made before the perks were introduced into Overwatch. So kind of needs to be updated for heroes like the Sigma. But it's going to help them push forward here. They found K on the front line. They find now Blaine, and that isolates and opens up the back line. And the Molten's good, doing a ton of damage, but not... Nice cover. Did he fall off the map there? No, I don't know what happened there to the other Torbjorn, but it doesn't matter because once again, Fortune Smellers dominating this team fight.
Yeah, and that was a really nice, good use of the Transcendence. Picks up their tank on the other side. KK forced under a lot of damage, and not even the Nemesis form going to be able to keep them alive. Just shows the aggression at Super BH, realizing that the tank being the pivotal point that the Bearded Mercies would have to play around. And without them, it's just a late contest, comes out by Blaine on that soldier, taken out succinctly and summarily, and it leaves Fortune Smellers to walk at home. 2.5 minutes. They lost some time on point number 3, but that is an intimidating time bank of nothing else.
Yeah, that's about... Yeah, they got stopped for, what was it, 2 minutes at the end here? 3 minutes maybe even. So, you know, yes, you're far behind as the Bearded Mercies, but you looked a lot better on this final point than you did on the first 2. But you're still very, very confident here as the Fortune Smilers. We talk about it all the time. Anytime you can complete these hybrid or escort maps, you feel very, very confident. And there we can see the numbers. Low damage across the board, actually, quite surprisingly. I think kind of... a consequence of the fact that the round ended up being quite short. But Fortune Smilers, they'll be filled with confidence now coming into this defense. They've got BLX on the Torbjorn. He's been doing excellently on that. The Sigma worked really, really well. One of the few heroes that can use the high ground. And this is another one. Once Zari gets the perk, her ability to control high ground goes up drastically. And that might end up being key if we do end up getting to that third point. I don't actually think she can get that high. But here she can probably jump off that thing to get onto the high ground there once she gets the perk.
Yeah.
Thank you, Super BH, for the demo.
So such a good teacher to all of us. But it is interesting. I'm glad you mentioned Super BH because he did get the MVP. We didn't get to showcase it as the stream failed at the end of it. But look at those numbers at the end of the last round. You talk about low damage. The difference in damage mitigation was the big part for me. KK did a great job of blocking 9,000, but when you got Super BH sitting at 15,000 damage block, there's the real crux between the matter is both Mercies throw up their walls. It's Super BH caught in no man's land between them, eventually gets back towards the squad. Luke trying to pepper out some damage from a long distance and gets the double tap. SG flops, not respecting that first chunk of damage that leaves them and means that most of the healing, there goes the rest of it now as John Wack goes down. Long live pain for the side of Fortune Smellers, but both these teams now kind of caught in a war of attrition. It's just the Zarya, a pretty sustainable character on their own with those bubbles and the access to that health pack, but not a lot. Yeah, you got all the charge that you need, but it's not enough when you don't have the 8 people behind it, and Bearded Mercies do just as good of a job of contesting first point.
Yeah, paper defenses so far for both teams, and it's just that key kill, that double tap onto SG flops, pried them open in such a big way. Immediately they lose the Mei, and at that point it's pretty much elementary. They can just move forward, control that choke up with their own Mei, and get the job done. I like the Mei picks here. Stalker, he's had enough though. He's going to go onto the Tracer, but he'll need to be careful. A lot of ways for him to meet an untimely demise here, playing into the Mei and into the Cassidy.
Yep, even Zenyatta with a good charge shot around the corner, if you're not agile enough, can work out. But there's the Mei wall. Mei has been such a pivotal part of... I mean, does give up their life at the end of the day, but I think you'll trade a DPS for the main tank every day of the week, and manage to exacerbate it. Stalker, like we said, goes down after being caught out a little bit. Great accretion to remove the second support from the equation, and Bearded Mercies, they're doing just as good of a job showcasing that, I mean, all the time bank in the world is not going to save you if we're knocking on your doorstep with 5 minutes to spare as well.
Yeah, this could end up being quite tight if they get a similar push through second point as their opponents did on their attack. But we'll have to wait and see here. Unlike the previous time, no, they're not even getting another defense. So this is exactly mirrored. 6 minutes almost on the clock here for Bearded Mercies to try and get this third point capped. And they do need to do that. 2.5 minutes on the clock for their opponents. So still everything to play for you.
Everything to play for. I mean, this is Kings Road. It is one of the most renowned maps in South Africa, so no surprise that both these teams know how to approach it. And we're going to probably get to see it a full second time if both these teams have the opportunity. Blizzard goes out, but catches no one in the center of it, though. Transcendence used to cover that, as there were a couple of people frozen up. Luke going to get topped up in the corner there. Bearded Mercies with a single ultimate forced out one of the most pivotal ones from their opponents. In fact, Molten Core was also dropped to stop the contention. The Maywall, again, it's a little bit far back to really challenge Super BH right now. It's going to just be destroyed before he's under any undue pressure. And trading out that Dead Eye for their opponents. Transcendence now forced out. Good sleep to cancel out that gravitic flux, and the Transcendence to now give this team all the aggression that they need to push forward. But again, the Maywall is just slightly out of point. That's a much better. The sleep counted. These adders are cracked.
Oh my god, this is not even big chungus, bro. These are normal-sized heroes that they're putting to sleep so effectively, but they have lost Super BH now. It is a Sigma v Sigma. Super BH did switch off to match that. So it's a very interesting matchup here, but 4.5 minutes left. We're approaching the yellow box of equalization at the moment, and it's not looking good. SG Flops taken down early. Once again, Blaine popping off as well, and this might just be it here. The fastest cap you'll ever see in Kings Row.
Oh my goodness, without any supports, even with Super BH finally coming back into this Bastion optimistically from the corner, tries to hide away and launch damage in there, but it's not going to be enough. We thought 2 minutes on the time bank was great, but I mean, now you add an extra 4.5 minutes the other way around. Bearded Mercies showcase that whatever you can do, I can do better. And we have basically more time left on the board for these two teams than it took them to complete all 3 points the first time.
Yeah, literally, I think it was 4 minutes 12 the Bearded Mercy's got the cap done, and like I say, you start with 4 minutes, so they purchased an extra 12 minutes through the strength of their push. Of course, it does get equalized down to a max of 2 minutes for the lowest team apparently, so they lost it about 30-ish seconds, the Bearded Mercies, but still 3.5 minutes. You'll feel confident, but look, in these escort hybrid maps, if you get on a good roll, you can make very, very long overtime pushes. So yes, the Fortune Smilers are in a bad spot here, don't get me wrong, but 2 minutes is enough time for at least 2 team fights. That's enough time to cap that first point with an ult fight and then get a push started. So I'll be feeling like the key here is to cap this first point. If they cap the first point, it's everything to play for.
Yeah, and like you said, it's been paper defenses for both these squads thus far. If ever there was teams that were going to clinch this out, but I think it's all going to come down to Luke and this May War. If you can isolate someone at the beginning, and especially when you're threatening Super BH, swapping between heroes frantically, looking for a way into this, finally settles on the Junker Queen to be able to come out there. It's a really nice variation. We have seen them do really well with their adaptability. Finally, the May gets spotted out in the corner. Super BH, the only one caught on the wrong side of it, and tucks quickly behind cover so that it doesn't come out to be their detriment. It isolates out the Blaine and puts on huge amounts of damage. The knife only just stopped by the outcoming Sigma wall. Unfortunately for Fortune Spellers, they're losing a couple of picks too early. Eventually do claim that kill onto Blaine, and they've lost too much in the back line. They will have respawn advantage, but not when you're trickling fights out this long. There goes nearly half of their time bank already.
Yeah, 40 seconds burned off the clock. They've only lost Blaine in that team fight on the Bearded Mercies. So they've got John Wack almost up towards his ulti here. Just 40% left. Both supports closing in on theirs, and Fortune Smilers nowhere near any ultimate of any kind of value. So it's looking rough here for Fortune Smilers. Might be a matter of getting 1 or 2 clean pickoffs to start the team fight off, but the Tracer is deleted. Drag select deleted. Stalker not having a good time in the series so far.
Man, John Wack has been so pivotal in this. We saw him and his impact on that first point of the control center, and now with the wherewithal to track down that Tracer. Luke on 22 HP, still going aggressively forward. He wants all of these kills, realizing this, and again, some late staggers. Suddenly the paper has been reinforced, some origami defense to adapt towards the situation, and Bearded Mercy is pretty much uncontested. Both support ults up and ready, but nearly all the rest for the rest of the team. They're going to lose Luke into this, so a sliver of light pokes through the door here for Fortune Smellers.
What do you do about Transcendence here, though? Unless they kill the Zen before he pops it, they've got nothing that can burn through that, but they've lost Coconuts now. It's a 3v5. This might be exactly what Fortune Smilers needed. If they can find a couple of kills, Transcendence expires, and so does Blaine. KK now isolated up with only a Zen for healing, and not even that now. Fortune Smilers, no ults, no hope, but not really, as they manage to fight their way through to a teamfight win. The most important teamfight win they might do in the whole tournament, because now they get to make some progress in overtime.
Oh, this is actually huge. You talked about how possible it is, especially on King's Row, to be able to get those long overtime pushes. And this is the ball rolling here for Fortune Smellers. They got a full charge Zarya, need to make sure that he doesn't die at any stage. And most importantly, keep someone on that payload at any stage. Baits out KK into the streets. Molten Core going to put pressure on them. Blaine tries to pop up that dead eye, but was standing on the Molten Core, and so has to cancel it early. The rest of the team, though, taking advantage of that and decides to charge forward. The Gravitic Flux holds everyone off the payload for long enough for the overtime to tick down, and first point is all that Fortune Smeller is going to be given in their second attempt.
And that is important. Actually, like we said, they've got something to defend now. It's not going to be a draw. It's tough, though, because they've been struggling. It's been SG flops dying early in these team fights a lot of the time on the support. We saw it in the very first push that the Bearded Mercies did, right? A double headshot from Luke got rid of SG flops. And in that last fight as well, a headshot from across this map took out the Moira again. So yeah, it's tough for Fortune Smilers here. They're going to have to mount nearly a full hold here because they might not have enough time to get back for a second defense if they lose that first team fight.
Yeah, it really does feel like it comes down to this first team fight. If you give that away without getting too much out of it, then you don't have the advantage of the respawns to take. You give your opponents a little bit too much ult charge, which means they're going to have those for the next fight that you're going to be coming into. And we saw stuff like having the Transcendence gave Bearded Mercies a chance into it, but again, like the pivotal picks that Fortune Smellers picked up, being able to take out Coconuts before he could drop the nano boost was a huge aspect of why they were able to claim that point. So it really comes down to it. Luke again back onto that May, but no one in answer on the other side. Fortune Smellers instead going for a much more patient lineup to poke from a distance and try to buy out some time. Stalker takes an aggressive angle, has to recall out immediately into that. Lucky to not meet, maybe just spotting out too many people, and an optimistic May wall, but it doesn't cut off anyone. They have to now try and take a secondary path. John Wack once more opens it up. It pays with their life, so a 1-for-1 trade, and too much damage now coming in from the side. Super BH puts on the aggression, stamps down the accelerator, and it's up to KK to see if they can actually retreat there. Great healing coming out from Coconuts. That's a lot of ult charge towards them, but Fortune Smellers handedly take the first fight.
They do indeed. Gravitic Flux halfway to being built. Only the nano boost in opposition to that. Stalker, what are you doing, bro? This triple blink into the back line. I guess it's creating space, I suppose. BLX, second time he's picked up a kill off a target distracted by Stalker. Stalker all over the place now in his own backline as well, keeping his team healthy. Accretion, too big to fit through the doorway, reminiscent of Big Chungus, but now they can move forward. But Stalker finds his way into the backline, takes down one, and it's just a matter of time before the rest all die. So Fortune Smilers mounting exactly the kind of defense they needed to, but there's still 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. An outfight, at least one, maybe even two, still to come from the Bearded Mercies.
Yeah, I mean, Fortune Smellers, obviously, with the time deficit, had a lot of work to do, but they built themselves the advantage. We said it was going to be that first team fight or two, and instead of some change in the routing now, going to be taking their place in the hotel, looking for that high ground out the window, and spotted out immediately by Super BH. He's got the Graviton Surge. If they poke their heads out, he could actually trap them on the ledge where everyone can hammer in the damage. In fact, sorry, it's not a Graviton Surge, it's a Graviton Flux. This does throw them up, takes out half their HP. They've been so good at isolating off splitting the team into. Stalker harassing the back line. Blaine going to try and cross the gap now. Leaves the Zenyatta behind, who eventually goes down. Throws in some optimistic damage. He flies. Who needs the high ground? The Zen does, but John Wack decides to instead go back into this. Gets the nano boost by Coconuts. I am the DPS now, he says as he charges forward, but still no kills picked up there. Shield bash away from the brig. keeps Long Live Pain alive. Accretion stopped by the edge of that, and eventually the ultimate's going to lay waste to Fortune Spellers. They finally pick up KK. The Bearded Mercies, they finally built up that Transcendence, but it's going to be too late into this fight at least. They sitting on the high ground looking to get that last couple of percentage and use advantage. Of course, actually decides to go on to point, just wants to reset with the rest of the team.
You've got to get in there and just reset. I think they've got a few ults here. The key one is going to be the Blizzard, but can be counted out here by the rally in a significant way. So it's going to be tough here. Only 43 seconds now. Fortune Smilers with their backs against the wall. They've mounted an ironclad defense here, and now it's just about one more team fight with the Blizzard. That's going to be key.
Blizzard, I mean, Transcendence on the back line there covers out Blaine's Deadeye, and it's again SG Flumps, the first pick. Has been so pivotal on all of this. Blizzard onto the point, finally catches the Torbjorn on the end of it, and suddenly Fortune Spellers down by 2, but they return the favor. Both of the supports, you could not get better picks at the end of this. BH taking too much damage. Starting to come up. Gravitic Flux onto the point, pulls up a couple of them.
Oh, wow.
A nice lock afterwards. Fortune Spellers, they stabilize on the minimum amount of resources, and now it's all up to the touch. Can anyone get back? There is a Tracer on the point. Pulse Bomb, the Moira, the Pulse Bomb finds its target. Coconut's taken out at the end there. It's Fortune Spellers. What a hold on first points.
Now that is clutchability right there. Stalker and Super BH staying alive and getting all the kills they needed to. I was hoping it would be Stalker at the end there with that triple, so we could see what actually happened. But it felt like that fight was game over, right? They'd lost out on 2 early picks immediately with the Deadeye and with the Blizzard, but in the backline, Stalker and Super BH finally kill after kill after kill. The Gravitic Flux on the money as well to secure a kill on the last remaining players on the point and keep them alive in the series. And after all that, it's 1-1. It feels like we've been casting this series for forever already. But that King's Row was a real back and forth affair. And at the end of it all, in spite of the disadvantage they faced, Fortune Smilers coming out on top.
Isn't that the name of the game, though, for Fortune Smellers? They give up the Mystery Heroes rounds. They look pretty much uncontestable or uncontesting in that. And then they get their hero picks. And then they start to isolate it off. Again, even that last team fight was, good luck, supports. We're going that way. We're going to try and kill them before they kill you. You just buy some time. And that's exactly what they did. Stalker and BH running forwards. They had a support into, I can't remember exactly. It wasn't SG Flops. It was the Long Live Pain, who just charged in with them and managed to exacerbate that problem. And when you eliminate both supports, you now just play the patient game. Sure, you give up 2 ticks, but we're going to win this team fight, force you into a desperate last touch and clean up whatever's left alive. So defenses that looked pretty shaky in the first attempt, now suddenly were immediately fortified, and we have ourselves a level series.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff there from both teams, but especially obviously the Fortune Smilers for coming out on top. We do now know what our next game mode will be, and it is going to be the Fragile Overwatch, this time picked by Bearded Mercies. Very, very interesting. Again, it remains to be seen. Are we talking 70% HP or are we talking 25% HP? That's going to be a big decider on how this goes. My suspicion is that splash damage of Pharaohs and Co. will be very, very good, but if you make yourself a target in the sky, a single shot from a Cassidy might be enough to send you back to spawn. So, like with Big Chungus, where we were kind of expecting it not to be making a big difference, I think it's going to be different this time. I think there are a lot of heroes that get a lot more value from a lower time to kill than some others, and I think your tanks are going to be having a real hard time potentially.
Yeah, I think right now breakpoints are going to be a big part about it, and any heroes that rely on that pick ability are going to be more valuable. I think of also heroes like Sombra. Sombra can be a very difficult hero to confirm kills on, and if you're not confirming kills, you become rather impotent in the game as a whole. But now if you've got 50% HP, suddenly one virus might be enough to start claiming some casualties in the back line, so you can pop out and just eliminate support after support. I think the support lineup is going to be the most important part to choose, because you can't just rely on healing people who are out of position. It needs to be about your own personal survivability. So people like Lucio are going to be a huge part of this. It gives you the kill threat that you need while keeping yourself alive. I mean, Kiriko is an amazing character because of the ability to headshot, but your Suzu, are you actually going to have time to get it out? I mean, if an Ana grenade is able to pick people off on its own, then what's the point of the Suzu? You'd rather take the Ana and get a 4-person grenade kill. So really looking at this, and I'm very interested to see. I think the players are going to try open up the heroes, see what the HP pools are, and then you're going to have frenetic swaps after that.
Yeah, I think, as you were saying, I think it's a lot less about utility here as a support. I think it's much more about being able to contribute kills. So I think your Anas or your Lucios and your Kirikos, they're going to be very, very valuable here because your ability to do healing is so low. And the other thing out is that,
what?
It's not that bad. It's 250. It's half HP, it looks like, right? Because I think Genji's got 250 HP by default. Yeah. So let's check the tanks. Let's check what the Zarya has quickly. 275. So she's like a normal DPS, right? Reaper's got 275, 300 HP. So yeah, this is going to be tough to play tank. And I think the bubbles are actually very, very important here because their value won't change. So they'll still offer the same amount of mitigation that they do in a normal game. And the ball, again, another smart pick here. A hard hero to lock down and kill. And the adaptive shields are probably not affected by the game mode as well. On top of the fact that you can just execute people at a moment's notice.
I mean, that's huge. This is Super BH's map to win at this stage. It's about the pick potential, and you can pick up half the HP just with a single pile drive on all the targets. You then follow it up with a couple of shots. Again, a hero that's so important to get your time to kill down. And he's just eliminating, running rampant through the opponents, and they're going to really have to think about how they approach this. Again, that adaptive shield as well. I think it will be reduced slightly, but you're still getting yourself up to a 400 HP, which is very respectable. They do take him out, though. He eliminates Coconuts before he falls, but it's given the space. He was so deep into this, he'll be able to return quickly. BLX with that turret, of course, going to be so much more dangerous if you don't deal with it early into this. So Lane looking for any sort of body shot out here, and Stalker goes in aggressively. He has overextended a couple of times, pays with his life to pick up that kill, but it's evened it out, and Super BH back into the fray, 65% on the first points, and now Super BH can just play keep away.
Kay's going to have a hard time here. She's not a tank player by trade. She's a support player. And I wonder if her hero pool is not deep enough for this kind of game mode. The Junker Queen is all right, but you're going to struggle to keep the HP. She's a hero that relies on neutral success, we can see. But if you can't actually get in and do damage, you're going to have a hard time. So we'll have to wait and see if they can get it done. For now, it's looking good in this team fight, though. The Bearded Mercy's on point, in control. And finally building some, but never mind. Sorry, Super BH is here to ruin all your fun.
That was just great flex coming out there by Fortune Smellers. And like you say, the Junker Queen offers some kill threat, but does not have the buffer of the HP bar to work with to constantly topping it back up. And I mean, Junker Queen already is a low HP tank, so Fortune Smeller is going to take full advantage. Just feels like a difference in drafts right now. And Bearded Mercies with some adaptation to do. Luke immediately onto the Sombra. That was one of the heroes that I was excited to see. And both teams still sticking to that Kiriko. Actually, no, Bearded Mercies, they've swapped off. They've gone themselves. I like the judo pick. I must admit those the tracking grenades are suddenly like way more volatile that you have to worry about, and you can lock those onto a good number of people. Super BH claims outplayed at the beginning of this fight, and suddenly again the healing needs to come out quickly right now as the torpedoes are sent out there. It just keeps everyone alive for a little bit. It allows the time to kill Super BH, but they lose their tank on the back line. Luke makes that Sombra work immediately and quickly back in and out onto the next target, looking for someone. Does try and find someone. There goes the virus, but it's not enough. Just sustained out by the Lucio heals is enough to keep them alive, and Luke's the one that goes down. Fortune Smellers in possession of point number 2.
Look, the ball, watching the Ringmaster's return makes you realize how overpowered Ball would be. His balance is on a knife edge, and you don't know that until you see him get put in spaces where he's able to execute a little bit better. And yes, he goes down there, but it's a difference of inches if he gets 2 or 3 kills or dies. But they do win the team fight, the Bearded Mercies, and they will now start to build some ticks. The other thing I didn't mention, or was meaning to mention, is that ultimate charge is a lot slower here, with time to kill so much higher and sustain being less important. Charging outs takes a lot longer to do, so we'll have to just keep that in mind here as we start to work our way up towards our first couple outs.
Yeah. And I mean, right now, especially those support ults are going to be harder to build, but they're back in here. John Wick goes down. Stalker, he's unleashed the blade, and this is the one-shot kill that we were looking for from the Overwatch slashes previously. Now it comes out, and he's able to just dance around, eliminate half the opponent team. So Bearded Mercies with some progress on the point, but life there was short-lived in Stalker again with this time to kill. I mean, those combos from Genji, that's 125 damage if you hit like one set of shurikens.
Yeah, no, it's tough, but it works both ways. Blaine, if he manages to build up 100 charge overclock, that might be a one-shot or close to. Stalker dropping low here. The sound barrier comes out, and it is not affected by the fragile Overwatch, it looks like. But they do move forward now. Luke getting a couple of kills, but they're trading out here, and you're happy to do that. But they're now finally getting some kills. K will secure that last kill onto Long Live Pain. And finally, it looks like the Bearded Mercies should come close to capping this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great rally by them. We like to see this, and they're starting to adapt towards that smaller age people. They got some great tools to work with right now. Luke, the most pivotal one with that EMP. They got John Wack to sustain out, and like you say, an extra bit of HP as opposed to trying to heal it up is a big part of this. It's going to be up to the Fortune Smellers to come back, and they take out John Wack. But as he tries to do that, it was an Ajax at the end of it. Luke's still working well, and the rest of the Bearded Mercy still happy and healthy, popping in their hack onto the ball is basically death immediately. Bearded Mercies, they take point number 2. We have a game on our hands.
Yeah, and it looked even halfway through that point like it was going to be all Fortune Smilers here, but the EMP or the Sombra, sorry, very, very critical pick here. That's the downside of a mobile hero like a Ball. He can't rely on his HP. He can't, if he gets locked down, he can get shut down with a lot less emphasis than he can in a normal game of Overwatch. So yes, his kill threat goes up, but his ability to actually execute on that is limited somewhat. So Luke doing a good job here. Oh, booped out, doesn't get the hack off. But even not getting the hack off, you can see the pressure it puts him under. He's still got the virus. He will die to Luke. So Stalker, I mean, Super BH struggling all of a sudden as Bearded Mercies adapt to the game.
It was the Sombra pick. This is completely turned around. He's able to move from target to target. He's able to keep up with anyone else. And between the Sombra and something like a Lucio, the two of them provide such big kill threat towards any opponent. I mean, even something just like a Lucio Boob is suddenly a significant amount of an HP pool to try and confirm at the end of it. So like half a clip from a Sombra plus Lucio Boop, and anyone's dying. So a really nice way, and they've turned on the aggression alongside that. They've realized that they've got the kill potential, and now it's just up to people like KK or Blaine to just stay alive a little bit more and hold possession of an area more than chase down kills, which is working out for Bearded Mercies.
Yeah, it seems like if you prevent Super BH from killing your whole team, you can pretty comfortably win the team fight. So that's kind of the name of the game here. Luke is able to do that very comfortably on the Sombra, and that's kind of sealing the deal for them at the moment. They've already got that first point capped up as Long Live Pain drops out, unfortunately. Fingers crossed they'll be back soon. But this is it's all about adaptability. Altruism about it here, the Ringmaster's return. You can know the game mode, you can understand what should work on paper, but it's not until you get into the fray that you'll understand the strengths and weaknesses of a particular set of heroes in a particular situation. And we're learning here that the strength of Ball is his ability to get kills very quickly, but the weakness is he doesn't have that same level of survivability that he normally does. So shutting him down is a lot easier. But that's what you'd expect. It's glass cannon Overwatch, basically. If you hit shots, if you get kills, you'll win. If you don't, you'll lose, right? That's what it comes down to. Everything is on a knife edge in a way it isn't quite in normal Overwatch.
Yeah, and like Super BH especially, we talk about him because he has been like that do or die, the double-edged sword here for the Fortune Smellers. And he's a character or a person who really knows the limits of characters and pushes them to the 99th degree at every stage. So now you completely change that up, and he's overstaying his welcome is what it feels like. He's going in, he's got the techs and everything that he needs to, he's getting the kills, but it needs to be an immediate lack of greed. He needs to get out of that situation. He needs to even just settle for not securing it at the end of it and hope someone else can come in afterwards. You've got Stalker on Genji, and he's also playing that sort of overly optimistic play on the Genji. We saw it on the Tracer previously, and people like John Wack have got his number at every stage. They're able to keep that distance, they're able to do too much threats to him before he's able to clinch that out. And so you so often see either Super BH or Stalker, they go in and they get one kill, but it's immediately traded out. And that's not the name of the game right now. Those two need to be making more of an impact and surviving afterwards.
One thing I think is interesting is that we haven't seen the power of AoE damage really come to the fore here. I know that we just saw for a moment there, looking in the lobby, Stalker has moved on to the Pharah now, a hero that I thought would have good success. But again, everything is it's an opportunity cost, you know? You go for the Pharah, but you become a significant target that's easy to deal with, because a hack, virus, and a few shots can take you down pretty quickly. So Sombra, a hero that you really need to be aware of, and not just for countering Super BH on the ball, but also just for securing kills in general. And then the EMP on top of that. I think EMP is percent based now, so not as good as it used to be, as it could have been. But still, you're having a hard time. But I'm interested to see what effect the Pharah has on the game here now. Are we going to see another paradigm shift here where all of a sudden your Pharahs, your Junkrats, those kind of heroes are pushed to the floor here? Or is it a case of we're scrambling for ideas here now that the ball isn't quite having the same value that it had at the beginning?
I mean, there's still time left in this game to experiment just a little bit. You don't have a big buffer behind it. You do need to start winning some more team fights, but trying it out is very worth it. We have seen that be the strategy that has been employed here by the Fortune Smellers. They keep going, and then about halfway through the match as a whole, they kind of lock in and they realize what works out for them. It is going to be a difficult Pharah game to play. I mean, Blaine hasn't had a lot of opportunities and a lot of targets to work against. You know, he's struggling to build up those rail cannon shots simply because everyone doesn't have the deployables. It doesn't have the shields. It doesn't have the HP pools that you need to get to 100 charge. But now you got a Pharah. Once you got that shot, maybe a single body shot with that beam is going to be enough to take you out. So finally, there's already kind of a counter to Pharah sitting, waiting on the other side. And Blaine has shown that they've got the accuracy to make that work. So Stalker is going to have to really play the pokey proddy game as opposed to the full commit Pharah that's needed to deal with some hit scans.
Yeah, I think it's like with normal Overwatch. Pharah's a hero that can just suddenly, you can just be put under so much pressure that you are struggling to actually find the space to deal with that. And so hooking together with Super BH on the ball might be perfect here. You use him to hammer in, and then you use the Pharah from a distance to output so much damage and get so many free kills from, you know, round corners or from a long way away, that you struggle to actually fight in the game because you can't rely on healing. And that first Pharah shot hits you, you're now one hit away from basically anything from getting taken down. And sustain is not as much of a big deal in this matchup as it is in normal Overwatch. So there's a lot less emphasis being put on that at the moment. So it could be a very key pick if he's able to find the angles, as you say, to kind of play that pokey game and open up kills for his team. We'll have to wait and see, because anytime you're messing around with stuff like that, it's the opportunity for the Junker Queen on the ground, for the Lucio, and they've gone for a very quick composition here with the double speed boost on the side of the Bearded Mercies. So there's every opportunity that they could just run through you and eliminate the core of your composition, and the Pharah and the ball have a much harder time winning a team fight out at that point.
Yeah, because again, like Pharah is very much a tempo-based character. If they get pressured out and they lose half their HP, normally they kind of have to go into cover. And now you don't really have the Mercy behind you to just constantly top you up or keep a beam attached to you. So now even the smallest little chip damage coming out there, Blaine maybe doesn't even need the rail cannon shot to confirm the kill. Just a couple of bullets into you, you're down to 60 HP. The Pharah needs to now go and get health, and right now you don't want to be spending 5 or 6 seconds out of the team fight. Your damage is so important. So Stalker is going to be playing on the knife's edge that we talk about for so many of these heroes, where he kind of almost needs to throw in that damage without being spotted, and then can like tuck away and find a new angle once he's done the impact that he needs into the fight. So we are just waiting on Long Live Pain. The game crashed. It's not anything big. It is coming back into the game, so we will be back in there, because the serial crafting is fun, but it really is so difficult to predict glad that I did spot out that Sombra, because that has felt like that virus alone. I mean, we saw Super BH had still 20% HP, ran around the corner before you could even find a health pack. It was just gone.
Yeah, the Sombra has been a very, very key pick here. On paper, it makes perfect sense, right? That is the counter to ball, but it doesn't work as easily in normal Overwatch because hack is so short these days. So you hack him out, he'll take a bunch of damage and then adaptive shield and just leave, right? So he doesn't have the same luxury here, which is part of what he's struggling with. But this game mode theory crafting is really one of the least valuable things in this game mode in particular, because it's so heavily weighted towards execution. I think in any team fight, anything can happen depending on who's hitting shots, who's getting in to do the damage they need to before they die. And so to try and figure out on paper what's good, what's not, obviously we will do that, and it's fun and it's interesting, but until you get in the game, anything can work and anything can fail, and it's just a matter of executing each team fight as they come.
Yeah. So guys, we're not going to spend too much longer in terms of trying to figure out what these teams could or should do. There's only half a match left, and we'll have to see what this execution. It's kind of like all cards on the table right now for both of them. Pick your final selections and let's go all in. We're going to go to a very quick break while we figure out what's going on with Long Live Pain, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes as soon as possible to bring you the culmination of this final upper bracket match. Don't go anywhere. Told you it wouldn't be that long. Ha! You thought you could go get water. No. Long Live Pain, as always is, you know when you pick up a book because you're waiting for someone to arrive, or you start a series, just as you start that thing, just as you are ready to commit and you've finally given up waiting, it happens. And Long Live Pain does not disappoint. So we're going to be going back straight inside action right now. Let's put all of our theory crafters to the test, but as with the rest of this Ringmaster's return, what do the casters know anyway?
Not much, as it turns out. We've been wrong on a great many things this weekend, but that's the fun of this tournament. It's all about the players adapting to the situation, coming up with solutions on the flies, and creating problems for their opponents. And so far, these two teams have been the best at that in this tournament. This is, of course, the upper bracket finals. So both of these teams have been on a winning streak. Of course, we saw Fortune Smilers in their last game struggle, grind their way to a Game 5 victory. And it looks like, again, things are all evened up here. No reason to think we shouldn't have another even series in the offing here. So we'll have to wait and see whether Fortune Smilers can come back in the game, because momentum at the moment favoring the Bearded Mercies here on Survasa.
Right, stalker into the air. This is another thing. I mean, you're so used to using your own rockets to get yourself in the air. Suddenly you're losing 25% of your HP alongside that. And they do actually commit Long Live Pain to the Mercy alongside that. Super BH, of course, going to open it up. It gets taken down immediately. It's an overcommitted lane. Going to also be able to drop the overclock, and a single beam is all it takes. Picks up a triple kill on top of it. And it means that Fortune Smellers, as much as they would have wanted to start again strong after the intermission, they are sent back. And I don't think that's a reflection that their team comp is wrong, but, Super BH, this is not the place we want to be alone, friend.
Oh, they're tracking him down. Luke, though, sent off the map just for a moment there, but will be brought safely. Eventually, it does kill him. I guess he didn't get back on the map there, actually. Unfortunate for them. Super BH, though, in the back line, another kill. Stalker finding that one. Super BH will drop low, but I think he's done enough here for his team. Point capped up here, 98% on the clock, but all starts from zero here as far as the Bearded Mercies are concerned. Lots of damage, but Stalker now, he's finding a little bit of space to work with. Both supports down. Team fight over here. Stalker finds a way into the enemy backline.
And I think that Fortune Smell is going to be excited that was basically two team fights that they won there. And with the Mercy inclusion now, they also have the opportunity for the res. So even with someone overextending just a little bit, as long as they're in a good position, they can get themselves back into it. Rockets, oh my goodness, you see that? That was without the damage boost, by the way. So put on the blue beam and you might be one-tapping people. Super BH, so again, tries and fails to make that impact. At least he got the mines down and shuts off the offense of the Bearded Mercies. Gives the time for the rest of the team to come around. And Stalker being able to pick back up. Moira, another character that we didn't really talk about, but certainly has the opportunity for great impact, being able to siphon people off. Stalker being the big change, though, that's made the difference. Has brought Fortune Spellers up to 90%. Going to be able to, there we go, eventually rolled over Luke at the end of it. Stalker, no res going to be available, but John Wag, the last one to get a touch. Can they even get back into this? Coconuts falls at the beginning of the fight. Well, there's still chance here for Bearded Mercies.
No, they've got
no, they got it. No, they got it.
Yeah,
At the end.
it's fine too. John Wag didn't actually get the touch there, unfortunately, so does end up going down in the end. They will trade it out. I thought about the D.Va, actually. I quite like the idea of this hero. Obviously, you benefit greatly from the defense matrix that is unaffected by the HP changes, so a lot of extra damage mitigation, like the Zarya bubbles we saw at the beginning, and you've got the mobility to pounce on enemies as well, but the reduced HP, it makes it very, very difficult. 2 life doesn't hurt. Oh, Stalker dropping so low. I think if I'm K, I'm committing around that corner, but not going to get it done. Instead, it's the back line who gets pounced on here once again by Super BH, but they do trade out. So both teams down a player, but Stalker dropping low, not going to go down. They're struggling to find the kills here on the Bearded Mercies.
Oh, the Echo's an interesting pick. Of course, when you've got half the HP, it's going to take you less time. Or you're going to have less opportunity, or less of a window to use that finishing beam, which is such a big part of it. But again, dropping the finishing beam a little early does start to chew through that HP and cross the threshold where they need to. Super BH once more taken out of the fight. Luke catches out of way. It's just 2 beams, 2 blasts is all it needs, and eliminates 2 from the side. Immediately casts the cursing me right there, and it's just the Mercy. Last one to trickle out there. And the important fact of that, Bearded Mercies, they were the first ones to get the percentage ticking up, and they're already at 50%.
Yeah, critical for them now to get back in control of this point, and get that early cap, to get the tick going. Yeah, they're coming in towards a duplicate as well. They've got Bob, and Bob is just going to absolutely shred. I wonder if he has lower damage as well, because that could be a little bit disappointing. But they're fighting into a Coalescence, a Molten Core, and a Minefield soon as well. Super BH, though, in the back line, but he gets that opening kill once again, but he does get booped off the map.
Oh, Coalescence, this is huge, actually. Able to chew through all the HP pulls there and finishing Orb to clean it up. And Fortune Spellers on 95% and do manage to turn this big point around. Now they're going to have to get Super BH. And I don't think he'll mind trading it out. No, teams. Why are we going to a pause?
Not again, says Blaine. Long Live Pain is still in the game at the moment. So we'll see what happens here. Stalker has switched onto the Genji, as we can see. So I kind of liked what the Pharah had to offer, but just feeling like they needed something with a little bit more precision to try and secure the kills here. Probably to back up Super BH as well, who is still struggling a bit on that hero. Luke, as we saw, switching off the Sombra onto the Echo and finding good value with that hero. But they have lost 2 players already. That was the end of the previous team fight. So they're going to have to find a way back into this next team fight after a pretty expensive fight from the Fortune Smilers. So interesting to see what it comes down to. But again, it comes down to execution, right? We've seen that so often here. Just executing better in a particular team fight is what will get you through a win. Composition matters a lot less than what you're able to do at any particular moment.
Yeah, I kind of like the swap from Stalker, personally. You're now going into the D.Va, and that takes away so much value from a Pharah. So that was really a good swap from KK to do that. And the Pharah also doesn't challenge the Echo nearly as much. You know, Echo wins that duel most of the time, especially on these low HP pools. So it's going, okay, there's 2 challenges against me right now. I'm not going to find the same sort of value on that. And suddenly Genji becomes even more of a threat against even the D.Va, not typically a person that we think of countering out a D.Va, but you now can have this big juicy hitbox to hit a couple of shurikens, and there goes half the HP pool. No worry about the armor there. And so now it's, again, adaptation that's quickly enacted by Stalker. He's not trying to force it until it doesn't work. He's just going, it's going to be too hard for me to make this work, so let's go right now. We only need 1 more point, and they're in a prime position to do this. I think it's going to be up to Luke to get that duplicate. But guys, we're going to waste no more time, okay? We're not going to do this all over again. We know he takes a while to get into the game, so until we are sure, we can bring you the culmination of this map.
Hold on. The Stalker says ready. So
Always as you're about to call it.
yeah, we're back in here,
Yes.
boys. Don't panic, Ultras. Maybe we should start going to a break a little bit early, so that we can actually get the game going right away.
That's as simple as that. Ooh, Stalker again laying in good damage, reflects it at the end of it. Still plenty of time to retreat back up and dashes back towards the team. Mercy doing a great job of keeping everyone up. BLX also on the verge of having that ultimate to be able to deny the points and everyone coming back in there. Super BH as well with the area denial from his mines offers a difficult chance for it to come in, but oh, the Moira Orb, that's enough. KK's mech taken out there. That's what I was talking about by Stalker. The Genji able to slice and dice through there, able to come back. It extends a little bit too much. Falls prey to the baby diva, but does at least open up the space for Super BH again. These sticky bombs as well is something that Super BH needs to worry about, but Fortune Smellers, they are really close to being able to finish this out, and with these mines, it could prove all the delay that they need to stop the Bearded Mercies and take this entire series, and there it goes, onto the ground, eliminates, tries to challenge the Echo, but Duplicate comes out just in time onto the Wrecking Ball. Don't know how proficient Luke is on this, but has at least managed to use the mobility to get to points, and can even challenge the Moira. That's actually Bearded Mercies, they've come back. Is there going to be a touch? Super BH is here, but this is not the typical stall techniques that you can rely on from a Wrecking Ball.
Oh, Laser Beam, nice job. Finishing Beam gets that final kill, 99%. Can anybody get in a touch of Torbjorn? His little leg is carrying him as fast as he can. He gets a touch. Mercy looking for a cheeky res as well, but it's not going to happen. Overtime ticks down. No, Stalker's in here now. The Finishing Beam will take care of him. Luke manning up in this team fight and bringing his team, bailing his team out of a very difficult position. But he's back. Mr. Super BH here, but it's a 1v1 million and it's not going to work out for the one himself, and that will be it, all evened out. 0.5 here.
The series really is not defined either way, and I mean, with both the teams locked up at that one apiece, this could be a pivotal match in the series as a whole. Put someone on game point. Stalker, he's got work to do. He's got the Dragon Blade in hand, and with that one-shot kill potential right now, doesn't need a nano boost to back it up. He's going to be the ultimate epitome of glass cannon, and he's lost his tank in the front lines. He tries to go in there, he dashes through, but he's into the middle, the thick of things, and taken out summarily after that. It is Beard Mercies who's going to claim this last point available here and set this series on the defense here, on the back foot for Fortune Smellers.
They still have that blade, but they've got the self-destruct as well, so potential second life. But the thing is, Baby Diva is so weak, actually getting the remake is going to be nearly impossible here. So it might be worth K using that a little bit more aggressively here than I would usually advocate for on the Diva. Speaking of aggression, you do have the ball over the top here, securing a kill, but paying once again. That's not a good trade. I'd rather have Super BH alive here than Luke.
Oh, slashes finally do come out there. Mech demeched immediately afterwards. Self-destruct to try and get that out. No one able to claim the Baby Diva, and Stalker. He's trapped in the narrow corridor. Line of sight confirmed. KK's mech going to be taken out a second time. Beats to reinforce and keep them back into it though. So John Wack playing out of their mind throughout the series. Keeps it alive for a second. But Super BH, he died early enough into that fight. He's here. And now with diminished numbers from Bearded Mercies, it's going to be hard to take him out again. Instead, they decided to turn their attention to the rest of the team. Still got that orbital ray to keep it up. 92% on the clock. Fortune Smellers, they've got to do something here and now. Super BH over the top, eliminates one orbital ray to keep this Juno alive as the rest of the team also start to filter back into the point. It's all on Super BH and he goes down. Torbjorn once more with the task of coming back onto the point, takes out the support, but he's too easy of a target to clinch out at the end of the day. They do turn the point in their advantage, so they're at least buying a couple more seconds here for the turnaround that it's going to be once more Stalker. He puts on that deflect, but it just buys the second. Super BH over the top, looking for the duel against KK, but Luke has been on his number the entire way through. Bearded Mercies, they're going to clinch out point number 5 and take their second game.
Wait, what? Hello?
One
of those rare best of 7 flashpoints. That's another one of the Ringmaster return gimmicks that you don't normally see. But that will be it for game number 3, guys. The Bearded Mercies taking a 2-1 lead there. But that all came down to Luke on the on the Echo, we didn't really get to dwell on it much after that fourth point, but he basically won that point solo, and we got to watch it firsthand. Copying the ball, he was low HP. He copied the ball just to stay alive and get towards point, and he did so very effectively. He was able to get on point, was able to get the flip, and then once he was back in the Echo form, secured kill after kill after kill as they trickled in to try and keep the game alive. So excellent play from Luke, first on the Sombra and then on the Echo as well afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Echo was a character neither of us even flinched at, because it was a weird one, but it does make a lot of sense at the end of the day. A single volley of sticky bombs, that's the target gone. So you can throw those out optimistically all the time, hoping to get a pick out of that. But the basic primary shots, those were far more impactful than I realized. It was basically two-tapping anyone. We saw it on the Moira coming in from the side angle. And Echo is a character renowned for that pouncing play style. And you can take someone out immediately. And that's fantastic. Echo is such a finicky character because of those breakpoints, and often has to overcommit into a normal game of Overwatch to get the finishing beam to secure a kill. When you're not relying on that finishing beam and you can just do the impactful damage yourself beforehand, perfect pick and execute it. Like you said, it comes down to execution, and Luke had that game under wraps the whole way through, and it gives the Bearded Mercies every bit of advantage in the series that they could hope for. And
it looked pretty bad for them at the start of that, if you remember. First point, not really that close. Second point, until about 70% of this Fortune Smilers, it looked like they had it totally under control, but the comeback was good. The Sombra pick, a pivotal turning point in that match, and from there on, Fortune Smilers were on the back foot, but it was back and forth. It did go to 5 points and beyond, as the case may be, and we should see where we go now. Looking into the lobby, I think I know where we are, and it is going to be 2CP. Assault Gaming, what's it called? Return of Assault?
Assault 2 Electric Boogaloo.
And it is going to be Volskaya Industries, a map I haven't seen or thought about so long.
Oh man, I'm so excited to actually go back to this, simply because I don't have to play it. Because man, this can be one of the most frustrating maps. And
we again to the converted altruism. I shed no tears for 2CP being out of the game. I'll tell you that much.
So pretty, so much tactics, but also incredibly frustrating. It does have one of the nicest approaches of the 2CP maps in terms of no defined choke points. There is the route around the left-hand side. If you go for something like a sim TP strat, which we have seen some of the more wizened of our players going for. But again, it's not that cheeky straight TP onto point. So you still have work to do afterwards. The contention of the high ground is going to be a big part of this if you guys didn't get to play Volskaya back in the day. But otherwise, that first choke point is still, for the inexperienced, the uninitiated. This is the TP around the left-hand side that I was talking about. And we'll have to see if anyone comes through here. Otherwise, the doorway of doom, really. But again, for a lot of players who haven't played this, the truck offers a lot of space to get around, and the little tuck into this room currently on the right-hand side of your screen is a big part. There we go. Straight into there with a mega health pack near the back. I think it's still a mega health pack.
I think it's a mini, no?
Let's test our Overwatch knowledge.
We'll see. Bam! Get ruined.
Yeah, by the guy with 5,000 hours in this game. That would be embarrassing if you didn't know that.
I have 2,000 hours in this game. Okay, get it right, please. I have 5,500 hours in Dota 2, which is why I talk about that game all the flipping time. Anyways, it's going to be interesting here. They're going for the lore bonus, Zarya, out in front here, Super BH. Both characters, in fact, both tanks going for the Zarya. Otherwise, nothing too interesting to write home about. But look, he's feeling the Echo, man. I mean, I get it. After that last performance, you're feeling like this is my hero in the series now.
I'm so excited to see Freya on this map. It's something that we never got to see in the past, and with that little...
Oh. Did we lose? We lost Alt here again? I think he bumped his mic, or otherwise is in position currently. But long range damage, a lot of these heroes actually would have never seen playtime on this map, because this map wasn't in Overwatch 2. Sojourn, the first hero added to the game at the beginning of Overwatch 2. So the first hero not to have ever stepped foot on 2CP, but on paper, a hero that should find a lot of value here, and we see that now, putting a pressure on the high grounds there. Not able to find the kills just yet, but now they do. Luke gets in there with the finishing beam, finds the kill onto Blur, who's been subbed in here, it seems like. Not sure who was subbed out there for him. Long Live Pain, it looks like, dropping out, unfortunately. But Blur, an accomplished player in his own right on any role, known most for his tank. But his team struggling a little bit here. Fortune Smile is under pressure. Super BH will get that return kill, but won't stay alive for much longer. So the attacking team foiled here. Already a minute and a half burned off the clock here, and it's not over yet. The two supports isolated in the corner here. The Kiriko TP'd in here. I'm not sure from where, but they're not securing this kill. Eventually, Kiriko does go down, but Anna managed to get to safety, but it's still more time burned off, especially with Stalker going down. Luke coming in clutch once again with the finishing beam. Are we still alone here? Is Altruism... I think he's dead. I think we killed him. For just a moment there. We heard Altruism, but still struggling a bit here. Right, duplicate almost at the ready here. Blander once again, an early pick here for the blue team. The Bearded Mercy's finding pick after pick as Luke takes down Stalker as well. And this is what you see. This is why 2CP was a bit of a bogey map for a lot of players, myself included. It's so easy to have this happen. You get stuck in the opening choke and you can't ever find a way through, it feels like, as we see Luke trying to get some hammer action going here on the Echo. But yeah, just struggling to find kills here, struggling to find a way around this horrible choke here. You might want to pick something like the Symmetra, TP around that left-hand side, like Altruism mentioned, but they do now have a few ults to work with. They've got this bowler shot, but they've already lost one. Bowler shot now, ready to go into the backline there. They do force out the Suzu in the backline, and Luke, he's prime target number one, but the healing is too good, and now the orbital ray over the top as well keeps them healthy. A lot of ult committed here. The bowler shot finally hitting pay dirt there, but it's not going to be enough. He's losing teammates at a rapid rate. Stalker, and he has taken down both DPS. Who's still alive on point here? He's trying to get the kill onto the high ground here, but another nice Suzu from the Kiriko is going to keep the backline healthy once again.
That was an expensive fight coming out there from Fortune Smellers. That is such a big part about what 2CP was and why it was frustrating for so many people is you save up your opportunities. You don't win out any sort of neutral fights, and instead you drop everything that you can into a fight. Super BH decides to go back to his old tricks, and now with the HP to work on, going to be a little bit more survivable, but not when you get caught in the corner. It's dragged the attention here of Luke out of the points, and they left it open, but the rest of the team, they can't come in. Luke returns before Super BH does and claims the kill onto Stalker. And the Bearded Mercenaries, once more, they're holding steady. Only 10 seconds left here. Kitsune Rush dedicated onto the point to give the rest of Fortune Smellers a way into this, but they're still not winning out any sort of decisive victory.
On Whack dropping low though over the top here, but Luke uncontested in the backline. He's got to duplicate as well as they take down Flops. They take out BLX. Kiriko, he says, I'm just going to kill you. He gets the squats in as well to stay healthy, and that's going to be it for the first point. Volskaya Industries, a stumbling block for players once again.
Oh man, just so often we get to see 2CP is a team will clinch that first point so quickly and then not be able to get the second one. Yeah, Bearded Mercenaries, they're going to be ecstatic with that. They hold firm, again with mobility, the name of the game for them, where they're just able to avoid the eye line of Fortune Smellers and keep those off angles to shoot in damn. I mean, they got their high ground under their control. Luke was basically uncontested for the majority of that match, and Fortune Smellers, they really felt like they only had one chance. They dropped the ultimates and nothing comes of it. Bearded Mercenaries flex, they drop their own ultimates to counter it out, and now they are just one single point away from taking their upper bracket grand final spot.
And it's a draw at best here for Fortune Smellers. A full hold only takes us to map 5 with another map still to be played. It is, of course, first to 3, which means we don't resolve the map. If there is a draw, we just go to the next one until we do get the first team to score 3 maps. So Fortune Smellers, they'll be hoping with the help of the Torbjorn and Super BH on the Mercy, on the Zarya, that they'll be able to hold firm here. But with how the Bearded Mercies looked off the back of Luke's I just noticed what he's on now. Actually, he's on the Symmetra. Yeah. So we're looking again for the
on the left
corner here. This is a classic Volskaya strat.
I mean, right away, goes out towards the left. It's a well-practiced, and there goes. Confident TP goes through. Don't know if Fortune Smellers being able to pick this up. They secure themselves this little side room, and Stalker's in there. He spotted it out and decides to lay in some damage, but gets himself trapped in here. Gets reduced down to ashes, and Fortune Smellers, they lose a second. They're going to pick up one on the back line, but the Symmetra is already proven to do all the work that they needed to. Undertaken out, BH now without any support. It's going to be a quick cap, and it was barely a percent point that they needed. Bearded Mercenaries, with confidence, takes Four Skies, and with that, they go all the way to the grand finals.
A deserved victory, it has to be said. Not an easy one, but this man right here, I think he kind of made a name for himself in these final two maps. He looked excellent on Survasa. He looked excellent here on Volskaya. Even got a bit of the BM in with some squats onto the Kiriko after killing them as a Kiriko. And he got the job done for his team. But the Bearded Mercies struggled a bit early on, but at the end they showed us why they got this far in the first place. Our first look at them, and it tells us everything we need to go. They're a good team. They're fast to adapt to the situations, and they've got the fundamentals down as well.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic victory from them. And again, they all play their part. And a big part about what they did, you talk about adapting to the situations, that was for sure evident throughout it. But they were also able to adapt to moments in the games themselves. Stuff like getting an early pick on your opponent. That was a clear go call, and I don't know if that was screamed in comms or just the innate ability and game sense of their players, but they wasted no time after that. They pushed their aggression. They were able to continue to trade out the rest of it and take points with confidence. I mean, on Kings Row, we saw it. They were basically 0 to 100 throughout the entire map in terms of pace, and did not get slowed down for a second. Still have some problems in their own aggression when there is Fortune Smellers coming out with a bit more of a constructed game plan, but they were able to. Bearded Mercies was able to adapt to the randomized first round that we had, and the rest of the series quite firmly is, again, like you say, a little bit of a strong word to use, but confidence whenever they confident if not unchecked.
Yeah, I'd look forward to seeing these two teams face each other again, actually. I think we saw enough from Fortune Smilers to suggest that on a different day with some different wild cards, they might be able to take this all the way to Game 5 and even take the series. So I'm not sure who is still in the lower bracket. We'll obviously see as the day progresses. But I think Fortune Smilers, the closest we've seen to taking the series off the Bearded Mercies, I think. And I think it makes for an interesting matchup if they do face each other again. The tournament is all about adaptability, not only in terms of the wild cards, but also in understanding what your opponents have to offer, broadly speaking, their strengths and weaknesses. So I look forward to seeing what happens throughout the rest of this tournament, whether Fortune Smilers are able to bounce back into the grand final, or whether the Bearded Mercies are just too hot to handle and they face a new team at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly not a foregone conclusion that Fortune Smellers is the only team that has a chance of getting to that finals. In the first game of today, we saw Comic Relief forcing it to a game number 5. And so the series still very much up for grabs, and a couple of good teams that were sent down earlier in the weekend. Yesterday, the action was still quite intense. Even with the ones that were more of a sweep, even the 3-1 victories, there were still moments where both teams looked to have the game in the bag. So we'll be still keeping our eyes on that and waiting with bated breath as we go out through the rest of the day. We've got about half an hour until the next game kicks off, so we're going to finish off here quite quickly. But Sun Phoenix, as the job always is, the player of the match. I mean, in the beginning, it seemed like Super BH had that in the bag, but I get a feeling that I know which way you're going to be leaning, and it's probably a somewhat DPS from the Bearded Mercies, yes?
Yeah, uncontroversial pick here. I think it will be Luke from the Bearded Mercies. I think the standout player for their team in Survasa and in the final map there, Volskaya. Maybe a bit of recency bias there, maybe a bit of reading the kill feed too much bias there, but we saw with our own eyes what he was able to do. And I think the play, if I had to pick a play of the game, it was duping Super BH on the ball, getting to the point for that 4th point of Survasa and winning it out solo for so long. Really, really top stuff from Luke. I believe he's a Anomalies DPS player. I'd say that on correction. Got you. Salamander support player, as I was saying, and really excelling here on the DPS. I think he used to play DPS. So he's got prowess, competitive prowess on the damage dealers and looked excellent. And in fact, we see him here on the Junkrat. I completely forgot. First map, it was him as well, right? The
Yeah.
Junkrat and the Hanzo. Junkrat, Hanzo in Roll Mr. Heroes. He ended up winning for them. So, yeah, a stand-up performance from Luke here. He's my MVP.
Yep, I fully agree with that. I'll back it up. Looking forward to seeing more of them later. But their next match will only be at 8 p.m. tonight as they wait now as we go down to the lower bracket, see who that challenger can be, and we settle all the dust on the final day here of the Ringmaster's return. You can go and grab yourself some snacks, a little bit of water, maybe some lunch if you need, and we'll be back in roughly about half an hour. We'll see you then.
Welcome back to the Ringmasters Rumble return. Quite the crazy tournament we got going here. Not the typical Overwatch you expect to see from your day-to-day activities. I'm joined here by Luke. How you doing, Luke?
Hello. Yeah, I'm doing good. Coming fresh off a W, so feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty excited. Yeah, I know these games have been really, really fun. And from what I've seen on the casts, and like kind of what I've been looking at in the score reports, is that they've all been pretty good games. Like not all of them have been 3-0s, which is kind of what we have mostly becoming to expect from South African Overwatch. But you know, it's good to see that we did a good job on the balancing, more or less.
You know, for sure.
Sure.
This time slot we got a set of 4 different game modes. Overwatch 2 Heroes, Fragile Overwatch, Capture the Flag, and a new one called No Ultimates. Now I'm pretty sure everybody's seen at least a little bit of the 3 first mentioned ones, but No Ultimates. I don't think anybody's seen that yet. What do you?
That should be pretty self-explanatory, though. So
Yeah,
it's just
for
the
sure.
Ultimates.
What's your opinion on No Ultimates? How do you think that's gonna go? What heroes do you think would be like?
I think that's going to be because I mean Overwatch is a game about ultimates, right? So it's definitely going to put a big shift towards kind of neutral comps. So probably picks like let me actually pull up the hero screen in my game so that I can remember the heroes. Let me see. No ultimates. Honestly, maybe like, just mega sustain people.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
So if we play things like Ramatra, Junker Queen maybe, or even Ball. Ball is a really good neutral pick. We're gonna have to see what the people are more comfortable on and what gamers they pick, obviously.
Yeah, I think like your typical heroes is like Tracer. I mean, Pulse Bomb's really strong. But Tracer's still good without it, right?
Tracer's a very good neutral pick, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Sojourn's still up there. I mean, strong.
Sojourn's also very good.
But I think I'd like to say still strongest DPS. Yeah,
Juno, maybe?
For sure.
Backline?
Juno, I think, yeah, we could do Juno. I mean, unless there's no real way to break Juno. There's like, especially with ults like Queen being out of the game. Pulse Bomb especially, like even though Trace is a good neutral pick, Pulse Bomb is really good at breaking the Brig or the Juno out of the fight. Juno might not be that strong neutrally because I mean you do play for Ray a lot of the time.
Maybe you look at something like a Kiriko.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because her mobility and neutral just is really, really good.
Yeah, you can just throw Susers, right? Because you don't have to really worry about many ultimates that you have to look to Susers, and I can just use it for like a basic engage, and then the team is kind of just messed up after that, right?
Exactly. Now, the other 3 game modes: Overwatch 2 Heroes, Fragile, and Capture the Flag. Those I'm kind of looking forward to seeing. But as far as I haven't played Overwatch 2 Heroes, the mode myself. We just haven't had a time slot where we've played one. But as far as I know, there's some of the heroes that even just got reworked into Overwatch 2 are part of that hero pool, so I'm kind of interested to see what kind of comps and team compositions they come up with now.
Yeah, I think the only 2 I know of is Sombra is in still and Bastion is in still. I don't know if there's any
I think Doomfist is in because he got reworked.
Oh yeah,
as Orisa, Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Overwatch 1 heroes. I mean,
yeah, a lot of Overwatch 1 heroes got reworked, so maybe not the best idea to call it Overwatch 2 heroes, but you know, here we are.
But yeah, I think a lot of what I've been seeing is like there's a lot of Freya. Like in the tournament as a whole, there's a lot of Freya being played. I mean, it's basically the strongest DPS in the game right now. I think it's very close.
Freya is really strong right now, especially in Fragile. In Fragile, she's really strong, but also a lot of sniper picks are really strong in Fragile.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Or things that can do high burst. We were really struggling against the Ball last game on Suravasa because they got the perk that Slam does increase damage, and then the Slam just one-shots you. So like you're doing well, you're setting up for a fight, and all of a sudden 3 of your teammates are dead because the Ball just slammed you. So we'll see what these teams roll out on, and I'm excited to see how they play it.
So, looking at the first team, Comic Relief, we have pretty familiar faces amongst these lot. We got Jinxie on the tank. Pretty standard player. I think pretty much everybody's familiar with Jinxie. Fronting the Diva there. Maybe we'll see that a few times. Obviously not in the Overwatch 2 Heroes only game mode. That is one hero that did not sneak through the gates. And then we got Blue and Lime Oros on the DPS. Blue has been around recently quite a lot. Showing up in the Summer Series and obviously now joining this community tournament as well. Lime Oros, a little bit more elusive, was around last year a bit, playing on a team with me and P5 as well. We were all on a team together. And now sort of coming back, playing a community tournament just for a little bit of laughs. And has been doing pretty good so far. And then we have P500 and Air. I think that is how you pronounce that. I'm not entirely sure. Entirely. P5 I'm obviously familiar with. I've been on
Air is
team
a bit of a newer face.
Yeah,
a bit
for
of a new
sure.
face. I haven't seen her around a lot.
Mm.
But yeah, keen to see what they pull out. You see the Ana, the Lucio as their favorite picks. Jinxie's pretty comfortable on the Diva. Some of their other best tanks are Ramatra and Monkey, so maybe we'll see a bit of dive coming in if they play Genji and the Ana as well.
Yeah.
Keen to see what they do.
Yeah, probably, yeah. The second team, we got Vanquish PR. Now, this is a running inside joke. I'm not sure if it's an inside joke anymore in Kaza because everybody knows what it means at this point. But we got Apriconicus on the tank. If you don't know what Apriconicus is, please tell me what rock you live under because I want to be there as well. Really, really strong support player for Inglorious Blasters. We know this. But now playing the tank. We played this team once and it was pretty strong. I mean, Apri being a really well-versed player in like a lot of things, except not just support. You see that with a lot of the high-ranking players; they can pretty much make anything work at a decent ranking. Showing the Mauga, I don't know if I saw Apri on the Mauga a lot, but I guess it's his favorite hero.
We played against them this morning, and they were playing a lot of the ball.
Yeah, I did see a lot of ball from Apri.
Nevi on the Juno, definitely a comfort pick. And Blue on the Genji. Now that's interesting. I see. Okay,
I see Blue Genji, and I can't help but laugh because it's like if you know what Blue plays most of the time, it's like he's not playing Genji, he's just playing Torb to make your day worse.
Yeah, he's probably going to just be playing Torb, especially on the fragile. But Solaris and Fable. Solaris I know is pretty cracked. I was having a hard time against him when we were playing this morning. And Fable has recently I've been seeing a lot of Lifeweaver from him.
Yeah.
So maybe a new arc, a new era. So
I don't know.
Let's see what the
coming up with the Mercy banner.
I'm kind of excited. This is looking to be a pretty evenly matched team.
Like Fable with the Mercy banner and the Lifeweaver picks is like. Can't help but think he's just going to need to just have a good time and do some crazy shenanigans all the time. I mean
that's kind of what this tournament's about, right?
Yeah,
it's a fun tournament. It's a community tournament. Everybody's just here to have fun. So,
okay, map pick 4.
Okay, so ignore the draw signs. Those are a little bit of a technicality. There we go. They're fixed. So our first map is Ilios, and as we all know, we're rocking out on the mystery heroes. But the first roster that you pick, you get, or the first team fight, you get to pick your roster. So you'll see what they pick up.
So I've been seeing a lot of, and I've also been doing is like. Tracer really strong here, right? Especially in tournaments like this where the coordination is not always there because of brand new teams usually, unless you sign up with a duo or something, then you have a kind of an understanding of how one of your teammates are going to play. But most of the time, Tracer, if you're good at the Tracer and you can play the Tracer, they can kind of deconstruct these teams from the top down. So me coming into these Mystery Heroes games, and a lot of players as well, I know Kurgari thought like this as well, was that we roll out on the Tracer, and if we get to keep the Tracer, we're in a far better spot than what the enemy team will be once we win the Tracer deal and force them off the hero.
With the, you're kind of right. Like in this situation, perks are still enabled, right? And with the addition of perks, it's like if you have mystery heroes and you're able to keep that one person alive and you just have perk advantage, it actually just becomes really strong. Okay,
100%.
so Comic Relief running out on the dive, and Vanquish PR coming up on also a similar dive, but with a little bit more of a grounded backline on the Torb. Monkey goes in on the Torb here. Jinxie's kind of alone. Blur coming low. Pull coming in from Fable, but Blur falls. Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody's really oh, never mind. Apricorn is forcing them out onto point here. Fable fall. This kind of looks like a little bit of a death match, not gonna lie. Everybody's kind of fighting everybody.
Yeah, no, Juno coming really low as well.
Coming in. Okay, but Comic Relief managing to take first flip. And we've got the Pulse Bomb online. We come and see a switch from... Oh, we got the Solaris onto the Freya now.
Oh, that's kind of like... that's a big Pulse Bomb, but like, I mean, the Freya pick is not that bad, right? Like, it still works. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like, sometimes you just have to hope the RNG is in your favor. So we get the Freya with the fall comp now. I mean, it's fine. Now we have the Widow. Moira is like not looking that great, but I mean, Comic is gonna be really happy.
Chaos right now on the Mystery Heroes.
And they're not letting them chill in this spawn either. They're just kind of pounding on them until they have to just back up all the way into the spawn.
Yeah, Comic Relief doing a really good job at holding this high ground. They're really Vanquish PR is having a hard time trying to walk up the stairs. Africanicus can do all that they can to try and draw them back, but right now Jinxie and Blue are just kind of in control of this choke, and Vanquish PR are just struggling to push through. Blue's getting caught off here.
Almost
very in control for Comic Relief right now. Actually coming up with 2 ultimates with the Soldier and the Moira ulti coming up soon, and on Comic Relief we've got Echo, Nano and Beat. Moira falling is big there for Vanquish PR, but there's like kind of 2 fights going on right now. We've got Apricornicus murdering the backline, and the rest of Comic Relief pressuring the rest of the backline. Okay, Blizzard comes out in their spawn. Love to see it.
And flip the point.
Okay, interesting. Solaris falling very low. How does Solaris live there? This is just chaos. Okay, we got now. Okay, maybe a little bit more of a defensive team now. We've rolled the good RNG. On the side of Vanquish PR, we've got the anti-dive, kind of. Oh, but they're falling very low. Oh, here comes the ultis. The Juno ultis, mines.
Jinxie kind of just blew up there. I mean, the 2 ultimates from Vanquish PR, you'd think it'd be in the favor there, but I mean, Jinxie kind of just got put in the middle of a minefield. There's not much you can do after that game.
Okay. Oh, Flops is almost dead. Okay, that's gonna make playing the Echo a little bit difficult. Okay, Copy comes out. Is that just to survive? Looks like maybe he lives. Maybe. We've got 2 Mays on the side of Vanquish PR. They really are playing server admins right now.
There's huge mines from Blue and the Copy, still managing to make something work from that. I mean, the Fable falling really low. Yep.
Okay.
I mean,
we've got another Blizzard coming on. Sorry, yeah?
Yeah. It's pretty one-sided right now. Blue falling low. I mean, Blur can try his best here. I mean, Jinxie's not in a great place either, but the ball coming for the clutch. Yeah.
We've also got Blizzard coming out soon from Blur. And no ultimates on the side of Comic Relief. So this is looking like a first point flip for Vanquish PR.
This point has been back and forth all game, I'm not gonna lie.
This was this was such a difficult one to cast, because this was an entire team fight. This whole point was just one team fight. It's still going, it just hasn't stopped.
I mean, you can try, the rally
comes out. No ways. They flip. I'm
actually gonna get
eating
the
my
flip
words here. Oh, my Fable falls. Abricorn
is
is the only
trying.
one alive.
Did we just
Mercy
give the
dies.
flip and try to
They
go
got
one more
flip.
fight?
That is insane. I cannot believe what my eyes have just witnessed.
Oh, they're gonna try punish Apri, but if he's out, the Venture going for the
Nearly
touch
falls
a
off.
bit early?
Okay, we get the touch on the Venture.
Uh-oh.
Left falls though.
It's a bit of a scramble on point. 2 down for Vanquish, though.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
comes
trying to
out.
get the point. I can't even see what's
Didn't
going
know
on. I
it.
mean,
Oh
Zen is
my
stuck in a
word.
trap on my days. And yeah, it just seems like this might be a victory for Comic Relief. I mean, Vanquish is gonna
Big
live
fire,
out, as I
absolutely
say that.
massive fire. There we go.
I thought
Oh,
Apri was gonna
played,
live for
played,
longer there.
played. That was the most intense team fight I've seen.
Yep. 99 to 99, one team fight. Crazy. I think we had one reset there.
99-1 team fight. No, there was not a single reset. And
I mean, it was like a soft reset into a straight 99 touch. It's like
I could
can't
not
even
keep
count
up
that.
with all the swaps, man. Like there were so many swaps and so many ultimates going off. Okay.
We can lock in a little more on the caster side for this map.
Yeah.
We do see that Apri kept his ult charge this time. So Vanquish are gonna come in
Wait,
with grab.
huh? Wait, how?
Yeah, this happens. I'm pretty sure it's if he dies as the point has ended. So he died after it ended. Now he's kept his ult charge in a different hero.
It's a little bit.
So now he's gonna come in with the grab. 2 seconds in, I don't think they're gonna expect this. He might just rip it on the Winston here, maybe.
Honestly, if they do, it's worth.
I mean,
Get
they're
the
all
first
grouped up
point
on the right
control.
side here. They might just walk it in a little
There's a
bit.
big
there.
grab opportunity on the right here for Apricornicus. Gets the Junkrat and the Brig. Okay, we get the Brig.
Oh,
The Brig dies, but 2 from the backline of Vanquish PR fall from the Monkey dive.
oh no.
Apricornicus
I think there
falling
was-
really low here.
Yeah, I think that was just slightly mistimed. I mean, we had the grab, but I think it was so early in the game. We're just not used to having ult.
I think
that early, right?
it was a flex grab, you know?
Most likely. I mean,
was
oh
a
yeah. I mean, we can have sportsmanship here. It's like maybe it's like nah, this ain't right having this grab right now. Maybe we just throw
Yeah,
it.
but we got 2 Junos on the side of Vanquish PR right now.
And 2 more.
2
Rigs.
Moiras on the side of Comic Relief. So let's see who's the better support, Moira or
Who
Juno?
is the best sport?
But we have double speed on the side of double speed or just a backline
just
that can vanish.
Ratty damage. Ratty damage. Which Moira does more DPS? We will see. Who's the true ranked Moira player?
I mean,
Right now it seems like it's P5, but not anymore. Apri does go
Okay,
down as a trade for both sides.
Blue kind of popping off right now,
Oh,
getting 3 picks on the Venture. Maybe we can get the stagger onto the Juno. That'd be huge.
because
Oh, the shot of the Junkrat!
Mm.
Large. That's my kind of player right there.
I mean, we have relatively okay comps for both sides. I mean, it's not terrible.
Ultimate's coming out on both sides soon. Okay. Blow falls early. That's kind of really bad for Vanquish PRs, as they're going to have to force to reset now, as the point just ticks up for Comic Relief.
Yeah, and this
Ultimate's coming
Junkrat
out
tire
now.
cooking. Oh,
Let's see what the Junkrat tire hits. Who's it going for? Oh, that's chasing the Torb down. Run, Solaris.
he lives. Oh, did he die?
Oh.
Oh, you're gonna camera issue there. I mean, blur.
We've got a fight on point and a fight in the spawn. You know.
Man, this is some lost Overwatch.
We've got double support ultis on the sides of Comic Relief right now.
Soon for Vanquish PR as well. We'll have to see if we can do something with the Coalescent Sun. Not 2 of the best support ultimates, but surely something you can do with it. Beat comes out.
This is gonna be a big sun. This is gonna be a massive sun.
He's gonna get eaten though. He's gonna get eaten. No. Come on.
No?
Only onto a Sig. Oh wait, no, it hit on the left side.
Hit the Lucio
Lucio
too.
1 HP. Can he hit the Lucio? He lives. No way.
Oh, the
Coalescence
Moira's
now.
right.
Oh, this is.
Is this gonna be another extended team fight? I'm having flashbacks already.
Oh, the grab.
that's a big
Oh, the
grab.
grab.
Big grab. Okay,
Oh.
nice. Well played.
That's a bit of a cost to curse.
Okay, so the first mystery heroes goes to comic relief. Well played, well played. I can't tell you exactly what happened that entire game, but you know, things happened. Heroes were swapped a lot.
That's for sure.
And truly taking the Mystery Heroes spirit into thought when picking.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
so many swaps. Like sometimes you just can't get a foothold because somebody just accidentally gets picked off rip, and it's like, oh, now we have to wait, and now we have
play
to
the game as well. If
Hmm?
no shade, but that play of the game, that was a bit interesting. I think it's a little bit broken.
Goodness me, hey man, we gotta give the support players some light sometimes, you know.
Yeah,
Support player yourself. We gotta know this. But
absolutely.
I mean, a nice thing is that, you know, you keep the old charge after you go down. So I mean, it's not entirely a huge shift in momentum if you get picked. It's like you have to like now adapt to this new hero, a completely different playstyle. Sometimes the hero is just not the right hero. So like
Sometimes you just get really bad RNG. I mean, the Apricornicus didn't die on the Zarya, or did they?
I think
So they
sometimes
get
you
double
just stay the
Zarya?
same hero. Yeah, I think you just got it
stayed
again.
Junkrat.
Mm.
Lost.
No, yeah, because he died in the beginning, right? With the messed up like early grab. He died in the
he
beginning. He just
did.
stayed on Zarya.
Yes, he did.
So I mean, sometimes you just get the same hero and it's nice, you know. It's like, okay, don't have to change the playstyle a bit too much. But I mean, for example, it's like one of the games my team won. We kind of just got the RNG right and managed to stay on Tracer pretty much the whole game. And then near the end, enemy tank died and got onto Orisa, and I got into Symmetra. So it was kind of a win-win because like OT with Orisa has to stay on point, and I'm just farming beam. So
Microwave.
it was a bit of a RNG win situation.
Yeah. So we're going to be going on to Dorado for our second point here. And they have picked, Vanquish PR have picked Fragile Overwatch. So
Yeah.
we are going to be seeing lower health pools, potentially very fast team fights.
Very nuanced team fights as well, like you said, with the ball or some random echo stickies or one Freya bolt or one Widow body shot.
Hanzo body shots, Widow body shots. Yeah, so basically you have to play extremely careful if you want to survive this game. And basically play either ultra fast, or you play to bait their engage and then play something super defensive.
Yeah, so I think like some of the HP bars I remember is like Tracer has 88 HP, Winston has 350, I think, with a little bit of armor. So I guess it's okay.
The health pools are set at 50%.
Right.
So 50% of whatever the hero's max.
Yeah. So it's tough for some heroes. I noticed that barrier heroes were good. I mean, obviously having a shield helps with low HP, but also just, you know, the fast heroes that can do big damage quickly. Like Winston's like slam damage is like, you know, pretty consistent now because no HP. So it's like the 60 burst damage you get from landing is pretty good.
Would you see
Ball slam, obviously, like you see now the ball and the Winston picks. Probably two of the I'd argue strongest heroes in this situation. Lime Auras has been playing pretty much only Tracer for this game mode and on this map as well. We just came from our game with them and they did play this Winston variant with the Tracer, Brig, Ana, Ashe. Ashe just being able to like chunk people, you know, it's like big damage in the normal game, even more damage now. So yeah.
Alright, so let's see how these teams play this out. So okay. Starting off with some poke. Apricorn is falling really low. Oh, Jinxie's got to be really careful here. Okay, low falling. Jinxie just holding the cart. And just making sure that that cart doesn't gain progress, but falls eventually. They really cannot stay long. Big nade coming from flops. Cross map. Just picks coming all over, but in the end, Vanquish PR does get the fight win and starts to get that push moving a little bit. No, we're not. Never mind. Yeah, we're just too scared to. We're just too scared to kind of peek this Ashe sitting on high ground. They're holding all of this space. They can push the card for about 2 seconds before they have to go back and heal. All flops and blue falling really low. It's a big nade coming in from flops though, but they managed to stabilize. Apricornicus trying his best to body block the Jinxie and manage Jinxie falls. Trades coming on both sides. It's a trade up from Vanquish PR. Blue falls, and yeah, there we go. We'll see the cards start to move. I think what's...
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, yeah?
yeah, I mean, we see the strength of Freya, right? Like being able to kind of just tanks having no HP, so they just blow up, right? I mean, they blow up in the main game to Freya, and now it's just even worse. You can't really, like you say, you can't really stay at all. There's too much damage to be done. It's like if you try and jump out, the follow up is just enough, right, to kill you completely.
Look at that, the slam and one Freya bolt onto the Ana, and they're dead. I mean, what can you do? Like I think Vanquish PR is playing for heavy pick potential, going in for a slam and just shooting them once with either the Illari or the Freya.
Yeah. And we see a bit of an adaptation here. Blur played Torbjorn in the slasher game mode as well. A game mode mixed and riddled with high burst damage. And I think there's two ways you can play this. It's either extremely high burst or extremely high HP. And you kind of have to pick. And they've gone for a little bit of a hybrid here, and it seems to be working so far.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're more towards higher pick potential. I think what Comic Relief are trying to do is they're just trying to... Well, they mind the switch coming out from the Brig onto the Kiri. I was about to say they're trying to play a little bit more defensive, but now they look like they're going a little bit more aggressive with the Kiriko swap.
I think the worry there is just the stacked backline into the ball slam. It's like, if he manages to get it off, it's basically over for you.
I feel like this Ana's going to struggle a little bit. Ana's alone, slammed, and dead. Yeah, goodbye. Okay, but the trade comes out. Ball's low. Okay,
the Kiri trade.
It's one up. One up for Comic Relief.
Well, they can.
Or the stagger onto Blur is going to be big. Oh, they're stealing card though. Oh, this is
difficult to stay in the line. This is it. Yeah.
Stagger.
Even worse there.
Okay, but blue falls. The pick potential in this game mode is insane. You have to play so very careful. If you overextend a little bit,
like that.
That
wasn't even an overextension. That was just a slight.
She just got one shot.
Yep.
Jinxie loses mech. Freya's dead. Oh, this is okay. Sun coming out from hits the baby diva. Absolutely massive value. Okay, Fable popping off in the backline.
I've actually seen like Illari is low-key good in this game mode. I don't know for what reason. It's just
Illari, one headshot takes you down to 1 HP. That's kind of the same concept with the Freya, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, looking to touch. Pulse Bomb comes out, as well as the Kiriko ulti.
You have to be so attentive because I mean, one little mishap and you don't see something, you just get one shot. It's like, well, guess I should have opened my eyes a bit wider.
Vanquish are looking in control of this, so nothing much Flops can do. Fable getting a lot of value on the Illari right now.
Yeah.
We see some swaps coming out from Comic Relief. They think, I think we're finally realizing that the Mega Sustain is not really working against extremely high pick potential.
We do see the bowler shot for Blur now, which could, I think, would just one-shot everything inside of it if it gets the chance to do that. We do lose one on either side now, two now on either side, but both supports down.
Interesting, this card is kind of just still moving. Briconicus getting out with his life here right now, as the last member of his team falls.
For sure.
Yeah, what else is we got coming up? From Comic Relief, we've got Kitsune Rush, and we've also got Bowler coming out from Vanquish PR. I feel like if Solaris gets a really good Bowler, then it could maybe win in this fight. Hanzo is dead. Oh, Hanzo is sitting on points. Okay, Kitsune Rush comes out. Force the backline, trades coming in again. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. And it's just a stalemate again.
Just big, like super. I think they are aware of the bowler shot ultimate, so I think it's just really quickly shut it down.
The Tracer.
Oh.
Jinxie slams point really low. That could be really, really big for Vanquish PR. It's a trade up at the moment. Hanzo falls here to Apricornicus. No, he doesn't.
You'd think Peel would be non-existent in this game mode, but hey, you see it right there.
Somehow you
I mean-
managed to peel for your 1 HP Hanzo.
Yeah, Vanquish now just going for like the oh nope, we're back on the top. As I said, I mean they were for a second. They're just like the full hyper commit Genji Tracer ball, just trying to blow something up before they die. But I mean,
pick up the Kiri, but blur trades. I feel like
And
this is a
trade.
recurring theme.
yeah, if you peek to do damage, you're just gonna get traded. Like
Oh,
that's
big
snap.
minefield coming out. Nobody catches. Oh,
Oh,
never
Nevi?
mind. It catches Nevi. Ultimate's
Yeah.
being traded here.
Dragon
Big
gets the card, big
Sun.
value.
Oh, best player on the team.
It never misses. Think about it.
Never misses.
Fable taking a greedy 1v1. Will he win? Yes, he will. Oh my
does.
goodness. And pretty
Rating and
messy
work
fight,
right
but
now.
Vanquish coming out on top. It's,
Yeah.
it's so
The
hard to
theme
tell.
the themes are all big nade actually. The themes coming out of these fights is just one person trades and then two other people trade and then two other people trade and then it's the last person standing wins.
Oh, Anna trade now. Look,
Okay.
yep, trade. There's two though for the side of
and
Vanquish
Mind
PR, so it could be to be
Yes,
a
this
mind
minefield
point.
could be really tricky because they have to contest.
Oh, that's just an unlucky mind placement.
Nice, well played from Vanquish PR. I think they played that as well as they could have. They're really taking advantage of the low HP and just picking absolute maximum pick potential. Sorry, hold on.
Because I feel like this
Yeah.
whole mode is like your supports either have to have the craziest reaction time,
Or just play to live. And
yeah,
just
play
super
to
scared.
play to live, or like isolate single 1v1s. Because if you try, like the normal Overwatch, you peek to shoot, and then you take a bit of damage, and it gets healed up in time, right?
Yeah,
but now-
this, I feel like if you
It's
play
just, you're
all
just gonna
angles-
get traded.
Yeah. But I think there what we saw was the like the kind of difference between trying to play mega sustain and poke, and Vanquish PR showing us that for the meantime, or we'll see how their attack goes, but for the meantime, or the attack of Comic Relief
Comic
goes,
Relief,
but for the meantime, it looks like just going hyper aggressive onto the pick potential. Seems to be doing them a lot of favors. The Pharah pick on Comic Relief could be scary though, but
Yeah.
against
manage to get rockets in around the
Illari
corner?
and yeah, because they one shot, don't they? The Pharah rockets.
I think they do. If it directs, it one shots. If it doesn't, it still does very meaningful damage. So if you can like play cover right, this could be a good pick. But there's a lot of things threatening you. in
And
this
he's
guy.
already at half HP. Risen. Going up against Fable and Solaris on the hit scans is scary.
Oh,
Flop's
pick up the
falling
flops,
early. The cart is moving though. They're not really pushing to contest.
though. Oh, big pick from GT as well.
And there
Going
goes
both ways
Blue.
right now.
Cart is still
Oh.
moving though. Cart is still moving. Okay, they drop to contest. There we go. Yeah, we expect to see the Pharah swap. Hopefully, yeah, there it is. Yeah, they swap to Ana Juno, Ana Illari, Winston, Tracer. So a full comp swap coming out from Comic Relief. They're realizing that what they were playing was not going to work, and they're going to try something else. Looking
And I
for a
think
more
this is
aggressive.
it's good on paper, right? Like the dive into the poke, but can Jinxie's Winston live long enough?
Answer no.
Not this time. Not this time, at least.
Not this time. That was a very quick answer, but the team cleaning up. Big dive from the JMG. Fable falling low, and
nice.
Comic Relief.
Hey, I mean, Jinxie dropped first, but did set up a lot of the space. Yeah.
Right now, it's just blue versus blue on the top, and blue takes that win, and then Nevi's out. Okay, or we don't have any
try and
else
leave.
coming up. Jinxie just insta-dead. I don't think Monkey's the play. I'm going to be completely honest. Monkey can't survive. Fable absolutely cooking on the Illari right now.
I mean, we've heard rumors of the Fable Illari, and I mean, I think they've just been made fact. Like,
Yeah. Set in stone. Or fabled, as you'd
man.
one would say.
But yeah, I mean, these two strong, like, hit scanny ranged picks, making it really hard for the Winston to set up. I mean, if we get a good angle, and as we say that,
The
it's just
poke
more
is insane from Vanquish PR. it's so difficult to set up a dive on this game mode.
Especially on this
because
map,
by the
like
time, like,
Dorado.
if the enemy sees you and they land a single shot, it's just over, and your dive's done. Genji
usually
looking
one
for
shot after
opportunities in the backline right now, but falls to Blur. Jinxie jumping in, and immediately gets cooked by the Torbjorn.
And it's just hilarious, man. Like we just see people just standing still shooting angles, and it's like you just unluckily get hit in the head, and it's like, well,
Vanquish PR
Guess
really
I'll
is angle
respawn.
maxing right now. Pulse comes
Yup.
out from blue.
doesn't connect,
Interesting.
but
That's a
They're gonna-
okay.
oh,
Interesting.
see the
but,
80
Fable,
88
just,
HP.
Fable just says no. Oh, Fable dies.
and
That's
he
really
just this
big.
trade.
Is it going to allow them
Trades
to push
it.
aggressive now?
Yep. Into the Torb, the cleanse. Sick low.
I think they got the point here. Yeah.
Oh,
They
nice.
really need to get these staggers here if they can. It'll be really big for Comic Relief if they can get some staggers. Nice, that's one.
And I think Genji really strong hero in this, right? Like you can live with deflect for a little bit.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
you're constantly just threatening this one shot of your own. As I say that, we kind of fumble a little bit. We don't get punished for it, but
A slight bit of feeding coming out from Limaros and P5001, keeping the train and making sure that his friend doesn't die alone. But here we are with your health pool is looking really low for Comic Relief right now. The poke from
That's
Vanquish
fine.
PR is just too much. Oh, Jinxie falling really low from the flank.
flank
of
Fury.
Nevi. P5001 challenging that.
it's good force TP. I mean, we can still make something, especially with this Genji now. Really fast engage would cook this poke comp. Oh my days, Nano Force.
But the blade coming out.
Oh,
Big slice.
can we
Let's
get
see,
close
let's
enough?
see.
Just,
Okay.
big deflect.
Huge deflect.
And we're traded immediately. This is the story of this game mode.
Holy.
Still
big
any man's fight at this
that's a
point.
huge
Big son.
But traded immediately.
But
Oh, oh, Nevi.
oh, the cleanse, the TP is good. Can we get the one
Blue
shot
falling
now?
out.
Would he carry it? Big.
Nice. Blue in the back
can
line,
this man
putting in
go
work right now. But it's traded immediately. Okay.
Oh,
Comic Relief managing to find some ground here, but Fable just has Blue's number on speed dial right now.
going for the touch. We push it over.
Holding ball
The
comes out
top
for
ult on a
goal,
point. Wait,
but,
we get one more.
It's not exactly
Oh, they
the most
capped it
effective.
though.
They managed to cap. Limaros does fall though, so it's gonna have to force Comic Relief to wait just a little bit before they can re-engage without the Genji. Unless they just said otherwise, and they said no, we're going to engage anyways. Blue falls, P5001 goes in as well, and it gets traded immediately. You have to play. I don't know if dive is the correct play on this, hey?
I think it's okay. But I think it's all gonna come down to the ults that they have now, right? Like Primal,
Yeah.
being able to live the burst is good, and the beat also the same thing. So if they can work around these ults, then I think they're gonna be in a good spot because the poke can't really move, and once they get the space on this third point, it's gonna be really hard to try retake into this poke and
Primal
into this
could be
dive.
really
I mean.
impactful here as well. Because
Yeah.
think about how much each of those swings is going to, how much damage each of those swings is going to do to the low HP targets.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure on the number of damage. I just know that whenever I get primaled by a monkey, I'm just praying for my life. So, big
Blue
dive
just-
coming from Genji, controlling high ground.
What?
We
Ooh,
lose
heal better
it.
heal. Like we
Jinxie is in their
support.
backline right now with primal. Primal coming out.
Here it is. Big
There's
one.
one.
The HP, man.
The
It
HP just drops
doesn't
it
matter.
so low.
It just doesn't matter. What? That was a
coming out?
Kiriko and Nilari.
Sergeant Flops 1v1ing both of the enemy DPS right now. Doesn't manage to find one. Blur finds P5001.
And blue man is just playing a horror game at this point. It's just impossible to peek a corner without getting jump scared by some kind of damage. One post bomb and a dream.
One
Comic
pulse,
Relief
one and
for
a
this
dream.
fight.
Although if we play, okay, I don't know. I was about to say if we play slow, we can try and build up blade. But okay, the
Deflect.
deflect coming out, and it's immediately
Get
traded.
traded. And,
Okay.
no trade. Now we have to find one for the blue side.
There
yes.
we go. There we go. There's the
Mhm.
trade.
Another
Okay.
one.
Comic Relief up
can
one
do-
right now. Looking for a pick on
Not
the
much
Fable.
damage now.
Interesting, Nano. Might be a little
Nano
bit too
comes out.
early.
maybe. But if we keep the momentum, it could be viable. Keeping momentum really strong in this mode, because you just get one shot as soon as you peek a corner.
We still have
Nade
Pulse
out.
Bomb. Wonder where... Blue
Pulse
coming
bomb will
back,
come out
looking
somewhere.
for
I feel like
This
pulse
could be a
onto the
big
ball.
pulse, yeah.
Oh, it goes wide, but can we kill
Oh.
it? Oh, Kiri falling so low. Oh, Flops goes down,
There's
Blue
a
goes
coming out
down.
on
Oh.
points.
It is traded though.
Oh,
it's just a
Vanquish
little bit
PR
too late.
showing them, no, you guys are not going to cap this point. We will hold it for at least another fight. Blade still coming out from Comic Relief, but it's also going to be matched with a Sun, a Dragons, a Kiriko Rush, and a Minefield very soon. So this is looking very, very scary for Comic Relief right now.
The dash
Blade
force out
going
early.
out.
Oh, you don't see it. The Sun doesn't
Okay.
connect. We're 1 HP.
Oh, Fable's falling
It's
really
going
low.
both
This
ways.
is looking
Oh.
good. This is looking good.
Oh, it's looking
Looking
so
good for
good for
Comic
Comic
Relief.
Relief right now.
Major stalling out a little bit, but I feel like the overtime tickers or the overtime respawns is just going to make it so that they don't touch.
Recall
Tracer's
first,
forced
so
to
early
res-
there.
Yeah, Tracer
Yeah.
forced to recall. And we will be going
Loads of-
to a round 3 on Dorado.
Yeah.
Interesting match, yeah. I think Comic Relief is finally realizing the high pick potential. And they're just...
Yeah.
Or they're going a little bit faster. We see the tempo increasing a little bit from Comic Relief.
And I feel
And,
like Fable is like kind of the dark horse in the situation. It's like you have the fast comp, right? With like these ball picks, but we're also playing the slow Sigma pick. But I think they kind of realized that Sig was good on that open point, maybe not so much anywhere else on the map, right? So we're back on the ball, but we still have this like basically one-shot poke aspect of Fable and the Alari that can keep yourself pretty sustained on the angle, so you don't have to play grouped up where you can get shot easily, right? And these little headshots and body shots that kind of sneak in is basically, I feel like, what is turning a lot of the fights a lot of the time, because somebody is just not expecting an Ilari to just one-shot you from an angle, right? As like Blue, like Tracer gets one-shot by headshot. Genji almost gets one-shot by headshot. It's like all these squishy heroes who want to one-shot themselves, but they can't really close the distance on the Ilari fast enough, and they just get absolutely bodied. And it's like, yes, you can hit a little bit of the poke, but Ilari has a pylon, and you don't. So in that time that you're trying to close the distance, the Ilari's just healing, right? And it doesn't take that long to heal full, because you have half HP.
Exactly, and I think also what the Ilari does is you can play off those off angles and from a really big distance. Because even with the full off damage, if you get like one headshot or one body shot from a distance of an off angle, it's like kind of it's just too much damage. And also, if you play really far away against this dive, it forces the dive to peak and take poke damage before they can actually engage the dive. So it's just a lose-lose situation if you're playing against an Ilaria. It looks like with a dive.
Yeah. I mean, Fable did say like in the text channels that he's like, Ilari is a good hero, good pick in this mode, and I was kind of like, really? We're talking about the same Ilari, like the Ilari that's the worst support in the game right now.
Sleeper build, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he sniped the pick early and is really reaping the benefits right now.
Mm-hmm. We see the Sombra coming out from Solaris. Yeah, Sombra I found a lot of value on against Fortune Smellers on Survivor.
Oh my gosh.
And it's immediately traded.
Immediately traded. Yes, sir. Trade both way
what every
44 now.
Chronicus is looking to do right now is just maybe stall for time on the points, making sure that they don't get that.
Yeah, bit of an unlucky scout on the Sombra, but if Sombra is not scouted, to basically just blow up anybody because you can't see her. She just
too long.
Okay. Apri gets traded out. You see now 2 eliminations, really strong now, looking for Comic Relief. Gonna push his card pretty far distance. Okay, 10 HP Genji on the angle, not looking too great. Tracer coming in, making a lot happen. Huge sustain though with the pylon. Like I'm telling you, man, this is a Ilari pick, such a sleeper
Ilari
pick.
pick is actually doing too much.
Oh my days, he actually lives.
Falling really low.
And Soj on point, just kind of. I don't understand, but I guess hey.
So much.
insta-kill
Okay.
onto flops, but
But Comic Relief managing to hold their ground and actually get, looks like they're getting first point here, which is actually massive for them. Because they were at a
Massive,
time
yeah.
disadvantage. So the further they can get this point, the better for them.
I think that early pick onto the Sombra really worked out for them.
Yeah,
But
they're
now-
looking at, like, quite a big ultimate advantage too.
Yeah.
We're coming up on Pulse Bomb and Nano, and that can actually help them push a little bit
And
further.
that's another thing I think we kind of brushed over. It's difficult to farm ults in this game. You
It
kind of
is,
just
yeah,
have
ultimates
to get
coming out.
like
Or flops.
bit of a
Getting really low
misclick
there.
from the sleep dot there, but hey, we missed.
Oh,
Oh,
and
and
the
the ball slam. The ball slam, man, is so
The ball slam
oppressive.
just does too much. Fable getting a pick onto Lime Urus here is really big. I think
Two
this
down
is
to Comic
looking
Relief. Can they
like
pull it
where
back? We
the
do get a
path-
trade. It's going both ways. Maybe Winball? No, but the off angle.
Honestly, a really good push for Comic Relief.
Yeah,
Really
oh,
good.
for sure.
They have to be happy with that after 1 minute. But now they have the monumental task of defending this really aggressive poke from Vanquish PR. And
Man, I think
wonder what
Vanquish
they're
not really getting to show the Sombra there, so maybe this time they'll get to show it a bit.
yeah. Sombra is
I mean-
Sombra is so difficult to play though, because if you show up in your enemy team's backline with the HP that you have, they can just turn around, sneeze on you, and you die. So you have to play
Yeah.
super defensive as a Sombra.
Tracer.
Orisa coming out. Okay.
So we're going. Are we
Orisa,
trying to
Widowmaker?
still front the
I think Vanquish is going maximum pick potential.
Maximum
and Comic
pick.
Relief is
Zarya.
trying. Oh, never mind. They swapped to Zarya.
Is this a stream snipe? No. Okay. No, we see Ramatra. I think both teams are trying to go for this like heavy living tank so that they can just exist on the cart, maybe. Seeing as it's gonna come basically down to an overtime situation.
The Orisa pick is interesting to me though. Because
Apoconicus
Orisa-
is going through the whole roster right now.
Yeah. Orisa, yes. Orisa can
Back on the
survive a
ball.
lot longer, but right now, Orisa has 300 health. So,
If we
Not
don't use those
exactly, right.
fortifies properly, it's basically over. But no, we see the ball come out. Max
Right.
pick potential.
The-
Whoa, lots of kills.
okay, Solaris looking for a cheeky off angle here on the Widowmaker. Looking for shots.
find one.
Let's just find a body shot.
Hyper falling really low. Big pylon value. Faber doesn't even care about his ball at this point.
They're kind of just sitting on card right now, forcing them come to us.
I think this is where the ball is good, right? Being able to just get on and off really fast. Does give the
Yeah,
Widow
well,
lots of time to do
oh.
something, but the
That's
Houdini
really
moves
close.
from the Widowmaker.
Oh,
And the
what a
body shot
shot.
tracer. See the Lucio flank, will it trade?
Oh.
Will it trade? Oh!
Come on, P5001. Don't die like this. No.
Ah, my boy! Big trades.
The double slam
Oh,
coming
coming-
out from Apricornicus. And Jinxie dying to G-Flex. Yep. They are going
I really
crazy.
want
on
to see
potential right now.
the pick swaps. We need more pick potential, I think.
I don't think sustain is. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. Solaris absolutely cooking on this one-shot Widow.
Traded though.
The story of this game mode. Traded again.
Traded again.
Traded again.
Traded
And what's the next trade? There we go.
Traded
Traded again.
again.
That's
2v1.
just Blur 1v2. Come on, Blur.
Can you do it, Blur?
Oh,
my
okay.
days. Literally came down to the last hero.
10 seconds left. Do they have a touch? I don't think they get a touch. Maybe with the Tracer?
98 meters.
No, they get a touch with the Tracer, right? Yeah.
Juicy touch, but can't stay for
And the
long
ball
at all.
comes
The
in,
ball is
ball comes
on, but it
But
gets
immediately
immediately
dead.
shredded. Yo! Can he stay on for
Holy
much longer? The pylon value. Pylon's dead though.
No.
No.
Ah, W pylon indeed.
Pylon was not hidden inside of cart deep enough.
I might be a little bit broken, Risen.
Huh?
The pylon inside cart.
Oh man, like in the. Okay, never mind. I'm giving up.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, Vanquish. The Vanquish's PR not looking too good right now.
Matching it up right now. Vanquish PR looking pretty strong. And bring the game to a 1-1.
Is it?
No? Yeah. 2-0.
2-0.
2-0. Sorry. My bad.
I thought I just rammed for no reason. I said Vanquish PR not
bad,
looking too
my
good,
bad,
and it's a 1-1.
My bad.
But yeah.
Okay.
So now we got what, 2 more modes to pick from?
Yeah,
Because
so
now
we've
done the mystery heroes, and now
We've
we've
done
done
Fragile.
fragile.
So what
So
we have
now
left
Capture the
is
flag and Overwatch 2 heroes, right?
Overwatch 2, no ultimates, and capture the flag. So we will see now
Oh, we have
what
3.
we'll see now what Vanquish PR pick. They lost the map. They will get first pick with either the lobby code or the map.
So I don't think it's likely that Vanquish PR pick Overwatch 2 heroes.
Why do you say
Because
that?
a few people on that team really like playing Overwatch 1 heroes. Like, this is going off of what Blur has said to me recently, that he only likes playing Overwatch 1 heroes. So I don't think it's likely. And we do see that they do pick Capture the Flag.
I see.
Just have to wait for the
Vanquish-
map to come
Vanquish PR played a really good capture the flag when we played against them. So what we tried to do was we tried to have one team defending and like a sort of like separate team of a Genji Lucio trying to go capture the flag. And what Vanquish PR was doing is they were playing a super tight-knit brawl with a Juno Lucio, and they were just able to sustain and just play as a unit. So let's see if we see more of that from them, and let's see if Comic Relief can match that. And we already had,
The strong things I've seen is the Juno Lucio, like you said, the double speed, because if one of them gets punished or dies, at least we still have speed boost somewhere, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Super PH played Zarya. Now, Zarya can live with the bubbles and can do the right click jumps, and you won't drop the flag. And the right click jumps with a speed boost takes you immensely far. It's borderline impossible to catch a Zarya with the flag if you have the speed boost.
Yeah.
So these like tight-knit brawls, playing like defensively, getting the picks, and then just storming the flag as 5. And then getting out really fast seems to be a really good way to play this game mode.
What Vanquish was playing against us, they played the Ramatra. And Ramatra, I think when he uses his fist forms, he gets a speed boost, a little bit of a speed boost.
Yeah, that's true as well.
So, and I don't believe that drops the flag.
No,
so we
not a movement ability.
So we'll be going to Lijiang Control Center in just a bit.
And I think it is just gonna be brawl now, right? I mean, control center, brawl map, and capture the flag being strong brawl. Like these close quarter controls, capture the flag maps, and control center being even more close quarters now. It just feels like it's gonna be brawl, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's just gonna come down to which team has the better discipline of when do we push forward and when do we play defensive. And I haven't seen what Comic Relief. How they play, but we shall see now if they match the all at once or kind of send a unit out to go fetch the flag while the rest of the team fights.
And it's also, there is a bit of like positive to playing that like kind of 2-2 split comp, because some people might think like, okay, well, once that group gets the flag, they're nowhere near as mobile as they were, right? But you can also threaten it. There's a lot of times where I was playing Tracer in this mode, not specifically to hunt the flag, but to kind of bait the enemy to just back up and give space because they think I'm going to go just triple blink the flag, right? So they give the space and we pick people along the way, and then I just go and take the flag anyway, and I can leave. Tracer, the team doesn't really need me once we have the flag, right? They can just hold space on their own. And we cap the flag, and then we play defense, we do the same.
Map dependent, there's a lot of different options on how you can play capture the flag. Lijiang Control Center, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more brawl and kind of all together team fights. But we will take a look now at when the heroes get released, what we can see from Comic Relief to see if they can close out this game on the capture the flag.
Yeah. Look, I don't think we're going to see much Tracer here. Even though I mentioned the Tracer. I mean, I don't... Altruism and Phoenix earlier were talking about this flag. I don't see the problem with the flag. Maybe it's just me. Maybe they have to explain to me.
It looks so low texture to me. I see the problem. Honestly, this is literally unplayable game mode.
I mean,
this flag.
it's supposed to be a
This flag
simple.
have you seen what it looks like when you're carrying the flag? It
Yeah,
looks,
that's a bit goofy.
It
That's
just looks
a bit
like
goofy.
a GIF on the side of your screen.
This is
It's
a little
yeah.
bit goofy.
Okay, we've seen the Junkrat come out of Lima Ross right now, but we also see the
The double speed
brawl.
Ramantra, yeah.
double speed Ramantra of what we were talking about earlier.
Double speeds, like which one is faster now? The double
Oh, the
speeds are or the
Junkrat
double speed?
trap. I see the vision.
This is smart. Lime Oil is quite the Junkrat player himself as well, so I'm not surprised to see him just playing that right now.
Red Team's Tracer gets the flag right now.
Seeing a bit of a fragile
Bit of
Overwatch
a brawl
trade system
coming out
going
right
on.
now. Okay. I feel like these two teams, they love trading. They love trading.
Yeah, for sure.
They should go look at the stock markets right now.
Wait, we got the flag and all of that? I did not even see.
Yeah, the Tracer flanked around and picked up the flag.
Oh, and dropped it. Oh.
Okay, so
One
I
up.
see what they're doing. They're kind of doing a mix of both right now. They've got the all-in-one brawl, but then it's just the Tracer that they leave instead
Yeah.
of two people.
Yeah.
And it looks
And
like
so far it's working.
Yeah, kind of in control. They're on the aggressive right now. They're looking to capture another flag. Oh, P5001. They're looking
big.
pretty in control right now. They get the flag, and they're
No
just gonna run
supports for
back.
coming to relief now. Yeah.
And there's just no chance of.
Take the flag and they just dip. You just insta
dip. They out
Now
of
you
here.
play. Now you play defense when they come back. Play the neutral. As soon as you get an advantage, just back on the flag.
New
These
flag
Brocom's
lead right
really
now is
strong.
really good for Vanquish. Let's see if they can hold this lead. Now they either have the option to try and play defensive on their own flag or try and push aggressive to get the win.
Yeah. And I think trying to play D here is probably a really good idea, especially with the spam you have.
It looks like they're
But
going
they're
super
just
aggressive.
Oh
They're just
my
gonna take
days!
it.
They just thieved the flag, right from underneath them.
They
Oh, he's dead!
Oh, he's dead.
Are they gonna pick it up? They can't pick it up. It's locked.
Oh, actually that molten core was
Yeah.
really good because it stopped them from picking it up.
There's a dog
Blue
fight
falling
over
really
the
low
flag
though.
center map right now.
And the Lucio gets it.
He's gonna get it. He's gonna take it back. He wall road. He wall road. He wall road. Get it.
Oh
Give me
no. Oh, but Zara.
There we see the flag
That's
gif on the right
GG.
side of the screen.
That's
Really
GG.
quick, Rio.
Yeah, the
And
flag
that's
dot
kind
JPEG.
of
Well, that was a very quick round.
Yeah, that's
Vanquish
kind of how
are
this game
very
goes
in
sometimes.
control right now.
Yeah. 2-1. Always happy not to see a 3-0. So we're not out of it just yet.
We will be taking it to a map 4.
Yeah, so now we have the three options again.
This is peak
Wait,
top
can you-
gameplay right now.
Oh yeah, you can't replay game modes, right? So now it's just the two left.
No,
We
now
have
it's just the two
Overwatch
left. So now we
2
have
and no ults. So that's going
Overwatch
to
2
be
and no ultimates.
it's going to look like pretty standard Overwatch from here on out, but by no means is it standard at all.
Now, if what you're saying is true and Blur's not able to play Overwatch 2 heroes, then Comic Relief should definitely be looking to pick the Overwatch 2.
Hey, I'm
game.
not saying he can't play Overwatch 2. Okay?
That is exactly what you said.
This is what he said. He said I only play
Okay,
Overwatch 1
okay,
heroes.
okay. Sure. Yeah, definitely.
No.
But we're gonna see what Comic Relief picks in a moment here. But yeah, Vanquish PR, I definitely think they needed that win. They needed that win for Manchester, and they were looking so strong on that map too.
Yeah.
So
Really got
I
the
think
capture flag meta down.
Yeah. They absolutely do.
And I like the Junkrat trap thing, but I think the fights around the flag were too long. The trap
I
just got
think-
destroyed.
I think Vanquish PR have the right idea. Just play as a unit and just walk towards the flag.
Yeah.
And just be an absolute unstoppable force of nature.
And
Comic Relief opting to choose map instead of game mode. Interesting. Okay.
so
We shall see.
Vanquish PR, I mean, it's only right that they pick no ults, right? I think from a gameplay perspective, nobody's played this game mode before, so they want to play the game mode, right? So we're gonna most likely see no
We're going to
ults.
see Overwatch now. We saw Overwatch 2 heroes picked by
Okay.
Vanquish PR. So Comic Relief picks map. So Vanquish PR picks the game mode.
So
and we are going to Overwatch 2. Yeah.
Blur kind of now going to prove that he can play the Overwatch 2 heroes. In fact, contrary to common belief.
Nah, I just know him as an Orisa player.
Will we see? Will we actually? No, we won't see the Blur Genji because it's not in here. What are we gonna see from Blur? Blur Bastion, maybe?
On the Bastion? I'm actually not sure what heroes are in
Blur
right now.
Sojin?
Sojin could be a pick. Freya could be a pick, yeah.
Somehow Blur will play Torb in this mode, somehow.
Maybe they rock out on the Malga, Venture, Freya, Juno,
Juno Kiri?
Kiri? Is Kiri Overwatch 2? Yeah, she is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there we go. That's actually... Oh, we got a DC. Classic.
Iconwald, though.
Iconwald. Okay.
Comic Relief picking this map a lot this tournament. Basically, I think every game they've played has been at least an Iconwald on there. Seems like a pretty strong map for them to play. I remember they played Iconwald Overwatch 2 Heroes only yesterday as well, and they they played a Queen variant of the comp, but I think they wanted to play a Ramatra variant rather, and I think Jinxie was just unaware that they could play Ram at the time. This is like complete hearsay from what I've heard in the grapevine amongst like friends and stuff. So I think Comic Relief might go for a double speed. Oh no, Lucia's not in the game. Some kind of Ramatra variant, like probably Juno Kiri with a Surgeon.
Yeah.
And most likely Freya. I think Freya is gonna be like,
I think
probably the strongest Overwatch 2 hero right now in terms of DPSs.
Yeah, I mean all the tank options I'm assuming are kind of more brawl based. I don't think there's been a dive tank that's been released in Overwatch 2 except
outside of Hazard?
Doomfist has and Hazard. Doom and Hazard
Hazard
are the only dive options at the moment. So
Hazard still, 50-50 on the brawl dive. So yeah, I think Doomfist only like the really pure dive tank in this sense. And not even like pure dive, right? Just more of a disruption. Doomfist could also be a really shout pick here, with most of the tanks being Brawl, and Doomfist kind of being a really good answer to Brawl comps. Like, if somebody were to pick up the Doomfist and play it right here, could be a really good pick.
It could cause a lot of disruptions, considering heroes. Although Sombra got reworked. Sombra did get reworked, so we can probably expect to see her in the hero pool here. So
yeah, no, she is there. I know for a fact Sombra Bastion is in.
Sombra Bastion is in. Doomfist is in. I don't. Who else? Can we pull up? We should be able to pull up the game mode rules. Okay, yeah. Here we go. So we got on the tanks. We have Doomfist, Hazard, Junker Queen, Malga, Orisa, Ramatra. Winston and Arias. They're actually quite a
few Overwatch tanks. Overwatch 1 tanks, yeah.
No ways Winston got added just because he got his right click. Sniper Monkey is a new character.
Dude snuck in.
Yeah. Okay, then on the DPS we're looking at Freya, Sojin, Sombra, Venture. Wow. We have options on the DPS right now.
That's it. Goodness me.
Okay.
DPS role really been neglected this Overwatch 2.
I didn't get to see these reports before.
That's with Sombra and Bastion, Overwatch 1 heroes. It's just Soj, Freya, Venture without that.
Alright.
So, most likely
going to be Freya. We're probably going to be seeing a Freya Sojin.
Yeah. Highly likely.
Out of the two there. Considering that the tanks there's no Diva, so defense matrix is out.
No ball.
Okay, Comic Relief rolling out on the Ramatra, Sojin, Freya, Kiriko, Juno.
Yep.
Okay, honestly,
this is what we called, right?
Not a bad comp.
Blur, not proving that he can play Overwatch 2 heroes on the Bastion.
On the best. The Buston.
The Buston. Similar comp styles, but obviously we see Fable on his signature heroes tournament on the Life Weaver. Will he hit the tree diff like he has in the previous games? We will see. Find out now. on Kausa.
The 3 bags of the notorious, the infamous.
Which Freya, really strong hero into Ramatra, so both of these tanks gonna be really, really annoyed with all of this damage coming through. But hey, we'll see how it goes.
No real way to either counterplay it as these teams engage now. Turret form on Bastion goes down, punched out by Jinxie. Looking to keep this brawl and just kind of hold this this bridge. The Bastion finds no value.
I think...
It looks like just the sustain from Comic Relief was just too good.
Yeah. And yeah, we see the Sojourn swap. Blur now proving he can play Overwatch 2 heroes. Swapping onto the Surge. I think Rail just a little bit more value than just constant bullets into the tank, right? So...
A little bit.
Basically a mirror here.
Yeah. Freya was creeping up close on his tail. Trying to keep the damage going onto these tanks right now. Both teams kind of at a neutral standpoint around. No one really moving either forwards or backwards. It's kind of just staying at the same spot. Both tanks just eating damage right now. Just farming support ultis. Close to tree right now, but also close to Bola from... Oh, Apricornicus falls. That's really good for Comic Relief.
Yeah, there was a bit of a late form pop from Jinxie as well. Lost the form before Apri, but still managed to live out with the shield.
Swapping onto the Hazard now.
Interesting. Maybe a bit of tired.
Run past Jinxie, run past this choke and try and break it up from the backline.
Completely skip this choke, goes straight through onto this, forcing the the bowler shot, big damage.
Stable falling.
Oh, we will never know.
Both ultis coming out from Freya. And looks like Vanquish PR just gets a little bit more value out of theirs.
Solaris really cooking on this.
Jinxie is alone on point right now. Oh, Kiriko ulti comes out, but also matched with Juno. And the Ramatra comes out as well.
Try match does fall though.
Oh. Ramatra ult better than Juno ult.
No. Still the trade's going both ways and they're becoming low. But we see
it looks
the
like
pedal.
Vanquish PR managed to cap this point.
Wow.
We've got the tree coming out. We've got the rail as well, but it's also going to be matched by a rail on Comic Relief as well as a Juno ulti. So I feel like if Vanquish PR can open up super aggressively with rail and maybe try and force that Juno ulti, that's big.
Yeah.
That's a big pick for Vanquish.
And the high ground now, Hazard kind of struggles to get onto this really high ground. Taking a crazy flank on the right side from Blur.
Oh, good night, Limoros. The pull actually saved Blur there.
Yep. The Fable on the signature. Life
Look
Weaver
at
with the tree block.
Tree. Oh my word. It's too good.
Apri will be completely happy with that one. Just coming in and cleaning up.
Okay, we've got the Hazard ulti coming out now. They're still holding on to the rail and the Juno ulti on the side of Comic Relief. I wonder if they have found... Oh, Blue getting caught out here with the wall. Managed to escape though. Manages to escape. Here comes the Juno ulti.
Downpour opportunity.
Oh.
One shot. Huge downpour.
Yeah, ulti's coming out from both sides right now. Jinxie falling really low on points. Come on.
Just then switch to Kiri, the cleanse comes out.
5001 doing the most to try and keep Jinxie out, but it's not enough in the end. And Jinxie falls. Looking like Vanquish are going to be able to push this point, but they've got touches. If Blue can just survive, as well as Lime Oros.
Roller shot out. Oh, big stick.
That's a big stick. That's a big stick from Blue. He's going to be able to stall this just a little bit longer. Trying to get the pick onto the Juno there. No!
He overshot it.
Overshot.
Unlucky.
Kiriko ulti coming out soon though. This is going to be big for Comic Relief. And they just need to W here.
Yeah.
Hazard
uses leap, can walk out. Split by the wall though.
Jinxie
not able to close the distance.
Furiously right now on point. Coming up to Ramatra ulti pretty soon right now. Juno falling low.
No slide in.
Be careful.
Lime Oris gets blown up on the left side. So does his friend P5000. Jinxie with the ram ult. Just turnable, but another tree from Fable, able to carry this out. I don't think Jinxie can even drop these arms.
No, as soon as Jinxie drops these arms, they didn't even drop the arms, and they still died. Downpour coming out.
Downpour.
Two. And I think this is going to be a right one secure. A little bit of an overkill, but
Crazy
they
downpour.
managed to take out or swap onto a Malga as well on the side of Comic Relief. Still got the rail on the side of Vanquish, almost coming up on Bowler, but no ultimates on the side of Comic Relief. So Vanquish needs to push this super aggressive right now to try and gain this advantage and keep this ultimate advantage.
We've got the clock.
Bowler coming out.
From
Get
Blur.
Russ.
Blur falling low. Oh, we just see the fray.
Blue catches Blur. Jinxie
Both
coming in.
surgeons traded out. Jinxie.
That is a huge bowler.
Big
Oh, well
stick.
played, Blue. Well played. That was a very, very massive ultimate. And
Blue is doing the most on this hero. Holy moly, we see stick after stick. And more sticks. And the pill.
The
What?
spawn camp. That's kind of filthy.
I don't think
No
he is
ways.
dead.
Okay,
He's
yo, Blue
again.
getting really greedy right now.
Those are the first bolts he's missed in the last like 30 seconds. He did not miss for a solid 30 seconds.
Okay. Comic Relief pushing really aggressive here, opting to play in front of the choke. I wonder what they're trying to do here. There we go. Hazard comes in. Slam onto the hazard.
Oh, Kiri falling really low.
Okay.
Juno right now.
Coming out. On the side of Comic Relief. Big pick onto Blur. There we go. This is the hold they needed. Okay, it should be looking like maybe
Another.
one more, maybe two fights.
There's another bowler shot out from Blue there, by the way. This guy's building
Another
ult at
one.
max speed.
Oh my word. Freya ultimate builds so ridiculously quickly.
Yep.
And the fact that it only
It's
takes 2
insane.
shots to kill as well, I feel like that's a little bit overtuned, but that's just my
Slightly.
opinion.
Kiriko rush now from the blue side.
Ooh, Solara's getting a little bit greedy here.
Oh my! Just
Big
took your
slam
drifted
coming
on
in
him.
from the Malga. 3 coming in.
This tree is a little bit of a detriment.
There's a lot going. What in the Overwatch is going on in this room right now?
It's the screen pollution simulator. I'm on him. Okay,
Okay,
really good fight. Blue is
Comic
getting
Relief
chased.
managing
Wait,
to
where
hold
is
on right
Blue?
he's in this
Blue
spawn right now.
he's got another bowler shot, by the way.
Another bowler, by the way. Another bowler.
Well, up in
Bowler
Solaris.
from
Don't you think?
Solaris. Oh, but
Huge stick. The
that's
cleanse.
huge.
He's gonna
Wait, he
rip
did-
it. He's gonna rip it.
Oh.
Jump
I
in,
thought he
slam
used his
onto the
ultimate there.
hazard. Down
Comes in
four.
with- Oh, and it's just Overwatch. Just
Oh,
all
the
the
big
ultimates
cage
coming
for
out.
this. Can they
Circle
touch? Oh, they
gaming.
can touch in the cage. Big slam. Hazard's kind of below. Oh, this fight's going either way right now.
This is looking pretty good for Vanquish PR.
Dude, Blue's 50% to the next spoiler shot. What?
Nah. Comic Relief does have rail though, so they are going to have to fight into that. Solaris swaps out onto the Sombra.
We see the rush
Maybe
coming up
that
soon.
they have
I'm
on-
definitely saying boiler shot coming up soon because that's going to be built in the next 2 seconds, and then
Yeah,
we have
yeah,
clock as well.
I'm almost looking for a flank here. Hopefully trying
the
to get
rail.
something on the... On it, immediately
just
drop
try
the
and
high ground.
Force the hazard
Pumping
away.
everything off into this hazard.
Oh, that overtime timer is waiting to go.
Oh, Limor is falling really low, taking a... Oh, so is Jinxie, but the
Did
rush
she rush
comes
now?
out from P5001 and manages to sustain Jinxie. All the ultimates
Jinxie
are
as
coming
well.
up. Oh, Jinxie falls just before. That's really, really bad for Comic
Blue
Relief.
got 2.
This is
Blue
looking
can
really
play
good for
Overwatch
Vanquish. Yeah, here comes another bowler from Blue.
Oh my-
Vanquish
there's
PR
no
managing
way
to pull through.
Apri-
Vanquish pulling through. Well played, well played. That was looking really dicey. That was looking really, really dicey.
Dude, I don't
Blue
know how
absolutely
Apri lives on that
Pumping
part.
those bowlers out.
Yeah,
Apri
no.
was just
for
holding
sure.
right click.
Juno Ray and Rush and Apri
Yeah, yeah,
lived. Like, goodness me.
Overwatch moment. All the oldies.
And somebody lives.
There was a moment just before third point where Jinxie was stuck in that second room, Where the tree was going on there. There was a there was
There's a bowler shot.
there was a
on both
bowler shot
sides.
from both sides. I really feel sorry for some people who don't know what's going on in Overwatch. Having to watch Overwatch, it must be a real headache. I'm going to be honest.
Man, sometimes it just be like, alright, let's just reset.
Yeah.
What just happened? Similar comp choices here. Well, actually, the same comp choices. Wait, no, we see the Venture now.
Limauros Venture from this instead of the Sojourn. We opt to stick to the Mauga. Mauga probably providing quite a bit of sustain
Yeah.
into Vanquish, what Vanquish is playing, but that is also a bit of an ultimate battery for
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Most of these tanks in this game mode are just ult batteries. The Mauga, the Ram. Like, who isn't an ult battery here? So for these Freyas, I think that's why we see a bowler shot every fight, because they're just farming the damage.
Okay, both teams finally engaging now. Trying to hold this bridge phase. Jinxie charging in, trying to create a little bit of space, pressuring out this hazard, forcing him back onto point right now. Going in with a Venture. Venture's it. Trying to look for picks in the back, is meeting with the hazards in the mini room over here, trying to sustain. There's just fights going on everywhere right now.
Oh, the Freya.
Okay. Comic Relief. Looking pretty good right now. Managing to cap the points in under a minute, leaving them 5 minutes and 45 seconds on to attack. Which, I don't know about you, but that's quite a lot of time.
Yeah,
that's quite a lot of time to push for 3.
Vanquish kind of just let the points slip there.
Yeah, they kind of just fell over. Jinxie just charged into the Mauga, and oh my goodness!
This guy off the hero, man. It's too much.
Blue, they have families. Final letter of the name diff. Oh, finds the Sombra. Invis.
He's not letting it go. He's not letting it go.
Maybe getting a little bit too greedy.
He's not. No, the Venture follow. He is in the middle of nowhere right now, though.
Or he's playing in
Nano
traffic.
Wait, that's not Nano. What am I talking about?
Oh, he's just on fire.
I'm shooting it. It's so fire, man.
Big bowler opportunity.
A bowler shot. Now. Wait. It's coming.
Oh, okay, that's a big trade up though. It's a big, and the cart, by the way, has not stopped moving.
Man,
this cart has not stopped moving this entire point.
Gotta strip Comic Relief of their driver's license right now and actually do something about the cart moving right now. It's still moving. We can't touch it. Go.
Oh my word! They just let it touch.
Without so unlucky with the hazard falling over. They can't.
Alright, now they have 6 minutes to point one to push 1 point. I think that is the fastest time I've ever seen on Archibald.
One of the highest time banks ever.
Vanquish PR need to regroup right now and get their mental sorted and try and pull this back. They've got a lot of ults, 5 online right now, and they need to try and definitely not blow everything all at once, because if they do, they're going to be at such a big disadvantage. Okay, Juno Beam coming out, and they're pressing all their ultis.
Ooh.
Well, only one was pressed from Comic Relief.
So
looking
they don't EMP. Will Jinxie live through it? TP out. Jinxie falls.
Okay.
They do get the defense here.
Yeah, they
just can't get picked now.
That was a very, very expensive fight from Vanquish, though, leaving them with only EMP to answer for Mauga Cage, Juno ulti, and Venture ulti.
Venture ult. And bowler shot. That ult is building.
Oh, that's a big one to Venture, though. And P5001. Big wall to Jinxie.
A little bit early. Big wall.
Huge. Okay, Vanquish P are finally starting to find their footing again. Managed to hold a little bit, but they've got a long way to go, Risen. 4.5 minutes is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. EMP can shut down Cage or Juno Ray relatively simply. Like, not turn off the Juno Ray, but it would be pretty precarious.
If Flops hides for the EMP and uses Juno ulti to sustain afterwards, they could manage to push through and win. Oh, but we in.
You know what comes up? There's the EMP in response. Is there going to be enough follow-up to kill them through the healing, though? It doesn't look like
it was an absolutely massive Okay. Comic Relief falling now.
And now we have DP assaults.
And now we have Bowler, Shock and Horror again. But we've also got Kiri ulti and Venture coming out.
This is a bullet shot in spawn.
Oh my
use it, but it's a
word.
little bit too late. And Blue's just dipping after he committed a war crime. He's just leaving.
This is a bit of a chaotic fight on point right now for the final point.
Straight onto the
Comic
Gino.
Relief looking. They C9.
He didn't touch again.
They C9.
What's happening?
Friends. Oh no.
mean,
That's gotta be a heartbreaker for Vanquish PR. That's gotta be an
It's a bit of a
absolute
tough
heartbreaker.
situation to say, like, oh, they're C9, but I mean, from what we saw, first 2 points, man, it's a little bit difficult to just let it slide this time.
A little bit of a steamroll on attack for Comic Relief. Vanquish PR just kind of letting them
I mean, okay, Blur said it, so I'm not sad in saying it. I mean, it's
PR
a bit
in
of
the
a
back.
Cloud9 sponsorship at this point, but
A little bit,
goodness
little
me.
bit.
W sword. Overtime now. 3-minute time bank, and this is only drawable for Vanquish PR.
Yeah, that's
Am I
going to be a
tripping?
very, very, that is, you are correct. It's going to be a very big mental hurdle here for Vanquish PR, because now not only do they have to try and draw this game, but then they also have to try and win 2 more afterwards, so it's going to be an absolute wreck for them. But Comic Relief looking to roll it on the Junker Queen.
Oh, we see a Junker Queen Twitch up
I
now.
wonder
It's-
why they
What did I
didn't-
miss?
I wonder why they
Come on,
didn't
Ram.
go. They don't just go onto Malga. Here we go.
Oh,
Yeah,
there we are.
yeah. Because I was confused.
Perk selecting. Yeah, right. We're not good Overwatch players. We did not see that. Okay. The Queen, a little bit of an answer to the Malga. Now can kind of just like run to the backline before the Malga has anything to do. But if Jinxie just slams in first, I mean, what else are you going to do about that?
Rams in, presses E, and shoots oxygen and gains 25,000 health. Blue
Oh
coming
my
in the
goodness, the
backline.
blue flank.
Absolutely disgusting flank from the Freya, and just absolutely cleaning up. And this is looking like it is going to be game.
3-1.
Well played from Comic Relief, showing absolute dominance on this last map.
And hey, I said Comic Relief really strong on the icon world, and they've just proven that once again with this really, really strong attack. And again, the really, really strong overtime attack. Just huge. 3-1, the Comic Relief. But hey, we're all here for the fun of it, and I think both teams had a really good time. And we will be
Absolutely.
seeing
Looks
Comic
like they
Relief
had-
in the finals now, I believe.
This is
The
lower bracket.
lower
yeah.
bracket finals, yes.
Up next at 6 o'clock is the lower bracket finals, and then after that is the grand finals at 8 o'clock. But Risen, I think this was a very, very fun cast to watch. It was very chaotic 90% of the time. There
Very
was
true.
just a trade and a trade and a trade and a trade.
I think the motto of this time slot is and is traded.
and
And it's traded again.
immediately traded out. So I think we need to pick the MVP of trading out. So me personally, on the side of Comic Relief, I think there's a very clear option here. I think Blue was absolutely putting in so much work,
100%.
especially on that last map, building an ultimate basically every single fight.
Yeah,
So well
and,
played, and putting so much pressure onto both the tank and the DPS.
and that's not even
really-
like game mode stuff. There's no increased ult charge, nothing. It's just pure Freya and Blue, just building
just
ult.
Blue being an
after ult.
absolute unit on the Freya. So well done, well played, Blue. Well played, Comic Relief, and
Well played, Vanquish PR as well.
unfortunate. Yeah, well played, Vanquish PR. You guys did really well. But unfortunately, Comic Relief will be the ones to move on and into the lower bracket final, where we'll be seeing Comic Relief and who else is in the lower bracket finals? Fortune Smellers. Yes.
Quite the name.
Quite the name, yes. Okay, but stay
So-
tuned for that at 6 o'clock.
See ya.
Thank you guys very much.
I'm sure you got the habit of it by now. The Ringmasters return now for the second last game of the day. Sun Phoenix and I took a short break for the last match, but we're back here for the rest of the evening right now. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to be bringing you the semifinals or the lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals at 8. And I was even watching. I've loved this tournament so much, Sun Phoenix. I was even watching, sitting on the couch with my cats, that last match because it's just been such a great weekend of Overwatch.
Absolutely has. I was watching the Formula One where Max Verstappen won the race. You thought it was going to be different, and it wasn't. Anyways, it do be that way. I'm back here in my happy place, which is watching the Ringmasters return. It's been a really, really fun and interesting tournament so far. Adaptability, I think, emerging as the name of the game here, Altruism. We've seen it not only yesterday, but today more than ever. The likes of Luke, Stalker, Super BH as well. Players who've all made their name by playing an adaptable play style. And we get to see all of those players here again. Well, Luke, not so much. We'll see him in the next game. But once again, it's a rematch from our opening game of the day.
Yeah, it's not deja vu. Fortune Smellers versus Comic Relief. It went to a Game 5 thrilling matchup, and so I'm so excited to see it once more. And like we kind of said at that stage, so much of this ended up being about RNG, which game modes were available and who could adapt towards them. We're certainly not determined. Even in the first half of each of those variations, we saw a lot of a change in tempo as the guys got used to it. And then, of course, the Mystery Heroes variety. That was something that Fortune Smellers came off the worst of in terms of like their hero picks, etc. So very interested to see if this changes up the dynamic, but they've got one more chance, and Comic Relief looking for a little bit of retribution. I think they were so close to winning it out last time that now everything on the line, as this is the relegation match, the promotion match, more importantly, for who gets that last spot up in the grand finals.
Now, low bracket final winner goes on to the grand finals, loser goes home. And we'll take a look at the squads. Just remind ourselves of Comic Relief here. Last time we saw them was, 6 hours ago, something like that. Lime, Oros, and Blue as your damage dealers. Jinxie as your tank. Air and Potato, 5001. As your supports, I think Air was the only player we weren't familiar with. Very, very solid, stable player. I think it's going to be a big question mark again around this battle in the middle between Jinxie and the opposing main tank, Super BH. I think that was kind of a key flashpoint that ended up going the way at the end of it all in favor of Super BH. So I wonder how the wild cards are going to affect that matchup coming into this very, very critical match.
Yeah, and then the other standout player, Blue, was winning player of the match in that previous series that I watched and was phenomenal on the Freya consistently, especially on Eichenwald. On the other side, we're going to quickly flash through these team comps. I'm sure you guys know them by now, as Sun Phoenix did say Super BH with that strong, stalwart front line. Stalker has flexed onto an off-roll for him, taking up DPS, and has struggled to find his limits on any of the characters, especially the dive heroes such as Genji. BLX, again, has been really consistent and took Torb as his icon represents. A lot of times, SG flops struggling to stay alive at the beginning of team fights, and it's been a pivotal part of why they've lost some of those engagements. It's just the reduced healing, especially being the main healer on something like an Ana, and then Long Live Pain struggling to stay connected to some of the matches. Everyone has their flaws, everyone has their strengths at the end of the day, but has been playing again alongside that. Quickly to run through as well, as you know by now, we're going to be starting with the Roll Lock Mystery Heroes, and then we move across to 4 variations. These ones now, some of the newer ones. We're going to see a return of Big Chungus, the increased hero hitbox, and these guys are going to have certainly at least a little bit of experience on that. Overwatch DLC characters who weren't introduced in the first game, so a much deeper roster, but some limitations across more roles than others. And then we get to some fun ones. Me and the Girlies, the La Seraphim collaboration. And that one, we'll run through the exact list of the 10 heroes available there, but the big notable one there is Diva, the only available tank. And then my favorite one, the one I haven't seen at all, and the one that is going to cause even more chaos, Overwatch on speed, with more increased movement speed of 50% for all characters. So we're going to start quickly with Ilios, and of course this one being the Overwatch Mystery Heroes.
You mentioned it at the top here. This has not been a happy hunting ground for Fortune Smilers, right? We've watched them play this twice now today. Both times they looked pretty out of sorts. Both times question marks around their discipline and their approach to this matchup, but definitely looking a lot better the second time around, in spite of the fact that the result was, I think, not closer. I think the Bearded Mercies looked very, very good on this map type. So Fortunate Smilers will be hoping that they can get the series off to a bit of a better start, and they've been able to do so far. Now, of course, just reminding you all, you can pick your heroes first up here. That's the last time you can do so on the first map. So you're going to want to get the most out of these heroes first up if you can, as we wait to see what compositions they choose. And we see so now. Nothing too unexpected.
Okay.
Super BH on the monkey here. They're going to open with that Sombra from Stalker. Very, very interesting. On the other side, Jinxie on her trusty Diva. Blue and Lime Oros on the Cassidy and Tracer, respectively. Starting off on WoW here, all about who you get when and your prowess on that particular hero.
And these early picks, right? That's a big part of it. And it is something that we've seen Potato doing spectacularly well. Ooh, Stalker takes an aggressive angle on the Sombra and nearly gets punished for it almost immediately. That was the wrong place to TP into. So going to be grateful that they can get out, but no casualties as of yet. And as I say that, SG flops once again the first pick here and takes out that support the back line. BLX going to be ruining that lack of healing afterwards and punished afterwards. Jinxie takes that as the sign to go forwards and continue the pressure out there. And Comic Relief yet to lose anyone yet. So they're going to be completely polished up here and ready to take whatever other engagements they are given. But most importantly, they take first position of the point.
Interesting play there from Jinxie, choosing to mark up against the Winston there of Super BH, getting aggro onto him. Super BH dropping low, and there we go. Jinxie finds an opening kill here on the front line. We'll find another as well. Doesn't want to lose her life here, even if she does trade out, because you want to hold on to this Diva for as long as you can if you're Jinxie. 82% up towards the self-destruct, so that's a second life, most importantly, for the Diva. And a great, great start. Once again, a slow start for Fortune Smilers here on Mystery Heroes.
Yeah, and they've now officially lost every one of their starting picks. So everyone now forced onto new characters. Super BH not going to be unhappy with this choice of the Reinhardt, trying for the pin. Just clips the outside of the Diva, but does at least get the DMAC off. Going to be able to protect the rest of the team with the shield, but has to also balance it with the Deadeye. Leaves the poor long-lived Pain there, because not living up to that. Eventually does get the counter pin for a bit of retribution, but does not want to give up this Reinhardt. Has built up to the Shadow, going to throw it out immediately on almost no HP, but still confirms the pin at the end of it as their final dying contribution to the fight. But is still Fortune Smellers struggling to find any progress in here, and the ultimates building up for Comic Relief.
They did kill both healers here, so Jinxie has to be careful. You don't want to lose that Diva if you can. Like I said, both healers will change now. Long Live Pain onto the Zen for Fortune Smilers. Flops almost up towards that Nano Boost. On the other side, though, Comic Relief, did they... No, Hover changed heroes. She was playing something else. They were playing something else. P5001, of course, gets right back on his trusty Lucio.
Going to be happy about that, especially on Ilio as well, with the opportunity to get some boops and a nice beat to reinforce the squad and get back towards them right now. You do not want to lose Jinxie, especially on that low HP, with that Reaper around, and wasn't able to mitigate all of that. Unfortunately, was caught on the wrong side. Nano Boost also committed here by Fortune Spellers, but it seems to be working for them. They've got the picks that they needed to. It took them 99%, but BH immediately back onto Hazard. It's not the monkey, but he's certainly comfortable on this character. And there is going to at least be some percentage brought up for our team in red.
Yeah, the power of having a flexible main tank here. The Hazard, a hero a lot of players would not be that familiar with, but Super BH happy to apply his trade here on the Scotsman and able to do so very effectively. This is what I'm talking about. Jinxie on the Doomfist, how comfortable are you on that character? It's not a character that's in every tank's locker, so we'll have to wait and see what she can get done, or otherwise make it a short life. Jinxie drops off the map, but as we discussed before, she will respawn on Doomfist again here. You cannot feed the hero away to get a reset.
Yeah, I don't know if that was something that Jinxie was unaware of or if that was just an accidental play. I mean, like you say, Doomfist is one of those very difficult players, or very difficult heroes that even the most experienced tanks often just neglect because they're like, I do not have the hours to commit to learning one hero like that. So going to be coming back in, tries to jump up to the high ground, obviously not comfortable eventually is going to give that away with the percentage time left to be able to reinforce once more. But the rest of Comic Relief, again, rebuffed down towards their side of the field, being hunted right now. Fortune Smellers looks very comfortable on this hero selection.
There we go, Monkey now for Jinxie, almost up to the Primal Rage as well. Duplicate available for Blue. We saw what Luke could do on that hero with that spell, so he'll be hoping to do something similar here. Lots of vaults. We've got the double Life Weaver, a classic here. 2 trees of life, forest of life as it were, but it doesn't matter. They've already lost one. Super BH popping off in a big way. Stalker with the Death Blossom as well. Makes short work of the second of the 2 Life Weavers.
And now Jinxie has a difficult job ahead because, you know, the one character you really don't want to have the monkey against is the Reaper, and Stalker has done a great job of staying alive on that. Doesn't have to worry about the limits. Lymoros trying to get a nice sneaky angle on this newly acquired Sombra, and is going to be cut off from the rest of the team, so needs to pick this moment well. But at least got to put some pressure on the payload, or at least on the point. Tries to take the challenge out there, just escapes. But has at least secured another fight for the team and given some space. Jinxie trying to find the lone Zenyatta at the back. It gets taken out, but the rest of the team has so little HP. The Transcendence comes through to back everyone else up. Fortune Smellers, they're coming away with this. Desperate EMP at the end there from Lime Oros, but there's no follow-up, and just a flitting Mercy and a desperate Kiriko here left to try and keep this alive. They can't get the extra touch. And for the first time, we get to see Fortune Smellers come off the better here in this Mystery Heroes variation.
Yeah, they got the right hero on the right player. Super BH on that hazard looked untouchable. As we've seen him look on a lot of heroes so far, but he was able to just carve them up on the front line, and it was actually Comic Relief this time out who felt like they were lacking that discipline, never really grouping up as a unit effectively. Only the last team fight, when it was a late scramble, Lima was having to go on the flank just to get the touch, just to keep the game alive, and unfortunately they did not have the killing power on the front line. Now they do respawn here. Jinxie on the Orisa. They've got the Illari, not a hero that every support player is comfortable on. And they've got Blue on the Bastion. So the potential for a surprise ton of damage here if Fortune Smilers are not careful.
Yeah, Illari is thankfully one of those characters that even if you're not super comfortable on it, you can get innate value just from having the pylon out in a good position and going to tick in there. The diving Junkrat from the top, rebuffed there by the push from the Illari, but it kind of sends the opponents down towards the teammates who also were forced to drop, and now it's a hard contest. Super BH jumping in with the Junkrat at that stage means that he and Stalker are able to wreak a havoc and gonna even boot the Orisa out. A gold or not, you're kind of trapped in the wrong spots, and the damage laid out is not just from the turret of Bastion. Stalker obviously showcasing that he loves this hero. Fortune Smellers again at an early start.
Blue on the fray here, though. This is a pretty key pick potentially, but it's all about this man right here. If they get to kill this kill, this will be huge. One hit, not able to get it down, but eventually Lime Oros tracks them down on the venture, but they lose two. In the meantime, BLX finding P5001, finding Blue, and Flops will take down Shinx. He was forced back onto the Doom here. The timing is not great for them, and Super BH comes out on the Zarya. Playstyle will have to be adapted here, but they'll feel confident behind the Russian weightlifter.
I mean, SG Flops there. Just gotta say, Blue would have loved to have kept up the Freya, but gonna do work with the Widowmaker straight away. And SG Flops, I was just saying, did such a good job to protect the Ashe on the high ground there to keep them both alive. But I mean, right now, into the point, takes out P501. As Zenyatta is not the person who can survive through that in any shape or form, and gonna claim the other support as well. So Jinxie now with Ramacho, a very durable character, but not when you got nothing to sustain you. And Stalker continues the rampage here. So grateful for this Junkrat pickup and using it to full efficacy in this match.
Again, just back and group, please, gents. You've got an opportunity to get back in here. It's only 50% burnt on the clock with that recap there. Stalker is too far forward. He needs to get punished there, but he is going to get back. The cover is there. Nice job from the Fortune Smilers, but they've got Graviton Surge here. They're only fighting into the Dragon Strike, and there that goes now as well. So plenty to work with. He actually finds a kill with that. Great work from Blue.
And it is the important support. Stalker also going to fall here for the side of Fortune Smeller. So Graviton Surge thrown out there. The Genji dashes out, but they've still caught the Hanzo. Unfortunately, with only a single person there, there's enough heals to sustain this. Heals going to be brought in from the other side, as was the Transcendence was dropped. And Jinxie, though, has isolated, separated off these targets. The Corner's mate's got the Zenyatta and does get that kill for their benefit. But Super BH is maybe the target you wanted to prioritize. Is so comfortable on this high charge Zarya, able to charge through with confidence onto this Hanzo, tracks him down. That's the third kill of the fight, and Stalker are going to be happy to swap to the Bastion. So barely a fight left here for Comic Relief if they want to take away what should be a given against Fortune Smellers.
Oh, but this is good timing now. Jinxie on the Diva when it matters most. Oh, the Bastion low, but not taken down. Stalker 1 HP, but still in the fight. Will get healed up here. No, Hover tracks him down in the Brig and takes him down. Orbital Ray over the top is going to help them secure the kill on the Bob, and Diva on the point here with the ultimate. Will pop it straight down. That'll buy time and give the remake, but Blue, he's dropped in the back line right now. It's not looking good for the Blue team.
Yeah, there's no cohesion. Like you said, the single fights together is not coming out. And Super BH even absorbing the bowler shot out from what Lime Oros could bring in as a desperate last attempt. Fortune Smellers tick it down. It was never 100-0, but it was a good confident start to their rematch here. And it was the 1 point that Comic Relief took quite handedly in their first matchup.
Yeah, I think you've got to just brush that one aside if you're Comic Relief. That is what happens sometimes on this game mode. Super BH got this hero at exactly the right time to take the map their way, and they kind of never looked back from dominating the second half of this map so effectively. Then he gets put onto the Zarya. You kind of need to, I think, in this mode, prioritize heroes, player combos a little bit as an opposing team. Figure out who's the big problem child, potentially, and in this case it was Super BH, on that Hazard and then also on the Zarya. You can't let him do what he wants. So unfortunate there. Also just again that little bit of ill discipline from Comic Relief, not grouping up, not playing the fundamentals correctly. And they're getting punished for it in a big way. But like I said, you sweep this one under the rug and you go next to a place where you've got a little bit more opportunity to play to your strengths.
Yeah, I think you're right in terms of you would ideally love to remove anyone from the characters of choice. Unfortunately, there was the problem of Super BH having quite a diverse hero roster in terms of the tank. So you've got maybe like a 1 in 3 chance of him not being on a character he's super comfortable with. Yeah. And then I think you were more spot on with the second one, was the lack of group up. You mentioned as the Diva came out from Jinxie, it's like, this is the perfect time for it. They got a Bastion against it. But then Jinxie never got to see the Bastion. The Bastion was busy taking on your Torbjorn in the high ground. Oh, sorry, it was against the Junkrat, I believe, of Lime Oros. And you would be like, okay, I would love to have a little bit of free space there for the Junkrat to work so I can use the defense matrix while he puts in the damage. But Jinxie was busy contesting the points. And there was never that coalition of the two of them to utilize it and kind of take systematic fights as they went. They kind of all spread up chasing different targets. And that does not work in any form of Overwatch. So certainly proves to the detriment here of Comic Relief. And they're going to have to find a different strategy. Now the more interesting one, we go across to me and the girlies, the Seraphim comps.
I presume that's a reference of some kind, right? To a lyric or the name of a song or an album or something. I don't know anything about K-pop, so I'm fighting a losing battle here. But it is, of course, the Le Seraphim heroes that you can pick from. I don't know the list. There's 10 of them, and Diva is the only tank. So it's going to be Diva versus Diva on King's Row here. So I think Jinxie will feel pretty confident in her ability to execute on this hero, especially, and all around them they'll have options. You've got Ashe, you've got Tracer, you've got Illari, Kiriko, Brigitte, and Sombra. I think that's most of them. I
got the list here, if you need.
Go for it.
Mercy and Juno, Diva, Ashe, and Illari was the second collab. And then the first 5 were Kiriko, Sombra, Brig, Diva, and Tracer. So a vast array of support characters, Mercy, Juno, Illari, and Brig. Your DPS, a little bit, and Kiriko are involved in that. So I think that's 6 of the 10 are support. Only Diva. And then in terms of DPS, you've got Ashe and Sombra and Tracer. So that's it. This is going to be a very hunt the backline based composition, I guess.
Yeah, but you've got some backline heroes there who are very comfortable in that role. Kiriko, happy to be a target of diving. Who else? Mercy, not ideal, but I don't expect we'll see much of her. Juno, another hero who's okay, being put under pressure in the backline. So it's going to be tough. Diva not a great dive hero in the traditional sense either. Yes, she's got the opportunity to play aggressive, but she doesn't dive like a Winston or a Doomfist or a Hazard, where she goes over the top and pounces on a backline player. You kind of play a neutral zone and then pounce straight through onto targets, and that's what you'll see a lot here. Micro missiles popped, flying at a target, looking to secure that kill. It is going to be Ashe Tracer for the one side and Ashe Sombra for the other. Interested to see how long they stick with that. I like the Sombra here, especially since you know you're going up against a Diva. I think it's a pick that can get a lot of value. Jinx is going to have to be careful here. Both teams running the Brig Juno. That makes a ton of sense. Actually, a meta support combo at the moment anyway.
Yep. The Juno gives you the speed to get around the Brig. Knowing what your DPS and your tank option is going to be against you is great to create that space. And priority now for the Ashes are going to be onto the Juno to mitigate most of the healing available right now. And it is going to be our attacking side of Fortune Smellers who drops that first kill. So they at least will have the time to be able to regroup and come back in there. But Blue is the character to watch right now. Obviously very comfortable on the Ashe in the most cases of Overwatch, so certainly going to be a nice reliable person. BLX going to have to return the favor if he wants to create any sort of space for his team.
No Torbjörn for BLX. That's something we have to keep in mind. It's a hero. He's been very, very comfortable on running, but now we're going to have to dig a little bit deeper into his hero pool. But Blue, he's playing with fire here. He needs to be careful not to get caught out here, getting pushed back, but the cover is there, and he's made some space for his team here. Headshots galore for the Ashe player. Look at that bomb already at the ready. That's another team fight one, a minute off the clock burnt already. He might even go for more here. Good cover from Jinxie with the D-Matrix as well to make sure Blue doesn't feed his life away, and they'll get the D-Make as well.
And that's the thing is we've said Jinxie loves this Diva character, so I'm certainly going to be happy with the team comps and the rest of the team able to just stabilize behind them. Very difficult for Fortune Smellers to come in there, and it is that difference between how Blue and BLX is able to find value right now. BLX is still at less than 50% on that ult charge. Stalker still looking for an opportunity into this, does go visible in the air, maybe baits out that he can go in over the top. There's the hack, and it finally takes out this Pestum Ashe of Blue. Pulse Bomb sticks by Lama Oros, takes out one of the supports, but they still have the SG flops coming in there, being able to sustain up, and Super BH is going to have all the freedom now to try and challenge us. It is a mech into the air for the self-destruct coming down, and it is the first life. Nearly got the squish on it, hacked up once more, and this is what we were saying about Stalker. Has that job, that's entirety of that is to make life harder for the Diva, and has done so well with it. Good shield bash comes out from Long Live Pain to get back
rally.
now with the rally to come back into the fight. Still on very low HP, gonna keep up that big chunky shield and managed to go back in there. On the other side, you've got to worry about the orbital ray giving more damage, and of course that healing consistently. It gets Diva out of the mech, but he uses the self-destruct, gets back in and takes out his opponents on the other side. Frenetic fight show on the points, and seems like Fortune Smellers, they don't want to give away considering they've got themselves the first little bit. What a whip shot! Potato once more finds value, and that might be all she wrote there for Fortune Smellers as they fight with whatever's left here. Oh no, the shield bash just not out of it, and actually Fortune Smellers, they stabilized and with the fewest resources they had.
I had no idea who was going to win that right up until it's not even finished yet. Actually, Brigitte under pressure here. Diva set up on the point nicely here. Will they secure the kill on the Brig? Maybe, but this is just about buying time now, really. You've lost your whole backline. Jinxie going to get demeched here and taken down. So a good hold here ultimately from Comic Relief, but at the end they get taken down. But they'll be happy. They really bought themselves a lot of time with that drawn out team fight. 1.5 minutes, I think, something along those lines. But now it gets tough here. The streets phase. Sombra's got space to move, but they catch him out. Stalker taken down, but they trade out P5001, and Tracer going to get back into the fight a lot quicker than P5001 will, and they're pushing through this choke, under the arch there. If you can force your fight before that, it's a really, really hard place to push through once your opponents are set up.
Yeah, that's a great play coming out there. Stalker taking the aggressive angle. BLX trying to get back into cover, but just misses the archway and instead gets caught out. Blue commits the bob to it as well, gets 2 picks. So this will be all that Fortune Smellers can get right now, and they're not quite through the archway enough to be comfortable, but they have at least, I mean, this is still, they've kind of forced into this position, and Comic Relief can take up that forward position and start hammering out damage. In fact, Blue finds the long-range kill onto the counterparts of the Ash.
He needs to play more defensively, though, really. So often I'm seeing, from Jinxie's perspective, Blue in front of her. And yes, she's Baby Diva now, don't get me wrong, but there's been that first team fight that they lost was because Blue was too far forward. He's got so much ability to find damage on this hero. He just needs to play a tiny bit more. Oh, nice stick. He gets a free collateral as well in the form of SG's flops. Lime Horos with a perfect pulse bomb there. Even picks up a cheeky triple.
I mean, that was from distance as well. Got the arch, got the time delay, let them walk into it. That is class level at the end of the day. And I mean, it's keeping Fortune Smellers back. The big call now. The EMP ready to go. Stalker looking for the opportunity, spies out and takes the time to check when the team is going to be here. Even resets that invisibility, waits for everyone to be in position. Super BH, though, is already engaged, far in front of the other team, but it is certainly distracting enough to create this opening. And Stalker does pick up the first kill. Super BH gets the second. And both of your supports are out of this. Jinxie getting one with the self-destruct, and it means Fortune Smellers, they've got to clean up whatever kills are left with this HP pool now diminishing at a rapid rate. Jinxie is not an easy target, especially if you're a Somber. That armor doing so much to mitigate it, but eventually gets turned around. Super BH called back into the action, and now with that remake opportunity, it's somehow still Fortune Smellers who comes out the better.
Yeah, that Sombra not going down twice there was key. Secured another couple of kills. Lime Oros going to be dropped low, forced out, but Super BH full HP now with the second life available, with the self-destruct. But Stalker is dominating from the top line here, taking down Blue, a key kill for this Comic Relief squad, and now they look to push forward and secure a quick cap. But this is good work from Lime Oros, buying a little bit of space here on the point, but it's going to be tough to get in and contest here for Comic Relief.
Such a nice division of duty right now between your hit squad in the front line of Super BH and Stalker, and then on the other side you've got the three stabilized in the background. Good. The orbital ray, was that cancelled out?
It was cancelled. Yeah, no orbital ray in this team fight.
Oh, that must have been from the pop of the rally and the shield bash into that from Long Live Pain. So
no, he was hacked. He was hacked.
Oh, the hack! Even better. I mean, regardless of how it happens, and now BLX, he's got the bob on point. So does Blue, though, and the two of them hammering in damage. This is an overtime level fight, and Blue just manages to get back. Somebody not able to spot them out, but his removal from the team fight gives the space for Fortune Speller. It is going to be the remake forced out, but that remake at least clears the way. It's great contest coming out from Lime Ross, dancing and diving around the point, even with Brig around to put in that damage. Great dynamite over the top as well. Takes down the opponents and takes down Long Live Pain. This is actually Fortune Spellers, but it's this team, this duo that has been so pivotal before. They've got to fight this out. They've got the Juno involved as well this time to be able to keep them up. Somehow still Jinxie stays alive for a long time to buy this out, but they're not getting the kills that they need, and Fortune Speller is going to eventually be able to take down person after person, secure point number 2, and reset that clock.
Stalker, man, what a flipping nuisance in the backline. We didn't see much of him there, but he was constantly pressuring. You just saw out of the bottom corner of the screen those 3 little lines that indicate the hack coming off on targets as they look to recontest, and that EMP perfectly timed to help them secure this point. Now they'll get aggressive here. There we go, once again, Stalker putting the pressure on Blue. If Blue's not finding value, it's so hard for Comic Relief to win these team fights, and they're trying to deal with Stalker in the back, and then it's Super BH in the front, and oh my god, Hover taken down. Such great work from these two, as you mentioned, Al.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the communication that comes out. Optimistic pulse self-destruct goes through, does at least manage to take out one of the supports, though. So again, Fortune Smellers, they've got enough time to reset if they do lose this fight, but instead decide to double down on it, commits on with the rally. They're going to keep going. The Inspire is going mad right now, keeping up Super BH. Does lose his mech eventually, but looking to get that remech back into this fight. He's still a little bit of distance away from it, but staying alive right now actually could get this. Comic Relief, they're being the ones turned away.
you got the remake off there, Super BH, so he's back in his ultimate form now, and he's got the self-destruct, so they're not securing these kills when they've got the advantage. The healing is so good from the Fortune Smilers backline. They're able to keep their players alive in dangerous situations, and there's the EMP over the top now, getting aggressive. They're trying to get that kill on Lime Oros, and they do just that. They might be able to just eke the cap here in overtime.
Self-destruct this time forced out. He's going to be able to claim the mech on the other side. Jinxie now without that pivotal tool. Instead, they're going to have to rely on the healing coming out from this orbital array. But Comic Relief feels like they're desperate into this fight. They're throwing whatever they can, and they can't lock down a target. Once more, Sombra TPing out, and with the Bob in the center of the point now, can just cover the entire area. It's once more a desperate attempt by Lime Oros to try and stabilize this point. Gets a couple more meters. He dives back in. No recall to call for. Instead, Comic Relief, anything else to throw at it? No! It is taken over time, but Fortune Smellers picks up all 3 points.
Very resilient display there from Fortune Smilers. Felt like they were behind in a lot of these team fights, but between Super BH, Stalker, and one of the healers, there always seem to be enough to just push them over the line in these team fights. Comic Relief, they'll be kicking themselves a little bit. They've had every opportunity to stop them at different points, middle of streets, just before that second point, and now just before this final point as well. But at the end of the day, there's just that something extra that Fortune Smilers has right now as we head into the Comic Relief attack here. We'll have to wait and see what they can get done, but that's Sombra, man. Stalker, such a difficult hero to play into, and doing an excellent job of punishing the Comic Relief backline.
You know, I gave Stalker a little bit of grief earlier about him spending too long in fights and getting picked off at the end of it while he's trying to confirm a kill. But here he showed a lot more temperament, and with that synergy with Super BH, you could see it at the end there. I mean, they kind of targeted, the moment that stands out to me is they targeted Hover on the Juno, and it was Stalker starting off the fight and throwing the virus on there, and then you just saw Super BH dive in from the left
flying
hand side
across the map,
flying through the entire team, going, this is the target we've chosen. We're both dedicating onto it, eliminates that key pick, and the rest of the fight then kind of collapses and crumbles around it. It's that hit squad that are working so in synergy that's proving to be the difference right now. Whether they can stabilize it and use that aggression now without overextending on this defensive point is my big question.
We'll have to wait and see. Eyes on Blue here as well. Still rocking the Ash. Still a solid player, but needs to be careful now with Stalker in the backline and also just overextending too far forward. You can see the effect Blue's having. Every shot that comes through has the opportunity to take chunks of HP off and give space for Limeros to find picks, but at the moment they're just not quite hooking it up here. The recall, unlucky, goes forward with the recall, and Limeros pays with his life.
Yeah, that was just timing it out wrong. BLX is going to go down on the other side, but they claimed Blue as well. So both Ashes, and again, Stalker early out of the fight, gets back in and then has the hack ready to go. They're even going to torch up on Jinxie on the smallest bit of HP. He's going to get back towards the team, but you almost want to die there and get your mech back in. Now has to use the Bunny Blaster to try and earn herself another mech. Does actually come in and claims SG Flops. Maybe this is a bit of hubris that's cost the Fortune Smellers, and now they've got to face the onslaught, the retribution of Comic Relief, who's charged in there. Super BH goes back around, trying to back up once more in the air. Optimistic shot from Blue, and the attention drawn away. Costs him his life as Super BH pounces, and Fortune Smellers somehow still hold.
Yeah, I've seen this movie before, Alt, and I know how it ends. It ends with the blue team going back to spawn the quick way here. Once again, we're going to torture poor Jinxie here. No, SG Flop says, nah, we don't even need to worry about that. In fact, who was it? I think it was Flops who got mowed down by Jinxie. She's like, I'm not taking the risk, guys. Let's just get rid of the baby demon.
Yeah. And now again, Comic Relief, they've burnt off half their time. Again, Lime Oros trying to find a way through the side passage to get onto the point, but it's been awareness constantly from Long Live Pain. Stalker at pivotal point has now gone in without any sort of backup, and a great dynamite to start off here from Blue has put everyone under pressure, only just missing that shot, but gets the second one, takes out both of the supports, and with ultimates in hand, Comic Relief going to be able to clinch out this first point. BH still lingering around, waiting to see, and voids, in fact, the chasing Diva on the other side. Jinxie trying to get this, realizing that there's no healers for Super BH to retreat, so it doesn't even have a health pack, but it's actually maybe gone a little bit too fast. They have at least confirmed the payload into their progress. Now they're just looking to win the next fight before it even begins.
They've got the pulse Spawn should be a key pick. They need to be careful of the defense matrix. And Limo's now dropping low, gets onto the health, almost hacked out there, but great work. P5001, they're popping off on the front line. Can't play as Lucio, forced into the brig, and showing us why that might be a boon rather than an issue. But Blue still popping off. If you can keep Blue alive, if you can keep himself alive, like this is what I'm seeing a lot, right? Blue getting a little bit over aggressive. Yes, they're playing an aggressive style right now, trying to get that final pick, but it's risky to put yourself out in harm's way like that, and it wouldn't be the first time I've seen Blue die in team fights because he's overextended.
Yeah, it's a very different approach by the two teams, where it was the Diva and Sombra going forward. What the Sombra talk about that? That is a huge EMP over the top to start the team fight. Morris eventually drops the pulse bomb, and it takes out one, but it's not enough at all to turn the tides of this fight. Everything else held here by Fortune Smellers. They dropped themselves an orbital ray there just to keep themselves topped up as they clean off the rest of the kills. But when you've got two other ultimates, and nearly a third on the board, Fortune Spellers finally stabilized, and this is where they were threatened in the previous round.
Yeah, this is a tough corner to try and get through, fighting into two ultimates as well. No support ult, but Rally almost ready, fighting into the orbital ray and the self-destruct. So both Divas should be able to stay alive for quite a long time in these team fights, but they just need to watch for picks here. Stalker is milling around the backline, and if he can get a catch, it'll be a quick fight. But they start with the Bob here, and there is the orbital ray. They just want to kick or the healing, but once again, they find that opening pick. They do counter out the Bob, but yeah, they're losing players at a rate of knots here.
Yeah, a self-destruct for a Bob is not the trade that you wanted to be forced into. And again, it's the Sombra difference here. Jinxie having such a hard time keeping themselves alive, and with the mobility and defense matrix requisite for a Diva to really find any sort of purchase. Again, a late stagger going to come out desperately looking for some pick-out kill. The Comic Relief, they burn off another 30 seconds off their clock, and in fact more, nearly a minute here with that late stagger. Okay.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. Morris is looking for something in the backline here. This is a lot of space. If his team can force a team fight now, this is actually pretty advantageous for them. We'll have to wait and see if they've got the numbers here. Morris is even going to get all the way out here, and they pop the orbital ray now. They want to get a couple of picks on the front line while the back line was contested, but they've grouped up nicely, and the orbital ray is not going to secure them the team fight victory.
Yeah, Fortune Smellers, they just hot-footed it out of that region, realizing they didn't have the numbers. And with that orbital ray, they get now a free ultimate against them, and they get to pop their defensive ultimate themselves. They've got the rally up and smashes into the face of Blue to take him out again. A little bit too far forward there. Morris once more got to find purchase with that pulse bomb, but there's still, again, this deficit of numbers on the point means that Morris tickling their opponents, struggling to confirm any kills, and has to get out of dodge right now, leaving once more poor Jinxie, and poor Jinxie again on 6 HP. Once more, SG Flop's gonna get a punishment for that earlier crime against me.
Does feel like they're letting SG Flops get that revenge every time, teaching Jinxie a lesson. Stalker, though, on the other side of the map, once again finding picks all by himself. 1-2 kills already. Jinxie will get that kill, but you'll take that trade any day of the week, because it's not like with 30 seconds left, they're going to get a quick team fight off the bat here. So Comic Relief in big trouble here. They've got Bob, but they're fighting into EMP. They're fighting into Bob. It's going to be a tough ask for Comic Relief to win this one out.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing. Stalker was available to go for that aggressive play just to build up that EMP. Bob's thrown early into this, but hacked up straight away. The entire attention. Poor Bob out of the mix, and EMP over the top. Perfectly timed. Super BH unleashes hell onto the face of their opponents. Comic Relief, they came in with everything that they could. There was a self-destruct on the point, but returned in kind here by Super BH, and it's just the solo Diva. It was such a common thread throughout this match. Oh, that's the last person alive on the point, and it just happened too often. Pulse bomb once more, this time counted out by the rally. Long live pain. And again, it's now just they're trying to touch. Just get anyone on there. Blue with their late swap onto the Sombra. There's got to be one more body to literally hit the side of the cart. But Fortune Smellers, after what seemed to be some tight moments, come off the better 2 matches in a row.
It's just clutchability, it feels like, right? They're just constantly managing to win these team fights. How often do you see this, by the way? A brig player of the game, P5001. If nothing else, he can hold on to this because his team are not winning this map, unfortunately for him, but great from him. Great work, it has to be said as well, from Lime Oros, I think. Stand-up player in this round. It was kind of fighting against the tide a little bit, but unfortunately for him and the rest of Comic Relief, they don't seem to have the rhythm in this match. It feels like they're not grouping up effectively. They're really struggling to protect the back line. And Lime Oros is trying to put the same kind of pressure on the other side, but Stalker and Stalker and Super BH are working together a lot better than the front line of Jinxie and Lime Oros are. Part of that is the hero composition. Part of that is perhaps a playstyle mismatch. I think Stalker and Super BH are cut from the same cloth. Both tanks who play an aggressive style. Jinxie and Lime are struggling to find the same level of efficacy.
Sorry, my cat says hi again. Sorry, he's been quite a prevalent part of this. You're right. And I think the difference here is not necessarily the Tracer versus Sombra. I do feel like Sombra was the slightly more potent pick there, simply because of the hack onto the Diva provided so much difficulty. But it's also the style of how you use those 5 characters that were available. They were so similar between the two of them. And while Fortune Smellers, they decided that their kill squad, their forward front line to hunt everyone down, was the Sombra and the Diva. It meant that the backline was so stable now. You've got a Juno who's hard to lock down, a Brig to knock away anyone challenging you, and then it's kind of the 2 protect 1 of the Ashe who can then just hammer in damage whenever they are uncontested and has the sight lines to back up any more of the aggressive front line. On the other hand, it felt more that Comic Relief was going for the Diva's going to go in with an Ashe at most of the stages, and then maybe backed up by one of the supports. And that meant that the Ashe was so often caught out when they tried to back up into the rest of the team that you just found Blue a couple of times, the casualty, and then Jinxie was left alive because either your backline has disappeared, and Lime Oros was there and thereabouts, but as you say, it was kind of chipping away against the very stable, very strong backline. He's not doing too much against the Diva as long as the armor's up there. Couldn't really lock down the Sombra, and so you got Sombra down to very low HP consistently, but then just escaped.
Yeah.
There was no confirmation of kills.
Yeah, and that's a problem we've seen from this team. Also, on the previous map, Ilios as well, it felt like they got into these positions where they should have won the team fight, but they just struggled to secure those final kills. And credit to Stalker again, able to really ride the edge of what that hero is capable of, Sombra, in for just long enough to not die and get out. So really frustrating hero to try and deal with, even in its new guise as not quite the backline assassin that it's been in the past. Stalker made it look as hard to deal with as it's ever been, but worth remembering, of course, they were limited by the options they had, right? Both teams limited to choose from 10 heroes. You couldn't switch off the Diva. Your supports, you had quite a few options, but for damage, the only alternative you had there was, who was it? It was Tracer,
No, it was just
Sombra,
those 3.
Cass, right?
And
Yeah,
Ashe.
it was just
Ashe.
those 3.
Yeah,
Ashe,
that's it.
sorry. Yeah, so you kind of got to work with what you've got there. And once again, Fortune Smilers are just the more adaptable of the teams they play against so far.
Yeah, I think they just understood the kill conditions that came with that minimized roster. I mean, they kind of both understood that the support lineup. It's not like they were all just kind of trying to play their favorite heroes. Both teams, and at no stage did I feel like anyone was uncomfortable on the heroes that they were forced to play. Jinxie is a very well-known diva, so certainly was comfortable on that. And Lime pick up the Tracer a couple of times already in this series or the weekend. So everyone was playing good heroes. It was they just were limited, as you say, as to, okay, this isn't currently working, or they're executing their dive a little bit better. Let's change up to something that counters out the dive. But that wasn't the option. Now it was just we need to adjust our own personal movements through the map. We now go, of course, onto what Comic Relief is fearing will be their last opportunity into it. And so they get the pick into this. They're going to be taking Overwatch DLC, so a far more diverse roster of heroes. And then on the other side, Fortune Smellers, they're going to pick up Suravasa, something that they were actually forced off of in their previous engagement against the Comic Relief side.
Yeah, no no Torbjorn, no Diva, in terms of heroes we just saw played. So no Tracer. So you've kind of got to respond now with what you've got. As you say, a lot less restrictive than some of the other map types or wildcards, sorry. A lot of the original Overwatch heroes are not that hot in the meta. I think the big ones are the likes of Winston, who's not going to be able to pick here. He's been very popular. And that's pretty much it as far as I can think of. Cass, another hero that gets picked up quite frequently, but not going to be able to get picked here. But for the most part, the heroes that have come out since 2016's release of Overwatch 1 have been pretty consistently very relevant meta-wise. So you've got so many options here. Every every play style is relevant here. You can play dive, you can play brawl, you can play rush, you can do whatever you want here. There's just like 20 heroes that you can't choose from, or however many there were in the original game. So one thing it does do is it takes out the likes of Pharah, takes out the likes of Genji. So those are another couple of key heroes that you can't pick from. Zen, Mercy as well. But for the supports, I think those will be the least effective. The only big one is Lucio, not in the game. But you can replace that with Juno. Juno Brig's been very popular. Kiriko, Ana, all very, very popular supports. So the teams will be pretty comfortable with what they are able to run here on map number 3.
You know, a fun little stat that's come out. We're currently sitting at 43 heroes, and 21 were available in the original game. So that's all the way up to... Wait, Anna's definitely part of that. This is not in chronological order. But a quick Google search shows that there are roughly half the roster available, and surprising sometimes to see which of those characters were available in the beginning. But now you definitely have enough flavor. With that typical power creep that you have across games, you have maybe the more potent of the heroes available. Certainly far more mobility dominates it. And so I think both teams going to have at least someone that they can come into. And this really does come down to your individual choice. And on a flash map like this, you do want to have...
This is not correct. P5001 is currently...
Hang on. We're not counting reworks again, guys. This is not catching us once more.
Lucio hasn't changed since release, right? He's been very consistent. Tracer, another one who's been very, very consistent. So somebody should say something here before we get started with the Lucio. Okay. They've all noticed that Lucio is in when he shouldn't be. So I presume we're gonna have a restart or something. Because Lucio was absolutely 100% in the game at release. I guess we just go with what we've got here for now, Alt. I don't know who makes decisions on this, but something is definitely not right here.
Stalker has called for a pause, please, because I think he's spotted this out. If anyone was going to notice it, Stalker has been playing this game for long enough to go, hang on, that is definitely not one of the heroes that was available at launch. So going to be looking what comes out here. And certainly, Lucio not allowed, right? He's released hero. There we go. Lucio 100% not allowed. There we go.
That's me. I said that. You. I don't have the power to make that decision.
I mean, it's still allowed. It's a voice of reason into this chaotic lobby. We need it for this weekend.
DQ.
There we go. Take him out.
Stalker wants him banned. He wants P5001 banned, I guess, for picking a banned hero. But yeah, that's, Overwatch is funny. Some of these workshop codes, you get them working, and then all of a sudden you've got the April Fool patch running, and nobody quite understands why that's happening. So hopefully they'll get that all sorted out fast here. It looks like we are jumping in. I'm guessing somebody just quickly, off the top of their head, was like, what heroes were in? Yeah, this hero was in. Lucio wasn't in, right? No, Lucio was 100% in at release.
The amazing one to me that always surprises me that wasn't there on release is Ana. It was the first character.
She was the first hero. Yeah.
She was the first hero added after Overwatch 1 was in there. We had all the way up to Genji, and the fact that it came out after May is impressive to me. So 21 heroes taken out of the roster, and with Freya introduced now, 22 available. So we are going to change it up, and maybe changes up the play style here instead. Going to go instead for that Ana, really pushing the limits of what's available, but no mobility here for comic relief as they go through, and that's going to make Jinxie's life a lot harder. Instead, going for the pick potential, Blue on the Freya, Lime Oros on the Venture means that everyone from the back line is going to have to be careful, but it's a difficult back line to jump in there. Again, you've got the mirror of the previous match. The Brig and the Juno are going to provide a lot of sustainability for BLX there, and Stalker and Super BH once more going to link up this time with Super BH on the ball.
Yeah, That is some scary stuff here. Last time it was Super BH on the ball, it was fragile Overwatch on this map, and boy did he make this hero look very, very strong. And I feel like every time we watch him, he is the kind of defining factor on this hero on these maps as so often. And there we go. Once again, he gets in the mix there, helps secure the kill onto blue, and this is going to be a really, really tough fight and match for Comic Relief here, as they have to contest with Stalker and Super BH on very, very scary heroes.
I mean, this was exactly the same sort of start that we saw the last time these two teams matched up. Of course, that was fragile Overwatch, and Super BH was able to pile drive through everyone. Now, then eventually, Comic Relief was able to adapt to the fact that he was able to be picked off and punished when he was stuck around for a little bit too long. They're not going to have the same luxury in here, and they may need to change up their playstyle. So far, no Sombra to talk of them. Instead, they need to kind of rely on, okay, the Mauga is an interesting choice into that. Oh, that's a bad position for you to be in, BLX, and going to be taken out. But a nice counter pick on the other side removes a DPS from both sides. And Super BH now fully in the mix. Dives off the edge of it, actually misses that power driver that they would have wanted to. And Comic Relief going to take full advantage. Oh, that's a bad position for the Juno to be in. But stunned up, drops the mines actually into the corner then. Wait, did he get cancelled out halfway through those mines? I don't see any.
I think he did. I think he got rally cancelled there, right? No.
Yeah.
They don't have the rallies available just yet, so not sure.
Must have been a stomp.
Oh, true. Yeah, Margo must have stomped him there. Unfortunate for him, but he'll be back up towards that ulti very, very soon. But the big one coming in is, of course, that EMP Stalker. 80% towards that now. He could be a key difference maker. He doesn't even need the EMP to be a nuisance, though. As we know, Harver taken down before they can find value. He finds another one, Stalker. He's just making a fool of the backline.
That is so good. This is not the fight you want to take. Mauga is not an easy target for the Sombra, but at least distracts him for long enough. Rally popped here by Comic Relief, realizing that they need to get in. They actually somehow still got the payload on their side, and so they're going to be happy to take up any further percentage, but it's a little too late, it feels like, coming into this. Great bowler shot comes in over the top from Blue, and it's actually equaled this out. Fortune Spellers, they invested a lot, and they were so close to getting the point on their side. They could have stabilized it, and they could have dragged it out. Stalker eventually takes a chunky bullet to the face, and BH would have been able to stall this out for as long as he really wanted to. All he can really do now is buy some time for the teammate. And the boob comes out there, takes out Hover. BH drops the minefield on and is buying so much time for his team to come back in. They have, and they've rallied in the most literal way. Long-lived Pain going to come out there, desperately trying to find some reinforcement. Paxton, they've turned it around. It is going to be Fortune Spellers. They're back on the point with numbers, and they've turned the time into their favor. Comic Relief may have given this up at the last.
Oh my god, how many times have we seen that in this series so far? Kings Row, it felt like so often Comic Relief had the fight under control and they weren't able to get that final kill or two to secure the objective, and there we saw no clearer example of it. Stalker, Super BH, last man standing on the ball. He boops the Venture off the point, which secures them the cap, and then he stays alive for long enough for his team to get back in. Pops the mines down as well. A masterclass of tank play there from Super BH, but now the pressure is on here once again, moving towards point. Fortune Smart is pressured back. Nice work from P5001. Jinxie's had quite a good game on the Mauga so far.
Jinxie's had a phenomenal game on the Mauga there, being able to tank that up and sustain themselves off the chunky hitbox. And I was actually thinking Fortune Smellers had the priority in that fight with the sustainable ults, that of SG Flops and that Orbital Ray, as well as Bob, meant that Comic Relief burst through that immediately, take Flops out of the fight, and it's been the story of the tournament so far here for Fortune Smellers. They're going to be coming back in with wasting no time. They cannot afford to give away too much percentage. They start poking it up, leaving it for BLX, and Super BH already on the point. Here comes the Orbital Ray over the top. The bonus shot confirms Super BH, so great committal of the ultimate, but a tank trade on the other side removes Jinxie from the players, all up to Blue. He's removed. He's actually taken down. SG Flops comes through and says, I'm tired of being the victim. I'm going to be the perpetrator in this fight, and removes him. Limora swapping across to that Sombra has been a big part of why they've been less hassled by Super BH, but it's not enough to keep them with possession of that point.
Yeah, we saw how key this was in the last series, right? Super BH struggling up against Luke Sombra, so they're hoping they can recreate that here, but That's about what that looks like, right? 2 kills instantly. He even pops the ultimate, probably not even necessary here, but he just wants to secure the team fight win. Rolls through Jinxie to take her down as well, and that's going to be it for this team fight. These will be late kills as well, so a total disaster. Already 60% on the clock for for Fortune Smilers.
I mean, you say that wasn't a necessary minefield, but it actually did so much. It kept the Brigitte on one side, it kept the Malgo on another, and they could systematically isolate them and eliminate them. And it means that now 10% left on the board. BH, of course, going to get into the back line and stall out whatever's left. It's up to this Malgo to touch the point. Charges through there, and BH decides to cut this off in the middle. Bolo shot takes out S3 Flops in the beginning. So again, a lower amount of healing, but it's going to be reinforced and backed up by the rally here from Brig. Has to back up a little bit and does eventually get taken down. So Comic Relief have their win condition secured. Doesn't matter what pick Stalk is able to get at the end of this. I don't know if he's going to be able to turn this 1v5 and say Ash also going to be taking towards the hill as BLX tries to avoid the gigantic Samoan. Instead, percentage starts ticking up again. There is going to be one more fight.
One last fight here. What do they have in their locker? They've got the rally, they've got the EMP. They need to start early with that EMP because they're fighting into an EMP from Stalker as well. Nice work from the backline here, trying to keep each other alive, but Stalker will track down and take down Blue, so it's a slow start, but they have to get onto the point, and they don't have a lot of HP. They commit the EMP here, but is anyone going to touch? No, they don't. So a lot committed into this fight for Fortune Smilers, but at the end of it all, they lose the point anyways.
It was Comic Relief that invested a lot there, and you know what? It was worth it at the end. I don't think Fortune Smilers dropped anything. In fact, no, they're still holding on to all three. So it was a desperate ultimate there from Lime Oros with that EMP, and they would have loved to have started this next fight, but it does prove to be now a dangerous situation that they're in. They've got nothing to counter out all three of these ultimates. The big one, of course, being that EMP. It could start everything off here by Stalker. Just has to return to the point. Doesn't even take the time to hack up the health back, taking a long way around and going to be coming in now under the guise of the invisibility. Flashpoint allowed to tick up for just a couple of seconds. In fact, they're going to give away the percentage. They haven't engaged fast enough, but they're looking to just win out the fight cleanly if they can. That's a long distance EMP, but it's killed enough people. Bob also committed onto the points, and this is Fortune Smellers. They take in full control. A more tempered approach is what we like to see out of them, and they don't give away too much at the end of it. 25% isn't enough, but more importantly is their control going forwards.
Yeah, very, very nice play there. Expensive, it has to be said. I think they nanoed there as well. So it was the Ash ult, the EMP, and then the nano boost. So they'll be coming in lean here. Bowler shot, obviously the key ultimate here, but they've got the cage fight as well. So that's quite an interesting combo that we could see come to fruition. But unfortunately, they're fighting into the minefield, and it gets the opening kill. Oh, this is good. That's one. That's two. Great work from Blue.
That's great. Unfortunately, on the other side, is once more the DPS doing work late into a fight or just out of sync with the rest of the team. Naimoros desperately sees 2 low HP targets, tries to go back in there, gets the kill onto Long Live Fade, but it's the trade once and for all, back and forth, these two teams, and that's always going to favor the Fortune Spillers. The Alex now needs to get out, leave Super BH to be the one to contest you. Again, this cage fight is there if they want to lock down the ball with the chain. And it is Comic Relief actually getting back into this fight. They take it up, but Fortune Smellers, they're just buying the time. They need one more effective team fight.
So
this cage.
Hard,
this is going to be the cage. There it is.
Gets the cage, but only gets the one, the Ash, and they might not even secure this kill. No, they definitely will, but they've lost Limoros in the backline. Margot, not done yet. Joe Jinxie once more. She smells blood in the water, but it might be her own as she drops low and is taken down. The anti-heal, hard countering the Maugi there as she looks to get aggressive. Now on the point, Stalker and Co. getting into the mixture. Super BH over the top once again. Blue, the main target. The EMP to counter him out though. He's dropping low, but the healing is there to keep Super BH as healthy as he needs to be. 88%, 90% now on the clock, but they're losing this team fight out.
Yeah, this team fight was just, that cage needed to catch more. With such good movement by S3 Flops there, has struggled to avoid that first salvo from the opponents, but sidesteps it and then is available when the Malga comes out the cage now, lands the perfect grenade onto them, and Jinxie removed from the fights at the most inopportune times. Second point here in the bag for Fortune Smellers. They need a single one, and they got a bit of a buffer. Now comes down to the big press, queue, and hope for both sides.
I'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive about getting onto point here. I think that's what you need to hold on to here as comic relief. Get onto point, get set up, get that opening cap again, and try and draw these team fights out if you need to. But they're coming into this next team fight with a couple of ultis. There's the bonus shot. Hello, Stalker. Get down, Mr. President. But unfortunately, he does go down, but they do trade out the support. Now they get aggressive, though, on the side of comic relief once again.
Oh, and that was big, actually. Caught Stalker mid-ultimate, so the EMP wasted at the beginning of that fight. It was such a, like you say, there was no way you could have expected that to happen, but Comic Relief going to take whatever boons that they can get into this, and full advantage. Here comes the early picks that they needed to, and Fortune Smellers, unfortunately, they dropped all their big impactful ultimates. They dropped the Nano Boost and that as well, and now it's all up to BH and maybe the Bob that can come reinforce, but you've got both support ults to contend with.
Calculated ult, that's what you spam in the chat after that in Rocket League, as you know. But great work from the blue team here once again. Now set up. Jinxie dropping low though, needs to be careful. They have committed the rally here, but they lose Jinxie anyways. This might be problematic for them, having to back up here, but they're not getting pressured too badly for the time being. As I say, the back line just crumples.
Oh, and Blue threw that bowler shot, and it was actually a leap over the top of it by Long Live Pain to avoid it. Being so good at finding those support kills. I mean, that is huge. Super BH and Stalker, this duo that has been unassailable right now. And look at the positioning taken up by Stalker, realizing that if he can get any sort of pick early into this fight as everyone tries to contest. They've been splitting these team fights in two, and that's just too much for Comic Relief to really deal with.
Who's the Sombra here? Is it this guy? Nope, he gets hacked up over the top, but he's going to stay alive. That's the difference between this mode and Fragile Overwatch ult. He would have died there in Fragile Overwatch, and they're struggling to deal with Super BH. It's a really hard hero to handle when played well, and when backed up by the Sombra, it becomes even more impossible. On the front line, Jinxie is having a bad time. The Ana is making it so hard for her to find value. Kiriko is in the game, so it might be worth picking that hero just to give Jinxie a little bit of help, but they're not choosing to do that, and they're running out of time.
And it certainly would give you more contest against the Wrecking Ball, against the slams that come in, against the virus, all of these tools that Fortune Smellers is working. But like you say, it may be just a preoccupation with this current lineup. Once more, split up the fight. The mine's going to make sure no one coming to Jinxie's rescue. And Jinxie falls once more. The hacks are being there. The anti-heal grenades are there. Nano Boost committed at the end of this. And that's it. All three. Ignore the time, guys. We had this problem earlier. This is a 3-0 towards Fortune Smellers. We go back to the lobby, and it's not just at that point. It is the entire match. The clean 3-0, no longer forced to game number 5. Fortune Smellers came in with a plan, and they executed it to perfection.
Yeah, they looked like a totally different team there. It seems like after that first round, they found what works for them, and it's putting on a clinic on frontline, backline, punishment there. I think Stalker and Super BH, I'm interested to see where the Bearded Mercies, how they counter this out. Yes, they beat them in the previous map, but this feels like a different iteration of this team. They found something, and the wild cards might play a huge part in what happens in our grand finals. But in this one, Fortune Smellers, they look like a team that's leveled up.
Yeah. As long as the wild cards don't deny that combo of what Stalker and Super BH can do together, and you got to remember they could do that same sort of style on so many heroes, whether it's something like the Monkey and the Tracer or the Sombra plus one dive tank. You know, Hazard is still in the pool. I have seen Super BH also pull out the Doomfist when time is called for it. So this sort of protect your backline is going to have to be first and foremost in the minds there of the Bearded Mercies, but they've gotten to see this now, certainly giving you some hints there. Go and plan it out. You've got nearly an hour to do that. But really, what a fantastic play coming out there from Fortune Smellers. They've looked strong the entire weekend, and they were sent down to the lower bracket by this same team that they now look to counter out in the grand finals. What a rematch we have on our hands.
And I said it when we watched that match, right? I said I wouldn't be unhappy to see Fortune Smellers come back in the grand finals and take the rematch here, because I think there was enough in that match for us to believe that Fortune Smellers could come out with something even better in the grand finals. And I believe that only more now after we watched them dominate this most recent matchup. I think that is a frontline duo that's really, really difficult to handle. And it's going to be up to the likes of Luke, to the likes of, who's their main tank again? It was was Kay, right, who was subbing in for Anxiety. It's going to be up to the likes of all of those players to find a solution to the problem posed by the two backline snipers on the Fortune Smilers.
Yeah, and props has to be given. The only reason those two have the freedom to go forward like that with confidence is because the other three were able to protect each other so well. We saw SG Flops and Long Live Pain consistently threaten out Lime Oros, who was trying to dive onto the back line, or even the counter dive there by Jinxie was completely mitigated by just the two of them. I mean, Long Live Pain was showcasing that break so often in there, able to boot people around, able to put up that shield and just stabilize. SG Flops, the only time they really got taken out was by long-range snipes, so maybe need to play corners a little bit better. But when there was a full-on engagements, they looked comfortable, and even BLX was utilizing that space given to be able to consistently put in damage or turn the attention on those frenetic little flick shots, even on an Ashe. That is a difficult task to ask. So well done to the entire team. And it asks a question now, Son. Can we fairly give an MVP for this? I know production expects it of us, but this is a tough one.
It is a tough one, but when you think about the story you've been telling throughout this series, it's down to two players on the winning team, right? Yes, it takes a village and all that, but at the end of the day, this was a two-pronged attack that really dismantled the opposing backline. So for me, it's obviously between Super BH and Stalker. We gave it to Super BH in their first matchup. This time, I'm going to have to go the other way and give it to Stalker. I think his Sombra was a revelation for this team, and I wonder if it's going to be the key that unlocks this Grand Finals matchup. But we'll have to wait and see. Stalker, our man of the match here for the Fortune Smilers, the Sombra, a terror to deal with in the backline.
I'm with you every step of the way there. It was really just that recalibration of the limits of the hero, being able to get out under dire circumstances and be able to rejoin the team. Some amazing hacks. He was good consistency with those viruses, a difficult spell to land in most cases. And the EMPs were always on point, covering a large area of the enemies and kind of changed the tempo of the fights. And I mean, the two of them, we saw it on King's Row in the middle of the second point. It was him and BH that had so much work to do, and they stayed through it. And Super BH kind of the job on the Diva at that stage was kind of mitigate damage. It was pretty much up to Stalker to be the one confirming the eliminations, and he did it superbly and quickly and consistently. So fully deserved there, and they'll have to fight it out between the two of them to see if they can try and secure one way or the other in that grand finals, assuming, of course, they win. Big task ahead of them. So, guys, we're going to go and take a little bit of a break now, about 45 minutes while we get that up, and make sure to catch the culmination of the Ringmaster's return, see what sort of prizes are in the goodie bag in terms of the wild card slots. But we're going to take this break. We'll be back just at about 8 o'clock. See you then.
my name. You toil and tumble, you play your games, 'cause I know you don't have what it takes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. I'll build an empire from your mistakes. So try your luck, give me all you got. I only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. So try your luck, give me all you got. I only need one shot. So come and get it, so come and get it. I only need one shot. So come and get it. So try your luck. So try your luck. So come and get it. Give me all you got. So come and get it. I only need one shot. So come and get it. So come and get it.
And here we go for one last time. The grand finals of the Ringmaster's return comes to you live right now. And of course, no, it's not deja vu. We have another chance for the rematch. This time it's going to be Fortune Smillers, who've had a long way to fight through that lower bracket, versus the Bearded Mercies, the guys who knocked them down in the first place and who have stood tall watching all the action throughout the day. For the last time, if you've just joined us, you have missed a phenomenal weekend full of fun and chaotic Overwatch. Ultrazim and Sun Phoenix to close it out for the night. And Sun, thoughts coming into this one?
I'm looking forward to it. I said when these two last faced off and Bearded Mercies took the win, I said I'd love to see them face off again, and that's exactly what we're getting now. It was a 3-1 victory last time around for the Bearded Mercies as they secured their spot in the grand finals. They've had a nice long break for the last, 4 hours, something like that. They've been able to just chill. Meanwhile, Fortune Smilers have played game after game after game. So they're coming in warmed up, let's say, but interesting to see whether fatigue plays a part here. And you've got to have your wits about you here. With the wild cards we're seeing, it's all about adaptability. It's all about responding to all the problems that you're going to face, not just from the wild cards, but from what your opponents are showing you as well. But Fortune Smilers, they've been the most adaptable team so far, and they've had to grind their way through to the grand finals here today.
Yeah, I mean, we have had decent enough breaks that maybe there's been times that flex the fingers, and there certainly you talk about fatigue starting to step in there, but maybe this has just been a chance for Fortune Smellers to refine themselves as they looked resurgent in that previous matchup versus Comic Relief. First time they met up, it took it all the way to a game 5, and they cleaned it out in a full 3-0 sweep. So maybe this is just the start of their retribution cycle and would look to do it once more. As always, though, ladies and gentlemen, we do see again the standard format of first match, those control points going to be given over to a hero-locked mystery heroes, and then we head to 4 of the most chaotic game modes we could pull together, and promise you, every single one of these is going to change the dynamic up completely.
Yeah, well, there are some wildcards that are minimally effective. Boops galore jumps into mind. Some of the DLC one, for example, also not the most impactful one, but we've got 4 very, very impactful wildcards. It's Who Needs High Grounds, so very limited hero pool there. Anyone who's got vertical mobility is not allowed to be picked, some exceptions. Ultimate Destruction, of course, faster charging but less duration ultimate, so a very explosive matchup potentially. Then we've got Overwatch Slasher, I think a favorite of ours, Altruism, the extra melee damage. We saw the damage that you can do with the likes of the Wrecking Ball, especially in the hands of Super BH. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go there if they do end up on the back foot, the Fortune Smilers. And then finally, it's increased projectile speed, a new one for you and I think, Altruism here in the grand finals. So look forward to seeing what kind of effect that's going to have in proceedings. And it almost feels like an anti-buff, right? I know it's a nerf, but it's not a nerf so much as an anti-buff, where get so used to the feeling of how a particular projectile feels that if you speed it up, it feels like it should be stronger, but you never end up hitting anything because you're so used to the normal run of things that it's going to be interesting to see if that does come up, how the teams are able to adapt.
Yeah, we will, of course, break down all of those match by match, whichever one's on offer. We'll go into it in a little bit more depth. And I just on that last one, the one that we haven't seen, I would love to see that because Pharaoh's, Junkrat's, Echo, stuff like that,
Yeah.
you finally don't have to lead your target as much. So I'm sure we'll see a lot of prevalence. Quickly running through the rosters that you've gotten to know and love so well, if this is the first time through here. Of course, these are randomized teams from the people who signed up, but they've had enough of that exposure together to be able to develop some synergies, and what synergies they have gotten have been astounding. On the Bearded Mercies, the guys coming in with the full advantage of that upper bracket run. Of course, Blaine and Luke, the two DPS who've been showcased time and time again. Luke has lived up to that image of the Junkrat so often. Even on the Mystery Heroes, somehow picks it up 2 in a row. Blaine, on the other side, your more hit scan style has been a great way to finish off games. Look for those Ashes and those Cassidys. Anxiety has been sitting out for that previous match. At least we had KK stepping in there. Not sure if she's going to be doing that again. On the back line, Coconuts, the stalwarts, and John Wack, the assassin, from the supporting role.
Yeah, this is a team that we've only seen them once, but they looked very, very good in that matchup. And Luke, as you say, he was a standout player in that match. KK is in here, I believe, for the Bearded Mercies, so no anxiety this time around yet. Unfortunately, I guess not available for the finals day, but KK stepping into that tank role very, very effectively. We'll have to wait and see whether they can carry the success that they had in the previous round. But my eyes definitely going to be all on Luke here. I think he's going to be the potential stand-up performer.
Yeah, I mean, he has been spectacular on basically any one of the heroes forced onto that role. And I mean, if you give Luke an increased projectile speed Junkrat, I think we could see disgusting things. And I think all of them going to have the ability to take advantage. I do think that some of these characters are going to struggle with something like who needs high ground. You might be a little bit too reliant on people who can dive in there. I think KK has got more of a dive capability than something like the Brawl. So we're going to have to see how that goes. On the other side, of course, the challengers come through, the fortune smellers that we saw time and time again are really starting to showcase their talent. Stalker put on a masterclass of a somber performance in the previous round. BLX consistently through there and showing that they can hold their own on things like the Ash or their signature Torbjorn Super BH. Again, the most aggressive tank in ZA, officially in my opinion. Right now, there are going to be other people who are vying for that title, but certainly someone to be a potent part of that attacking duo that they were running. SG Flops, again, now showcase that when they can stay alive, can put so much into the team fights, and finally got some retribution on the Juno for the late kill on Diva in the last game, and then Long Live Pain, again, being able to keep the team alive and through some dire situations, often the last one left alive with a lot of work to do, but pulls that rally out of the hats to secure team fights for their team.
Yeah, a team kind of typified by their frontline, Stalker and Super BH, two main tank players, both very aggressive in their playstyle normally, but Stalker, he's been excelling on those backline pressure heroes. The Sombra, as you mentioned, the Tracer, not too bad, and he's got a depth of heroes he's willing to try as well, so looking forward to see what we see out of them too, especially both of them trading MVPs in their previous matches, the ones that they won. So it wouldn't surprise me to see them be the tip of the spear. And it really feels like if you're going to beat Fortune Smilers, it's about shutting down Super BH. Bearded Mercies did that effectively on the maps that they won in their previous series. But it feels like this team's leveled up since then, right? Stalker flexed onto that Sombra, and that was a huge, huge boon for this team and for Super BH specifically. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether this team has leveled up in a real way and whether Bearded Mercies can counter out Super BH effectively.
Yeah, that really is it, because I don't think going into the back line for them is going to be the logical answer. The trio has been too stalwarts there to be able to stay alive through any sort of contestation, so it's about mitigating what the offense can do. As we said, we start off, of course, as we do with every Overwatch tournament, on a control center, but this one, the only chance you have to really get any sort of advantage is going to be that first fight. The selection of heroes is up to you only once in the match, and we've so often seen this entire series, in fact, defined by who can stay alive and maintain that presence of their designated team comp for as long as possible.
Yeah, and beyond that also, if you get a hero you're good with, stick on that hero for as long as you can. Value your life while getting as much value as you can out of that hero, because we've seen it so often. Main tanks especially will get on a hero that they vibe with, and they will dominate the map for their team. So looking at Super BH, looking at K here to get their signature heroes. But there's a depth to both these players in terms of what they can excel on, and we saw the Hazard especially. Kind of a surprise pick from Super BH, or a surprise skill from Super BH on that hero, but he's a really deep hero pool as a main tank player. KK on the other hand is a support player, so might not have that same depth. So that's something that Bearded Mercies are going to have to handle as they come to spawn here with a familiar composition. But again, eyes on this man right here, Luke, on his favorite Junkrat. He's going to be a key hero player combination that Fortune Smilers have to be aware of.
Look at that rollout, straight up and over, and it's chosen right here, straight into the waiting arms. BH swaps onto the monkey and going to be able to challenge that backline. John Wack, another person who opened up with a double kill first time that these two teams showcased themselves on Lijiang. And I mean, this time going to be denied out any sort of early picks, but I mean, this oppression down the narrow corridor, finished off by Blaine there, takes BLX out of the equation of their favorite hero. The second DPS removed summarily after that, sends Fortune Smellers once back to the drawing board and going to be able to exacerbate this with a couple more kills. Super BH going to give up their life, take away that good monkey over there, but like you say, that's something that they can certainly rely on him being quite comfortable on whoever he's resigned to afterwards. But Fortune Smellers take early casualties at that from Bearded Mercies.
Typical of their performance so far this tournament. We've watched them, this is our fourth time watching them today, so we know how they're pretty comfortable with this team setup, and they do struggle on this map. Normally they were much better in the second round. Oh, this is a big kill if they can get it, and they do just that. And here's another iconic hero for Super BH. It's iconic hero wall for this man. He prevents the Diva from making a quick escape, but not going to score the kill, but gets the pull in, and they do get the D-Mech onto Case. That's another player off her favorite hero. A great anti helps secure a few more kills.
Oh, what a massive follow-up there by Long Live Pain. Is so often we don't see Long Live Pain getting to play that Anna, but showcases exactly that timing that they needed. Bearded Mercies torn asunder by that Gracie here from Super BH, and that pull on the knife at the end really secured that team fight and made sure that KK couldn't get out. Now with a more static team comp, they've got a double Moira to back them up, and one of them alive with that coalescence is going to be big. So drops in that extra damage orb there just to build up the last bit of ultimate charge, and they've chosen their pathing well to make sure that everyone can channel in behind this beam. And now it's all up to Fortune Smellers. Can they actually retreat back up? And they do not manage to get out, but the anti-heal grenade mitigates so much of that. Long Live Pain once more, the queen of this fight. I think it's a queen, yes. No, it is not. It's the king of the fight. But at the end of the day, they're proving they're too much for Bearded Mercies to deal with, and Fortune Smellers took advantage of the close range quarters.
I think a lot of that was the Rampage from Super BH. That was the anti-heal we saw do the most damage there.
Never mind.
And that's kind of a lot. But he secured all the kills, Long Live Pain, that's for sure. They've got the sim. Oops!
Yeah.
Not quite hitting the window there. The rock is not really the ideal TP location, but they will move forward now. Blaine, maybe he holds his ultimate here. That's not the world's best ulti. Big shadow, though, round the corner from K.
They only K, though, the one who's claimed at the end of that there was no follow-up damage as they were in so low HP, and Luke now has to retreat out after contesting the point for a little bit. 4 casualties down and an ultimate wasted at the end of that. Long Live Pain did drop the nano into that to make sure that that was a one-sided team fight, but Bearded Mercies, I mean, Luke desperately sitting in the corner here trying to isolate off any other targets, but Bearded Mercies struggling to get back into these fights. We do see Blaine sitting now with that tank visor, looking for the off angle, and the rest of the team distracting.
They've got double Baptiste this time. It was double Moira, now double Baptiste. John Wack dropping low though. He's got the Amp Matrix and they've secured 2 kills. They need to get on point and they do just that. K on the ball, making hay while the sun shines, and Blaine pops the attack visor, counters out BLX's blade, and they will get the recap here. So Bearded Mercy still in it to win it here, but no ults to work with. Close to the Blizzard, and that might be key, but the Rampage, we've seen how effective that could be in these team fights.
Oh, it's actually going to be forced swap onto the Zarya and gain one of Super BH's favorite characters. And with that Graviton Surge, this could be a quick team fight. Nothing to counter it out. John Wag has been gifted back one of his favorite supports, so going to be happy with that. But would love to have a beat to try and force that out. Instead, it's all up to Luke.
Nice.
Gets a great wall up there, but it's immediately broken down. Super BH staying alive for now. Drops the Graviton Surge. There is an immortality field there to keep everyone alive. And now it's baited all the Fortune Smellers into this fight. They're caught out by the Blizzard. Once more, wall goes to separate up any sort of retreat out there. And Fortune Smellers, they thought they had that under their control, but they were caught in the Mouse's trap.
Hot stuff there as well, delaying the kill on the Zarya to make sure they buy that extra time. They're going to have to start this fight without Super BH, and depending on what he gets the monkey, that's pretty sick, and he got a fast spawn, actually, really fast spawn. Already back in here, jumping over the top, but they have started with a kill already, and they're getting more here, the Bearded Mercies.
Well, the Nano Boost dedicated keeps Super BH alive, provides such a threat, and everyone's so low, he would have loved to have been able to mitigate that and take out some of the kills, but the Immortality field was just too strong, and Bearded Mercies dancing around the center of the point, an academic finish towards that, taking out BLX's Sombra, but, I mean, Symmetra, I always get those two confused. But, I mean, that was a back-and-forth match, the likes of which we rarely see here.
Yeah, these are two teams kind of playing really, really well. I kind of have had some question marks around the discipline of these teams in this game mode especially, but these are two teams who are playing a very, very sharp play style, right? You play safe, you get the heroes you've got, and then you execute a team fight. You don't constantly trickle in, and that's why we're seeing this back and forth, because these are considered team fights. But credit to the Bearded Mercies. They came in there with a few key ultimates. I questioned KK's depth on the tank, but she's been good here on the ball, a hero that most non-tank players are not comfortable flexing onto. So impressed by KK's ability to execute on a hero that she is not likely to have that much experience playing.
Coming into this, you do see one of the very interesting aspects of this. Both Fortune Smellers, DPS coming in with a lot of ult charge, Stalker up to 100% already, simply because if you die at the end of the round with ult charge, it keeps it to the next round. So he's going to pop that overclock and maybe catching their opponents off guard, charges through there, claims the first time to play, gives their life at the end of it, and that immortality field forced out early means that the rest of Fortune Smellers now able to come forward, claim the second DPS towards their name. KK not going to be able to really do too much into this fight, is going to at least escape out and actually decides to stay around. This is a typical support. I do this because I'm a support main, and when I have to go to ball, this is the strategy. You keep the point in your contention, at least stop your opponents from capping it themselves. Going to go straight back into this right now. Round and round we go. No way for Fortune Smellers to stop this for now, and just tucks away into the corner, drawing so much attention. It's kept the point neutral for now, and they're back in with the Bastion. Luke going to be able to chew through the Orisa, realizing that they're in a dire situation. Immortality field popped out, and that's all the goal call that Luke needs. Gets pinned against the wall and actually taken out at the end of it. Blaine on the other side manages to level this up, and still no one's managed to catch the point. So close for Super BH, so that's BM. He tracks through that, and even on the Tracer, just blinks away, but the team on point needs their help. Gonna come back, pins the KK against the wall themselves, and eventually claims out, but may give their life. Gets topped up just enough, and unfortunately Smellers, after the longest first team fight, eventually came away with the points.
Yeah, very, very long, drawn-out, messy team fight, but they come in now. KK is not getting luck today with the heroes here. Onto the Hazard now. That's a tough pick for a non-tank player as well. Even a lot of tank players haven't experimented much with the Hazard, so wait and see whether she can find value on that hero, but a lot else to work with here for the Bearded Mercies especially. No defensive ult just yet for SG Flop, so this could be a tough fight for the Fortune Smellers to take.
And certainly with the Orisa coming in, they got the perks up to get the wall and the shield up there and throws the Terror Surge to force everyone back. It hasn't claimed any kills, and unfortunately the backline standing behind Super BH is the victims of this. Optimistic Pulse Bomb thrown up onto the high ground for the highlight of the show. Coconuts coming through with one of their renowned characters, the Brig, finding presence in this and eliminates their counterparts. The two supports fall first, and it is Bearded Mercies coming back in, and now they've got the ultimate advantage.
Yeah, they do indeed. And Superb H on the hero he made his name on here, Altruism, the Ramatra. We'll have to wait and see whether he can get in and pump out the damage, but they've got the support out now. Bearded Mercies, though, really, really good team fight. Not spending too much on it. Still with two ultis in the bag here, one of which is this Hazard ult and the Symmetra shield. They pop the Hazard ult, doesn't hit Faded, unfortunately.
Yeah, everyone managed to get out of there. Very mobile team comp here from Fortune Spellers, and they managed to find their way to the point. They dropped the Lucio beat to keep themselves alive, and it's given them their advantage. Coconuts and Luke have fallen already into this, and SG Flops bouncing around, causing havoc, keeping the team mobile to track down anyone that they want. Blaine, still on this tracer, takes one look at the situation, decides to run for the hills, realizing there's a Genji Blade, and Coconuts evens the score at the end of it, but the damage has been done. Fortune Smellers return the point into their favor, and they dropped all the ultimates, really. There's just the coalescence to speak of, and Super BH, we know he'll build up this Annihilation, though.
Yeah, he will, but Stalker's back on the Sombra. But KK, she gets the Zarya, a hero that she has been picking quite consistently. So this is a decent position for the Bearded Mercies, but they're fighting into the Coalescence. They've almost got the Orbital Ray, and that could be a teamfight winner, but they've lost one already.
That's the Coalescence. That was just not the time to dive in there. Luke tried valiantly, but lost half their HP and was certainly not able to trick anything out. The Grasp of Death finishing it off. Their long last kill eventually claims Luke's life. And Fortune Smeller is going to be happy. It took just a single ultimate. Flop's going to be coming back, and it is going to be the Baptiste, so happy to have that Immortality Field and a little bit of extra boost. But Stalker, again, once more, just proving too much. Now has to worry about Blaine on the counterpart.
They might not get the touch. Sombra gets in just barely, but Blaine, he will pay with his life. They've got the Roadhog now, and Kay finds Stalker, gets him off his best hero. Potentially, they get another touch just barely, but I don't think it's going to matter. Annihilation in a name and in what it does. Stalker, or Super BH, on his most iconic hero, perhaps, and he helps his team secure the second point.
Yeah, that was actually big to have that at the end of the fight. No one could come in there. The last support, Coconuts, trying to dive through the Mercy and getting up an optimistic res, but might have been better so to hold that and just hold their life and help whoever else could get the touch. But they were in dire situations. We go through, and we said that this was one of our most hotly contested and most anticipated grand finals. We started already, and look at that, all coming out. The damage seems to be favoring the side of the Bearded Mercies, except for Super BH, who stands tall with the only one with that extra digit behind him.
I mean, that tells a story, doesn't it, Altruism? Obviously, the scoreboard stats aren't the most important thing. It's about winning team fights, but it's telling to me that I'm sure consistently Super BH is one of the highest damage dealing tanks in South African Overwatch, and he's doing a good job here. But Luke, he's on the Widowmaker, but they've got this. What more could you ask for here, Alt?
The one map that you want this more than ever, and they go back to old school strategies. Since Li Zhong has been in here, Sim has been an iconic part of the meta. Luke now desperately trying to find an angle, but it's difficult with this number of shields. Tries to get the spot on, but it was actually the Alari who gave away that off-angle positioning a little bit too much. Super BH now takes the front line, and Ash on the other side trying to chip through angles. Finally gets a double kill here up for Blaine. Gets out to safety. They're going to lose the support on the back line, but it's the double support loss here for Fortune Smellers that's going to eventually come to their detriment. They are at least able to get that first point and the percentage ticking up, but it's really about how long they can stall this out. Super BH
he doesn't die.
Time, and he still doesn't die. Just takes away all the attention, and instead going to be the beam of death from BLX, who's able to clean up that point. And somehow, how often are we seeing this, son, that Fortune Smellers survive when they have no right to be?
And it's so important in this game mode as well, because that means he stays on the ram. The kills are worth so much more when players are on their best heroes. And Luke, there we go. This is what we were waiting for. Finally finds the shot and the angle to take down Stalker on the Sojourn. Looking for more now. Finds the Mercy, gets the shot off. K in on the ball as well. Minefield almost at the ready. This is a good opportunity for the Bearded Mercies to get something done. Almost Blizzard as well.
This is going to come up right now. Throws it into the point straight away, and Luke gets taken out, so no more Widowmaker to take advantage of frozen people. In fact, there aren't any frozen people. Eventually, people dive in there. Stalker BLX. In fact, everyone falls behind. Super BH again trickles up that percentage for as long as possible. As the Annihilation starts hammering through there, and he's holding the point. Solo BH, the champion, the greatest Chad of the tank roll, sends everyone packing.
Oh my god, he just mans up. Annihilation at the radius says, come at me, bro. All by himself at the end there. And again, how often have we seen this? How important was not securing that kill in the previous team fight? It matters so much in this mode. 90% left out. It might all be over.
SimTP strats now come out the other way, immediately pulled down by the Ravenous Vortex. Was the rally dropped immediately, but was a little bit too far forward behind the Symmetra wall. Instead, it's Fortune Tellers. They're lighting up the kill feed. Just 2 players left. Coalescence be damned at this stage as it held them alive for a little bit, but you got too many people, too much area denial. And Super BH, it was only fitting that he claims the last kill as he wrenches his team to victory in map number 1.
Yeah, dragged kicking and screaming through that game, although I think that gives the wrong impression. That was a good all-round performance from Fortune Smilers, the healers especially, backing Super BH up in a big way. I'm sure this will be that final play. Yeah, I guess so. Annihilation, not quite there. A couple of trusty Nemesis Storm punches, and then he pops the Annihilation, and he's on top of the back line. Last lady standing, K, has to bail out there because you're not winning that mad fight. And Super BH, man, what a guy, what a player. And that's 1-0 for his team now.
You know what? As much as there's a personal pride behind me to have seen this youngster grow from school levels and immediately his talent got recognized, there is so much hope for me now as the fact that I think he's 19 at this stage. He has so much Overwatch left in him right now, and he's made a name as a force to be reckoned with in this community, and he's just he demands a presence. He demands something of his team where he says, guys, you keep me alive, we win this. That's all you need right now. And if a team builds that mentality into them, there is no going wrong in putting your faith in Mr. BH himself. So incredible finish there for them. And I think it would have been a far more hotly contested ending to that point. But we've seen once more Fortune Smellers, they're able to break the curse. They struggled early in this tournament with taking the mystery heroes for themselves.
Yeah, they did. And we kind of mentioned every time we talk about that map type how the RNG plays into it, and it definitely played into it there. I think Super BH on a couple of occasions getting the perfect hero at the right time, but ultimately getting the ram when they needed it most, when they needed to get that push through to cap that control center point. They got it, they did it, and he showed why I highlighted it as a big potential pain point for the Bearded Mercies, and he proved why there. But that's kind of where I would have expected them to have a big strength on this map. The ability of Super BH to excel on any tank, whereas K will have, by virtue of the fact that she's not a tank main, she'll have a much smaller pool of viable heroes, and you kind of saw it there. Super BH gets the Hazard, it's a scary prospect. He gets the Doomfist, he's probably no slouch either. Non-main tanks struggle with those kind of heroes, so I would have expected Bearded Mercies to have this trouble last time. They didn't. It was mitigated, I think, by some fortunate hero picks at the right time. This time around, not so lucky, and it showed the pain here. But I think going forward, Bearded Mercies will have a much better time being able to mitigate any potential weaknesses that exist in K's hero pool.
Yeah, and I think the big difference between a tank main and someone who understands the characters is knowing the limits of a tank. It's such a fine balance. And how many times do we see Super BH getting out on 70 HP on something like the Ramatra? It's those fine differences that can determine an entire game. We move on to map number 2, though, and it's not a place where Super BH has struggled either. We are going back to Overwatch Slasher, a place where we saw him wreak havoc with the Wrecking Ball. And we got to go through to Dorado, the exact same place where he did it last time. So a tough task here. I don't know if Bearded Mercies knows or watched that game in terms of how much potential there is. And son, we did kind of recognize, because it was hard to picture which characters actually benefited the most from the Slasher buff.
It was. We kind of thought heroes that require or rely on melee to do most of their damage, like your Reinhardts, your Primal Rage, your Genji, but it turns out your ult damage is not melee damage a lot of the time, it feels like, because the Genji Blade doesn't do more damage in this mode. The Primal Rage didn't seem to be doing more damage in this mode. What does damage is your default melee and getting on top of enemy heroes to use that melee. So any hero that uses melee as a part of their normal combo, your Tracer, your Genji, those heroes are excelling, but it was the Wrecking Ball that did the most damage. It felt like his melee did twice the damage of anybody else's melee. So many times we were spectating a hero who got their head bonked right off from like 2/3 HP, right? By Super BH. So This is an interesting pick for me from the Bearded Mercies. Maybe not aware of the potential pain they're in for here. And as soon as the Fortune Smilers saw the map, the game mode, they picked Dorado. They were like, "Yep, we know how this goes. We're happy to head back here."
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, we saw Super BH a couple of times. It was like a pile driver into punch was enough to take out support. So that time to kill was immediately apparent. And he's in straight away. He goes out, takes out the support. Stalker going to fall just afterwards. And it's only just by the sliver of HP that John White goes out. There's good flex coming out from the Bearded Mercies. They've kept themselves alive here on this high ground. They've turned aside the initial foray onto this perch. But they're diminished in terms of what they're going to have for this next fight. Quick reinforcements comes out there. Super BH once more into the fray, charges down an important target. 2 DPS there to challenge. They come out the better. It's a great fight for them as they continue to trade back and forth. But it seems like these trades will always favor the team on attack. And the payload continues its progress. The Stalker looking for angles. Finally, K makes a touch and starts to stall this the side of Fortune Smillers.
It's a good start from Bearded Mercies, though. They haven't allowed Super BH to run over them, and they're holding their backline very firmly. You can see they're putting an emphasis on him, and they get him again. This is how you beat this team. You counter out Super BH. You don't let him dominate at his own pace, and then you can really turn the game around. And this is a very, very good start from the Bearded Mercies. When I saw that first rollout, I thought, you guys have made a huge, huge mistake here going to this game mode. But it seems like, unsurprisingly, they know better than I do.
Isn't that always the case as casters?
I don't know why I'm ever surprised by that.
We can theory craft for as long as possible. It is interesting as Super BH once more back in there, actually drops the mines, pops into the air. John Wax short-lived for this world and eventually claimed out. This is a big part about what Super BH is struggling with, as we see Luke. He got so much value of copying the Wrecking Ball last time on Suravasa. Doesn't get anything from it this time, but there is the ability to just keep the distance away. That finishing beam would have done so much, but BH a little bit too fast. Good stick comes out onto SG Flops to take that away. And suddenly there's a reversal of fortunes. Fortune Smellers, they're the ones crumbling.
This is how you play it, dude. Blame, just blink it. Melee, melee, melee. Like your pulse pistols, you might as well trade them in for, nightsticks.
Boxing gloves.
Yeah, exactly. And just punch away, because you'll get so much more value out of your hero if you do that. And that's the power of Tracer in this mode, that ability to get on top of you and bonk you right on your head. So this is good play from Fortune Smilers. But again, it's about mitigating this man right here. You can see the emphasis they put on. Where is he? Here he is. Get on top of him and punish him.
Oh, John White, he gets Ajax mid-air by the damage orb. It removes, and Blaine also removed from the equation. Was such a big part of the Bearded Mercy stall-out attempts, and they're just going to have to worry about the Echo. Who can fly away. Certainly not someone who's going to take up the fisticuffs to contest this point for too long. Trying to find that angle, but it is onto a Tracer, so a very difficult player to lock down, and eventually they do claim it. Stalker turns the tide. So small low on HP is blamed at the end of that, but this is the Coalescence, the last tool here, and didn't really have people to back up with it. Goes in aggressively, wanting to hold control of the payload, at least keep everyone off. But diving through those minefields, it's such a big area. This is certainly not ultimate destruction. They last for so long. Eventually, K comes back in, but demeched almost immediately. Instead, they're going to trade up for a second tank opportunity. Luke, obviously not a refined ball player, just does the basics, bouncing around and around the payload. Eventually, has to give up that dupe. And there's no casualties, unfortunately, that came from that in the first time. Buying huge amounts of time is eventually point number 1 going to be capped, but it was only with about 15 seconds left.
Yeah, you'll be happy with that for sure. Oh my god, let him go! Let him go! No, Super BH, don't do it to them! He's an absolute monster on this hero. Half HP now, adaptive shield at the ready, and he's looking for more. He knows where the Mega is, of course, and now looks to get deep. But Blaine has won the duel in the backline. Stalker taken out, not choosing to go for the Sombra here against the Diva. Instead, feeling like the Tracer will get more damage, but look at that again. But that is so important. You've taken him down, now you can take space on the point. You've got the second life for the Diva as well, so this is a pretty good situation for the Bearded Mercies.
Yeah, Super BH has respawned. That window closing very quickly and nothing to really come out of it. Finishing beam a little too short, and Luke actually gets baited into that. Immediately it counters out. BLX holds the rest of the Molten Core now, looking to cover as much area as possible. can now start charging forward with the confidence, forces the Moira fade out at the end of it as KK loses the mech on the back line. Supports confirmed out there by John Wack, but I mean, that was a little bit alone, a solo mission deep into enemy territories, and it's once more Super BH coming forward. This is something that's interesting to me. There's always two options when dealing with a Wrecking Ball. Either you kill the Wrecking Ball on their own, which is what Bearded Mercies is doing, or you ignore the Wrecking Ball and kill everyone else around them. And BH has kind of said, there's only one option right now. You take me out, or every one of your backline is going to fall.
Stalker going for the pulse bomb there, not finding money on that occasion. Now they'll look to get aggressive here. Super BH pops the minefield. Oh my god, this is so much damage. Can Echo get out of range? No, they can't. They're losing players left, right, and center here. But they are getting a few return kills, but I think the numbers favor the winning team. Oh, Blaine trying to get that kill, but instead going to look to just keep the point alive. K is demeched here. Oh, you see how much damage the melee does there, but that's how much damage the pile driver does. Right on top of his head. And that's it for the Tracer. Cap secured as well. So this is good stuff from the Fortune Smellers.
Yeah, this was a designed hero, at least map choice here from the Fortune Smellers. They understand it. BH is obviously quite confident in terms of the rollouts on this. K does get back into mech eventually, and Luke decides to go across to the Sombra. They've had enough of the tank on the other side, looking for those hacks, but a little bit removed from the team means that Super BH once more has the number of the support line here. The Bearded Mercies now can tuck away, roll back to the team. They're also giving the opportunity for the supports of Fortune Smellers to build up a lot of ultimate charge. That big sound barrier going to be the name of the game if the Bearded Mercies engage full-heartedly.
John Wack finds that opening kill though, hacked up Super BH, and they get that kill as well. They should be able to set up shop on point now, the Bearded Mercies, and prevent the push from coming out. They need to be careful though. It's so easy to lose players in the backline here as we see Stalker looking for targets. Where is he? Where did he disappear to? Doesn't matter. Coconuts tracked him down, took him down, and now John Wack can get everybody back up to fighting speed. But Super BH has got to be careful now playing into the Sombra. Lots of ults to work with here for both teams, though. Blaine at the Pulse Bomb, Stalker as well. Super BH has the Minefield, K with the Self-Destruct, and a couple of defensive ults for each team as well. So plenty of resources to work with here with a minute remaining.
Yeah, and they've got that awareness. You can hear the game plan right now. Where is the Wrecking Ball? We're going to focus and put up 4 players between him and where he wants to go. And when you throw a Pulse Bomb on top of that, it's an early confirmed kill out there. Oh. Picks up 2 though. Even manages to get the Trace on the other side. So Fortune Smeller is still in a good position. Keep that payload rolling. K a little bit sensitive to try and track, at least contest that payload. And maybe that's where her presence is going to be needed more as the payload trickles ever closer. Super BH back into the fray. K going to give up that mech now without really stalling out for too long and doesn't even manage to get back in there despite the coalescence. Coconut's trying to make sure that there's safe space for anyone to get on the points, and John Wack has to drop the beat basically just for himself to stick around. Does at least manage to get the kills alongside, but it's the Fortune Smellers who's staying alive with the vast majority. Hacked up once more Super BH, but now there's no damage to follow it up. K eventually coming to come back in now. The hack in mid-air set out there. It was Luke holding on to that for so long. Confirms the kill on the opposition tank. There's still a couple of nuisance players here to deal with as overtime continues to tick down, and that's a great finish off by Coconuts. There's still 1 more player, 2 more players left alive here. Great Pulse Bomb. Blaine recognizing there was no more fade. And so point number 3 denied for Fortune Smellers, and Beard Mercies I think are going to be grateful for that at the end of the day.
I still feel like players aren't relying on the melee enough. You see how much damage it does in these team fights. At this point, you might as well just play it like a Ryan. Get in deep, get on top of heroes, and get a couple of melees down. It's 2 melees to kill a 200 HP hero, it looks like. So it's really, really, really important to mix that in. There have been a couple of moments where I'm like, guys, if 2 of you just melee, you'll win this team fight, you know? You'll kill that hero that's contesting on point or stuff like that. So still a little bit of resistance to playing up to the wild card here, but it's really hard to unlearn 2, 3, 4,000 hours of Overwatch. So I get it, don't get me wrong, but it's really, really important to understand the value of the wild card, and that's what Super BH has done faster than anyone else in a lot of these different wild cards. So we'll have to wait and see whether the Bearded Mercies can put up a comparable attack. This is kind of reminiscent in some ways of King's Row, if we can remember the last time these two played each other, where Fortune Smellers got to the end with 2.5 minutes on the clock, and then Bearded Mercies steamrolled them even faster. So I think the Bearded Mercies will feel like they'll be able to get in here and get a nice quick cap if they can. But they need to be careful. Stalker lurking in the bushes here.
Yeah, adaptation has been the name of the game for these teams, and it certainly has been the Bearded Mercies at least adapting to the threats of the general overall meta game, and Stalker overstays their welcome. He was rather alone. Super BH came in late and at least gets the kill, but Trace is going to take a decent amount of time, and this is damage from above. If we can't kill the Wrecking Ball all the time, we're at least going to make sure that he can't threaten our DPS. As it comes over the top, Luke actually goes out into the open. That was a risky maneuver. BH controls the high ground once more. Payload continues to roll. BH looking for some sort of target. Is tracking just not enough to keep up with the Pharaoh, but he goes in for a second attempt. Clinches on the second one again. The wildcard plays to their advantage, and now they can contest the payload. K caught a little bit too far forward. Going to lose the mech. Blame trying to help out. Gets curled out. BLX once more back on that Torbjorn turret. Is able to create so much, and Stalker has read the name of the game perfectly. Yeah. He gets that last melee on the end, and between him and BH, they once more clinched out what could have been a lost fight.
Stalker, Blaine, and Super BH are the three players who have recognized the name of the game here in a big way, right? Get on top. I don't like this Farah. I don't think it plays into the wild card well enough. You can see that the supports are not able to put energy on keeping the Farah alive often enough. And Blaine, that's what I'm saying, man. He's on top of it. He knows what he needs to do. Get in and smack people about. That is the win condition here. John Wack doing the same now. And I really hope we see them really lean into that, the power that comes with this, as we see Super BH over the top with the minefield.
Certainly, and knocking people around into it, out of it. Long Live Pain going to take out Lucio on the other side. Payload just on the edge of being captured there. There are enough Fortune Smellers players there to contest, and of course Super BH can come back in. Luke having swapped back and forth with another stick onto the Wrecking Ball, but it actually just causes the collateral of BLX to take the most damage. Still Fortune Smellers, they stay alive. The drive-by from John Wagner manages to eliminate SG Flomps on the Moira, and coming in over the top and maybe looking for some sneaky play, but has been caught out, decides to head off and baits out one more time. Just keep looking at me. My teammates are coming in from main, and this die that you talk about between the Diva and the Tracer. You talk about needing only 2 melees to claim someone. It would be the two of them in together, but it's BH. He doesn't need a teammate behind him. Manages to get that health back. Unfortunately, has to get up to the high ground, being chased down by K. The tracking just off for a second, but eventually finds the man that they're looking for. A nice beats to just reinforce this. Bearded Mercies want this point here and now. Keeps him alive, trying to threaten out this Torbjorn turret. Goes in there with the Luke Genji at the end of the day, and the rest of the team diving in. This is a full composition designed around getting close and personal.
They got the point there just in the nick of time. As Super BH came over the top with the pile drive, they got that cap done. It could have been another one of those resilient plays from the Fortune Smilers, but that little bit of extra sharpness from the Bearded Mercies secures them the point. Reflects the life orb, whatever that damn spell is called. Oh, dropping low here, but they are seeming to get on top of it. Again, there's a few moments where you're watching, you're like, go in deep, go for the melee. You'll secure the kill right now, but just learning that a little bit. It's Stalker, you can see every time going in deep, and John Wack, another player now who's really on top of things, and Luke as well. No extra damage on this ability, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter. The backup is there, the job is done, and the cart is rolling on.
Yeah, there's far more cohesion now from the Bearded Mercies, both from their team comps and the way that they're approaching any of these offenses. I mean, baits their opponents into the minefield. Yes, come, get me. I'm low HP around the corner. Takes the drive-by and displaces the Bearded Mercies. But I am still, in general, really appreciating how the Bearded Mercies has changed up their game style. Look at that, absolutely. On the smallest amount. In terms of, like, they send 3 people forward, each of you getting a punch and the opponent's is dead.
Exactly. You can kind of fighting game combo people down, right? And fists blazing. 2 people hit a fist, and that's game over for whoever you touch. So it's very, very interesting watching these teams kind of, figure out the dynamic here. Pulse bomb thrown on the Mega. Oh my God, how? Long Live Pain kind of perambulated into that one and does end up getting taken down. A lot of ults committed here for both teams, but it is the Bearded Mercies on top for now.
Yeah, they're spreading out, they're taking their fight, they're looking for an isolated target, and then they kind of like regroup together for that elimination. A great lead by KK on Stalker's Pulse Bomb, trying to turn the fight around, and I think that was still a desperate Hail Mary at the end of it by Fortune Smellers. They're going to have one more fight to come in here. No doubt Super BH going to be able to roll through, and they just need one more person to buy the half a second. Long Live Payload was trying to do that and does not manage to survive until that payload. Second point confirmed in a decent enough time bank, you would think, to be able to close this out. There's a clear win condition here.
Yeah, there is. They did not complete the cap, the Fortune Smilers, so that is a yellow box of victory, not of equalization for the Bearded Mercies, and it feels like they know what they're doing now. John Wack, he's going to head back to points. Unlike some other games, the point doesn't move by itself. You've got to have at least one human on it to get it going, or, one Omnic. We don't judge here, but Luke, he's closing in towards his ulti. Might be better off not using it because he doesn't get the extra damage that he does with the normal melees with Super BH. Nanoed up, getting aggressive and finding a couple of kills.
And that's through a coalescence. I mean, Coconut's tried so valiantly to channel that beam down the narrow corridor, but it wasn't enough. Spending all 3 blinks to get out. There's an extra one on top just for good measure. Fortune Smellers rebuffed them for now, burnt a minute off the clock with very little payload progress, but it's the ultimates that you talk about. Both DPS online with this. They don't have any sort of sustainability. They first got to take out this Tourbillon turret, but also they got to worry. In fact, he does pop it. He goes straight down and goes onto the high ground. 1/2 slashes. Third one finally finds the target that they needed, and Blaine manages to also claim one. Now in deep, it's the payload with free progress up and around this corner. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, but there's a minefield, so they're not able to get the progress they need here. That's a lot of time bought, and he can get in and out here. Super BH over the top, onto the point, gets into the high ground now, going to try and take down the Genji, but the Reflect will prevent the melee damage from going through. Super BH isolated now, but Stalker in the backline finds Luke, and Super BH, he's not taking enough damage to be under any pressure here. They're chasing him around, and they're not getting great progress in point. Eventually, though, they do take him down, so the Bearded Mercies now can start to look to make some progress.
But I mean, this seems to be an adaptation of the Fortune Smellers. They're realizing that every bit of resources going into the Wrecking Ball, and so the rest of the team kind of as 4-man, drop in whoever's not chasing the Wrecking Ball. Unfortunately for them, they're the ones being hunted now. The boops causing havoc for both of these tanks. As, again, Super BH that might have wanted to just stall out for a second, wait for the team to come in. They're going to have one more team fight, and with this self-destruct here from KK, it could actually just stuff it in the barrel.
Nice.
Everyone has to choose before or after. Either way, you're going down. Stalker picks up 1 kill. In fact, he picks up a second. This could be the turning point that they need. Trying to find the Lucio, realizing that they've got teammates still on the point to contest this. 40 seconds left up, and Fortune Smellers on their last couple of meters away from it managed to bring it back.
This friggin' guy, man. He's always there when you don't need him to be. He's always got a couple of melees to secure kills, and now with just 30 seconds left, it's looking tough here for the Bearded Mercies. They're fighting through a minefield as well. We've seen what Super BH can get done with final fights and this ability. Jean Wack, though, he has the sound barrier. They've got the pulse bomb. The name of the game is meleeing. It's getting on top, and there you go. Insta deleted, but he might pay with his life. No, they popped the sound barrier to keep him alive, but this is good from the Bearded Mercies.
Bearded Mercies at least get to the point. They've got the kills up there. Super BH, he's going to have to do a miraculous job. Gets taken out. He comes back into the booped off the points. Fortune Smellers are just short. You would have thought if they had actually fully capped this would have been a different story. But the ultimates in hand did not find their way onto the battlefield. And Bearded Mercies breathe a sigh of relief after tense moments at the hands of this man.
One man doth not make a team, Altruism, and unfortunately for the Fortune Smilers, Super BH not able to carry them through here. A nice triple kill in that penultimate team fight, but going a little bit too far forward. Yes, getting the insta-gib on the Tracer, but unfortunately his backline ended up isolated, ended up taken down, and that is the Ringmaster's return in a nutshell, Altruism. Understand the wild card, figure out the strengths and weaknesses of the potential heroes you can pick and execute on that. And that's what we saw Bearded Mercies do so well there. Struggled initially to understand how to play around the wild card, but once they figured it out, John Wack, Luke, and Blaine all getting on top of the wild card and understanding that use the melee to secure kills. It does insane damage, and on top of that, Coconuts, I think on the Moira as well, figured it out, and then it became a different game. It evened out so much, and it became no longer a case of Stalker and Super BH dominating your backline. It became a case of John Wack being a total menace on that Lucio in a way a Lucio doesn't often have the power to be. Not worried about healing his team. Sustain not so important when it takes 2 hits to kill someone, worried more about putting pressure on the enemy backline. And that's what ended up pushing them through. Understanding the wild card was the real game changer in the middle of this match.
You know, there's 2 parts towards these wildcard matches. One is, do you understand the variation to the rules and how to take advantage of them? And do you understand your opponents and how they're playing around the wildcard? What is their threat that they're putting in? Beginning of the map seemed to be the Bearded Mercy, at least when they were on the defense, was all about countering out Super BH. They were relying on countering out your opposition's play style. And then when it came to, okay, we actually get the power of these melees, we've been punched in the face enough times to learn to keep our hands up, they kind of started ignoring Super BH a little bit, doing enough to chase him away, but then it was get 3 people, get 4 people to charge for it, and like you say, with that Lucio speed boost, they were able to dive onto the back line, and Super BH would then return to a desert. And then it was up to, I mean, how many times are you going to ask the guy to pull off these miraculous solo man plays? It's just not feasible at the end of the day. So again, such depth towards the play styles that the Bearded Mercy is able to showcase. And now we get to see a little bit of a reversal of fortune. In the past, it was always the fortune smellers who struggled on the control points. And then once they got to choose their heroes, kind of ran away with the series. Now they're the ones going, okay, we're tied up in the series, and we're going to be going on to our next game mode. And this time, it's up to the fortune smellers on what they want to pick.
I feel like if I was the fortune smellers, I would have picked Overwatch Slashes, right? It feels like it fits perfectly with their playstyle. And I said it at the beginning of that round. I almost said this feels like a huge mistake from the Bearded Mercies, but again, they proved us wrong. They showed us why they wanted to go to this map. It felt like they were a bit slow to get on top of the wild card, but when they did, they never really looked back. Close match in the end, but looking at the potential picks here, Overwatch, no, that's the previous match. Who needs high ground? Ultimate Destruction, increased projectile speed. I think we'll go to Ultimate Destruction or increased projectile speed. I think those are the wild cards with the most impact on the game. I think both teams have shown an ability to adapt to the wild card effectively, and I feel like they want to create as much chaos as possible. Stalker and Super BH, they thrive in that chaotic play style. Doomfist, Ball, 2 players who excel on those heroes, so they're going to want to create that. Map pick is going to be Survasa, so I don't know what the actual game mode is. It's going to be Ultimate Destruction. So more ultimates more often, but less duration. Very, very interesting to take the flashpoint here.
Yeah, I mean, what's most interesting to me right now is that Fortune Smellers actually give up the game mode selection. They leave it to Bearded Mercies to pick up Ultimate Destruction. Instead, they're feeling quite comfortable on Suravasa. I mean, we've seen the Super BH, he loves to come out on the ball here, so maybe just securing that they know this map, he's got the rollouts, and they've been taking very confident first fights into this. So that's an interesting prioritization. I'm surprised that the Bearded Mercies are not going to prioritize increased projectile speed. Maybe this is not the map for it, but when we've seen Luke already showcasing stuff like the Pharaoh and the Junkrat, this would be a mode that I think they would be feeling quite comfortable on. On the other hand, we do have our map selected, and right now, Ultimate Destruction, something that you and I noted earlier, the guys, again, just being a little hesitant to throw those ultimates out at times.
Yeah, you get them more often, so use them more often. Obviously, you don't want to just chuck them off the side of the map when you get them, but you do have the opportunity to be a little bit more flippant with your ultimate usage, and I'm hoping that the players recognize and actually, execute on that, especially with some of your medium impact ults, right? And that ones that charge really fast. Pulse Bomb, obviously hugely impactful if you can land it, but if you get them twice as fast, use them twice as often. Don't be afraid to secure single kills with those abilities. Rampage could be a huge one here from K as they look to come out with a brawly style. And Stalker, he's going to make us wait here. Surely it's the Sombra, surely it's the EMP. No, it's the Venture. Tectonic Overcharge going to be the choice, but okay, Freya is disabled. That's probably because this was a code from last year when Freya wasn't in the game, and that's probably what Stalker wanted to pick. Yeah, Juno and Freya both added in the last year, both not pickable. That makes sense.
I mean, Freya, I'm kind of glad is out there. That ultimate already built so fast, and it would be a big pick. I think that would be like an every single fight for an adept player. But we'll see if they. We are going to have to just adjust towards it at the end of that. You did pick up that KK was on the Junker Queen. Super BH going to bring out one of their own, and that's a lot of anti-heal for both sides. I do feel like Super BH probably has the benefits out of that matchup right now. Is only more experienced in this, but not bringing out the Wrecking Ball like we expected.
Yeah, interesting pick. Obviously, Hero is very comfortable on the Junker Queen. They seem to want to play Rush on this map type, both teams. So I guess that's kind of where the meta is at the moment. I think Stalker wanted to pick the Freya, not able to do so. And I'm surprised nobody's noticed that up until now. Maybe just assuming that they're not meant to be picked in this mode, but no reason that those two heroes shouldn't be picked, Juno and Freya. So I'd love to see whether they can come out, whether Stalker is actually going to go on the Freya. And as you say, Polish shot charges extremely fast in a normal game of Overwatch. So it's really something you want to have access to if you are adept at that hero, as you mentioned. So yeah, I'm expecting Stalker to come out on that Freya. He came out with the Venture there. I don't think we've seen him on that a lot. I feel like the Sombra is still a very, very good pick here as well. EMPs every second fight, every fight, maybe even, could be really, really valuable. But they've got a sense of what they came out of spawn with. So let's see if anything changes.
There we go. Stalker does get gifted that Freya into this fight, so certainly wanted this for a reason, so he's certainly going to have an opportunity to build that up incredibly quickly, and it certainly adds for a more difficult job for KK especially. I think it's going to be hard for Stalker to hit the shots on these other more mobile, smaller characters. Certainly going to be pivotal if he can get those, but really a challenge for the rest of them. Fortune Smellers, they're going to have a very designated tempo that they're going to have to play around. BLX does not want to keep charging forward on the Torbjorn, and it's going to be up to Stalker to find a couple of those plays and maybe just reserve their judgment for Super BH to create the openings. Takes the long points here, decides to start laying in some damage. Going to have be up to the DPS of Bearded Mercy to try to close down this angle, because if they don't, it's an absolute shooting gallery around these corners. Stalker picks up 2 at the beginning and showcases exactly why they wanted it right now. KK gets the slash off, gets a little bit of self-sustain, but not long for the world after that, with the rest of the team already down behind him.
Yeah, I think KK would have won that duel actually on the front line there had she had any number of teammates. But unfortunately, Stalker just finding a couple of key hits and securing a few kills. Too far forward now, needs to be careful. Blaine has already used the recall, so that 12 HP is not coming back unless he gets healed. And that's a big mistake from Blaine there, dropping early. Stalker already at ultimate. Rampage already pretty much ready for Super BH. Ultimate destruction. It's all in the name of the game.
Oh, that's a nice shot as well. Sends back the Bearded Mercies. They've been taking too much chip damage on their approach towards these points, and by the time they get there, they have so much to worry about. Now they're pathing, spotted out, and this is a terrible place. Bowler goes out in towards the center of it, counts it out by a little bit. Big anti-heal over the top. Super BH finds the rampage of his life, and now it's clean up. Everyone trickling on HP, decides to go in for a full slash, but the confirmed kills not coming out here for Fortune Spellers. Instead, John Wack doing too much as Super BH. He's got 2 players to contest with and not a lot of support behind them. Has at least pushed them so far away from point. Guys, there's still a point behind you that you're contesting, and it continues to tick up. So Super BH going to give up their life, and it's up to John Wack on the point, on the smallest amount of HP, contesting with that Torbjorn Toad. Eventually has to go off, but overtime is already secured. It's ticking down. Whatever's left here for the Bearded Mercies as they come back in. Rampage turned around the other side, and BLX survived for a long time. Stalker trying desperately to go in over the top, but it is at least first point going to be contested here by Bearded Mercies.
Real heads up play from John Wack there to get the touch, to commit the sound barrier just for himself, knowing that by killing Super BH, there is a team fight to be won here, and they do just that now. Start to build up, 22% already on the clock. They've got SG flops here, once again, courtesy of a shot from Blaine. So they're in a winning position here in this team fight, and with one more team fight potentially after this, the Bearded Mercies could really bring this one back, but they need to be aware of Super BH and his positioning.
Oh, that positioning immediately cleansed out. What an adaptation there by Coconut, realizing that Suzu was going to be the pivotal change, and then drops in the Kitsune Rush after that. Everyone obviously vacates off that line, but I mean, they needed to chase down Super BH, who had dedicated into it, and they come off the Victors, all of the back of Coconut's play.
Great work from Coconuts. Not just the Suzu, but a few kills at the end of it. 84% on the clock. The touch should be forthcoming. The Echo might drop. No, sorry, the Freya just manages to get out there. Bowler shot available, almost up to a Kitsune Rush, but there's a sound barrier, and they don't get anywhere near it. They bail, and that is a comeback from the Bearded Mercies. We're so used to seeing resilience from the Fortune Smilers, but this time it's the Bearded Mercies with that clutch factor.
Yeah, they went into an all-in play off the back of the Rampage, and they just got caught out. Now it's the bowler shot. It's got a lot underneath, but once more, Coconuts with the Suzu keeps them alive for long enough. Sound barrier in over the top means that any damage that was still trickling through there, Coconuts on low HP, TP's back towards the point. Unfortunately, the teammate that they went to is gone, and Coconuts falls quickly afterwards. Fortune Smeller is going to be able to pick up the first percentage on this, and Blaine gets a constellation kill at the end and still has to retreat out despite the charge down here from Super BH, but leaves their prey wounded and limping away.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for the Bearded Mercies. Perfectly executed support play. Suzu into sound barrier to counter out the bowler shot, but it didn't end up working down. And Freya, not the pick here for Stalker, heading back to his trusty Sombra to kind of help Super BH do stuff in the front line here, but there it is, immediately Suzu'd out.
Suzu out now, the knife into the Luke, and might have actually pulled him into the rest of the team, the better sidelines, and Luke has been so comfortable. Again, one of the people who swapped off heroes so much. Super BH maybe lingering out a little bit too long here. Going to be a late stagger in here, and with only 29% up here, Bearded Mercy's prioritizing that point so well.
Yeah, very nice play from them. They seem to just be getting these key kills across the map when we're not watching. We're spending a lot of time looking at Super BH, which is obviously understandable, but the rest of the team is doing an excellent job of ignoring Super BH, not allowing him to get value, and taking out the rest of his team. You mentioned there are two ways to deal with a Wrecking Ball. There's two ways to deal with every hero: kill them or ignore them, and they're doing a good job in this map of ignoring them. But they start with the sound barrier, counted out by Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush sends everyone back. It's meaning that there's a difficult, and the point actually being almost flipped right now is that Hack comes in over the top. Stalker did build up that EMP, and that been all the waves that they needed to drive apart. KK falling low, gets the sound barrier, pops you back up to full, and they can test this out. 90% is only a delay of the inevitable, and it's a big resource to invest at the end of this fight. Bearded Mercy would have loved to have wrenched that back, but the casualties were just too early into it.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't quite have the numbers to bring that back, and Kay was in an awkward spot marked by Super BH, and she needed to get onto the backline, but didn't have the resources or the cooldowns to get there. Good work from the Fortune Smilers to retake this last fight territory here on point number 2, but Luke, he gets that opening pick once again, and now he goes aggressive.
Oh, I mean, that was actually big to try and catch out so many people, but they eventually managed to get back. It was I'm pretty sure that was the Suzu here from SG Flops this time. They just stopped the Deadeye from actually getting any victory. BLX taking a very aggressive position forward there as BLX was the last one back again. It's a great rampage, this time from the hands of Kay, and it's Fortune Spellers. They just overstep their line. They don't decide it in the... Oh no, they got it back. Oh my goodness, quick cap and no overtime to speak of.
Yeah, like literally no overtime. But this mode has been kind of funny today. Don't panic if we get to the third cap and the map doesn't end. That just seems to be what's happening on Flashpoint today. So get used to that. But already 2-0 up here in this map. It hasn't felt that one-sided, Altruism. But every time that clutch factor coming through, winning the team fight that matters most, the Bearded Mercies. And now they come into this potential final point on Survasa with a few ults to work with. It is ultimate destruction, so ults are a dime a dozen here. But you still got to use them well.
Yeah, it's about the neutral fights, and with Super BH committing to the point, Bob goes out over the top of it, forces Long Live Pain into the sound barrier, but can't get himself out there. Just too much of the area denial coming out there, and Stalker has been coming in and out, prodding and poking in these fights, but not getting the same success that we've seen in the past. Everyone else kept in a reasonable fighting shape, but without the numbers advantage that they would want. Fortune Smellers have to reroute themselves, and they've left Stalker to try and build up this EMP that they need for the next fight.
Yeah, and it will come quickly. One, just focus down K for a little bit, and you'll get that final 20%. They've got a few ults to work with here, and he's looking in the back line. He gets onto Coconuts. Is the healing there? No, it's not, but the TP will get him safe, and he will stay alive. Luke, though, he's been popping off on this Cassidy. A Deadeye kill onto SG Flops, again dropping early, but Super BH in the back line gets rid of Brain. He's got the HP difference over K. The axe on the money. The Rampage committed. This is what I wanted to see out of Ultimate Destruction.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pivotal pick to get, and now can sustain through the rest of this. Cleans off BLX, and Fortune Smellers were on a dime's edge there in terms of being able to confirm that at the end of it. There eventually is going to be the Sombra EMP, and in fact opens up with a nice kill at the beginning of this reveal. Twice they revealed a third time, and Whack traces the invisible Sombra, camps it up, and that means there's no EMP now for the last opportunity. No ultimates to speak of at all, and instead you're going into a Kitsune rush. Far more of an opportunity here for Bearded Mercies to clean this out. Coconuts is going to go down at the end of this. No one actually falling on the side of Fortune Smellers. Eventually BLX goes down, but it's the rest of them staying alive. They finally turn the point into their side, and they're going to have again another Deadeye bolts up. In fact, drops very quickly, confirms that onto SG Flops. This is the power of Ultimate Destruction.
Hello.
Sound barrier forced out there is again a committal into the back line. Bob also going to be there to stop this, and while the percentage keeps ticking up here, technically for Fortune Smellers, the overtime forced out. There's going to be one more attempt to come in there. The EMP late to the party because everyone else was dead, and John Wack, he's been such an understated character. He's been so good at getting early pick-off kills or hunting down someone. There is no right that a Lucio should be able to do that to a Sombra, and he does it time after time.
Yeah, who was the Sombra there, right? Because the assassin was getting tracked in invisibility. I got punched in the head a few times. I got taken out. No EMP in that fight, and that was kind of the last opportunity to get a real fight going, right? The next fights were all kind of weird and drawn out and trickly, and the EMP never came through to help them win that. So a critical play from John Wack, recognizing where presumably the call came out after Blaine got sniped of where the Sombra was, and John Wack identifying that and recognizing that he could assert himself in that situation, finding that kill, taking EMP out of the game, and that was it for that last team fight. So a dominant performance in terms of scoreline on Survasa there, 3-0 to the Bearded Mercies, and they're building up ahead of steam, dropping that first map as we've seen the Fortune Smellers do in the past, and now it's their turn, the Bearded Mercies, to come back strong.
Yeah, and yet it didn't feel like that was a one-sided affair at any stage. But I mean, it's the shirts. Element of confusion is just the name of the game right now, because it was 99-99 on basically every one of those 3 points. It could have gone either way, but it's single moments of brilliance from any of the players that stand out. And like you say, just whether it's Coconut Susing an entire team off with that rampage, or John Wack hunting down a Sombra, Blaine going out consistently, getting a late bob in there, or Luke with the, it was Luke, right? Yeah, who managed to get Deadeye after Deadeye, only using it to get a single kill, but that's the point of Ultimate Destruction. You're going to have it available for the next fight. Get the advantage while you can, and just reading this one, I feel much faster than they did in terms of the Overwatch slasher. So a great way for this team, and they've set themselves now, not just on match point, but in taking this basically without dropping a series the whole way through the upper brackets, and now looking to clinch it out with one more point.
So question is now, where do we go next? The Fortune Smellers, they've decided they go for who needs high ground. We saw the Sigma get a lot of value here. I'm guessing we'll go to King's Row because that hasn't yet been picked in this series, and it's a popular map obviously if it's in the pool. So it is going to be who needs high ground. So as a reminder, most heroes with vertical mobility not available to be picked. So that's no flyers, nothing with a jump, so no divers, nothing that could fly up to a high ground, so nothing like your divas. It's really just meant to be heroes that have to run upstairs to get onto high grounds, with some exceptions, but it is going to be Eichenwalde for map number 4. Of course, it was Fortune Smellers who picked the map, and their opponents, Bearded Mercies, who just chose the map. Sorry, the map type was picked by Fortune Smellers. So interesting. We saw Fortune Smellers have real success on this map with what was it? It was Big Chungus that they played this map on. They got set up on the high ground behind the Roadhog of Super BH, and they never really looked back from there. So we'll have to wait and see whether who needs high ground. The limited hero pool affects their ability to execute here.
You know, I think this is the one. This is a very good pick here for Fortune Smellers. It was between this and increased projectile speed. And in terms of this, we know that this is a team that can play Brawl very well behind Super BH. I mean, he would love to just get the Ramatra, stand in that doorway and not let anyone pass for the longest amount of time. On the other side, I feel like K a little bit more reliant on stuff like the Diva to be able to get in there. And that being removed now means pathing around that front line, that very pivotal front line, or being able to get up to the high ground of people like Long Live Pain who's set up there. I'm not surprised to see both teams going for the Zenyatta. Again, we kind of mentioned it the first time we saw this game mode was without the dive, it's not just about the high ground, it's about the distance and closing in on the more vulnerable supports. And so John Wack and Coconuts, Long Live Pain and Flop's going to have a little bit more opportunity to just put in their resources and be a little bit more uncontested. Both teams also picking up that Sigma that you were talking about.
Yeah, one of the few heroes who actually does have vertical mobility with the perk. That second point, though, that high ground is going to be so difficult to breach, and I worry that we're going to see both teams get stuck there if they do get through this first point. Well, till we get there, and the Zens, that's a lot of damage, 6% on charge, don't mind if I do. But otherwise, not really much to write home about compositionally. I do like the Mei from Luke, though.
I mean, that is great. It's certainly a great way to stall people out. It makes the already difficult choke point much more risky to poke through, as BLX just on a sliver of HP hides on that smaller hitbox there. And now Super BH going to have to be careful. Let's get walled off, but has got the side corridor to play around with. And anti-healed up on top of that is not going to worry him unduly at this stage. The poke continues from these two sides. I think the poke, though, going to benefit this team on the inside of that wall, though, because they've got so many more angles. In fact, the Mei has been isolated out. Luke in a dangerous position. That's a detrimental point here. And it gives all the Fortune Smellers confidence to go forward, and they do just that.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Luke, finding himself isolated up now. Whoops, flanking Sigma right in your back, rock to the back of the head. That's a concussion check for sure as Coconut hits the deck. And now you're left with a solo heal Zen. KK isolated on point here, a good anti-heal, gets her brain absolutely exploded there by a giant rock. And that will be it for this team fight. The Bearded Mercies, Luke costing that one for his team there. They needed his presence on the front line.
Yeah, it's just even the threat of the Mei War before it comes out of we can't afford to just rush through there. There was nothing stopping it afterwards. And I mean, we just talked about it at the beginning of the map. Your supports are kind of reliant on keeping distance. It doesn't help when there's a Sigma 2 feet away from you. Stalker again finds the limits of his character and waves himself out of this, picks up that Harmony Orb, and now it's about this high ground that you talk about. It's about the pathing and already the speed from Fortune Spellers, the lack of resilience. There's a play to make up for it for Luke as he isolates off as they try and challenge the high ground. And I mean, Mei is not something you typically think about needing here on Eichenwald's second point, but when this high ground, there's only really one path to get there. It's huge.
Yeah, there's another choke that the enemy team has to work their way up through. That said, you can just push the cart, right? They do have to come down to you if you go that route. A Stalker, such a nuisance here. No recall, though, and eventually he will go down. So now they'll move forward here towards the point, dropping low. Super BH, you're going to try and get the angle round. He pops the Blizzard. Can he force the trance? Yes, he can. You'll take that trade as the Mei.
You'll definitely take that trade. Unfortunately, have to give up their own trance at the end of that fight as Super BH isolated Luke out of the back. Bit of a trade coming through there. Stalker takes advantage of Blaine, tunnel visioning in on the Ana. And the Ana now on the high ground of Coconut. So last one left alive, but does have that nano boost to work with. They need to reinforce K to fight here. And also with the gravitic flux means he can quickly rotate back up onto that high ground afterwards if they need. Luke again goes down, and the rest of Bearded Mercy scurrying back, trying to get some distance. And Fortune Spellers renowned for their aggression, chase it down consistently. Coconut's off the off angle. Super BH finds the rock around the corner. Explosion at the perfect distance. And Bearded Mercy is suddenly in a dire spot.
Yeah, they've got the Gravitic Flux though, so K can go up through the window with that and look to fight on the point here, so they should be able to secure another team fight, but they're fighting now into Molten Core and into a Nano Boost. There's the Molten Core to gum up the doorways. K already outside with that ultimate accretion just used. Now might be the time to go with the Gravitic Flux. Not much to way of counter, but they do have to be careful of the Anna. Not going to find that there, and that should be the kill on one. Great combo though with the Deadeye.
Deadeye comes through there, a well-constructed play between them, and now they've got Super BH. He's on the wrong side, going to actually throw up the Gravitic Flux of their own, and picks up Blaine, gets two, in fact, on top of it. He and Stalker, once more, the duo that wrecks a team fight that was so handedly decided beforehand, and they start to breach the doors.
Yeah, that was a big mistake from Blaine there. Waddled on into the range, into the AoE of the Gravitic Flux, and it ended up getting taken down. If he lives there, he might be able to secure the kill, but they have swapped casters now. Luke this time on the cast, and he's been an absolute monster on this hero. He's going to want to mark Stalker, make sure the Tracer can't find value in the backline, and that's going to make it much easier for the front line to deal with the likes of Super BH.
Damage being forced, and KK forced into that corner now takes out the Orisa. And Orisa, not always a great player into the Sigma. There's too much damage that could be eaten. It was an optimistic jump forward by Stalker to try and get that pulse bomb off, but they did have ultimates to waste, both defensive online then. Any sort of pick could have opened this up. Instead, they're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Super BH goes around the corner, but he's had too many of his players evaporate behind him. No DPS now to follow up, and Transcendence, in fact, commits it into this. That is a very optimistic play if you're a long-lived player, and the rest of the team still had to get out anyway. Maybe they just didn't want to give up the possession of these doors.
Yeah, that felt like a mistake. I think he thought they could get more out of that team fight, not tracking the kills as well as we were, but he's going to try and make up for it here with the balls. He takes down Luke, and that means Stalker's got space to work with. Blaine now down as well. No DPS players left for the Bearded Mercies. They're in big trouble here. Trance having to be forced out. No else after that other than the Nano Boost. Trying to get the charge up on the helicopter mode here for KK, but it's going to be tough, but they're holding firm here for the time being.
And that's two ultimates really just to stall the payload, not to win a fight here from the Bearded Mercies, and they're going to pay for it with their life. There's a nice grenade over the top to take out Stalker, but it's not enough into the fight. Optimistic there by Luke. He charges forward, actually pops the Deadeye almost defensively to stop anyone coming around, but a rock to the face, preempted by Super BH. Still Luke staying alive, doing the work that he needs to buy time with those quick reinforcements. 2 minutes still left on the clock is plenty for Fortune Smellers. They cannot afford to drag these out for too long, and they've been had a little bit of a propensity to overstay their welcome. Tanks traded out is still going to benefit the sign of Bearded Mercies. It seems like finally we're going to break off this long and drawn out team fight.
Yeah, this is the clutch factors are matched up here. Sometimes it's the Bearded Mercies clutching out, sometimes it's the Fortune Smilers, but they'll be happy no matter what happens now. The Bearded Mercies, they were looking like getting absolutely rolled over here, but this is a good hold on the third point, as we've seen now on a couple of these hybrid maps. Long Live Pain trying to do the damage from long range. He's got his ultimate here. Both Zens, in fact, have got the Transcendence, charging that really quick. Oh no, sorry, John Wack doesn't quite have it yet, but here's the Pulse Bomb.
Pulse Bomb starts, doesn't manage to hit onto anyone, so it's going to come down. Terror Surge thrown out by KK, tried to get something, but it did not manage to grab onto anyone. Transcendence being up earlier for Fortune Smellers now gives him the sustain, but he's out of range of BLX. They've lost again a couple of players, not really grabbing anything from it. Once more, Luke's Deadeye going to get cancelled out there. Is the Zen forced to pop their Transcendence just to stall out the payload, and so Super BH completely ignores it, turns their attention to the Anna on the backline. K goes in now, but Anti-Heal does find its purchase onto Super BH. This is a Sigma though. He's got too many other tools to be able to keep alive. He doesn't need that HP pool. And again, just keeping those sights set on the distance. Has got the Gravitic Flux, and now going to send it deep. Sets up high. Two in the sky. Throws it down. Doesn't manage to get too much, but Stalker gets to finish it off. That was the perfect setup. Now it's just the Cassidy, and maybe all they wrote is up to Blade to pull off a miracle and stall this out for as long as possible. Has got again people to worry about. The tracking's too good. The last couple of meters, can anyone even get the touch? No. Fortune Smellers, even with time on the board, it's less than 10 seconds, but that is so important when it comes to the tie capabilities in the next round.
And if you could pick one play that typifies the Fortune Smilers, it would have been that one right there, right? You get the two supports on the backline with the Gravitic Flux. You don't secure the kills. You're thinking, oof, that's a tough one. You feel like Super BH did everything it could there. What happens? In slides Mr. Stalker in the backline, secures those 2 kills, and that's team fight as good as one. Both healers hit the deck, and it's impossible to come back from there. So... Took a while, the Fortune Smilers, to secure that final point, but you'll be so glad you got it done, because we saw on Dorado what a difference that makes. Had they secured that final point on Dorado, they would have gone to round number 2 and 3 and 4 rather, and the game would have kept going. But the fact that they didn't, I mean, it ended after the Bearded Mercy secured that cap. So we'll have at least another round here if Bearded Mercies get the job done, but it's not going to be easy. They're fighting in to BLX on the tour. Super BH, no slouch on the front line, and they're going to have to fight forward here with the Orisa. So it's a tough map here to play with no dive. You feel like you want more punching power on the front line. There we go. I like that pick much more. I think the Ram, a good way to go about it here, and backed up by the Bastion and the Maze. So they want to cut people off and burn them down with the turret.
Yeah, I mean, K has gone with the right pick here. Ringmaster, one of the best counters to Sigma. You saw it. Super BH was able to stay alive even when anti healed up. Something like the Orisa is just going to match into the kinetic grasp and into the shield consistently. Ram has the ability to instead step forward and throw the punches when Super BH a little bit low in resources. Luke, again, an early pick into these fights, has got out on the May once more. Blaine got a fall in afterwards, and suddenly this is Bearded Mercies under a bit of pressure. Soka takes that as the go call to dive in over the top and just harasses people, corrals them back towards their own spawn. Still sticking around, and we've seen Stalker be punished for this in the past, but what an angle right now. BLX is just top of this map a couple too many times.
Well, yeah, we saw this last time as well. This is a great angle to hold. We saw the Zen do it. We saw, I think Torp's done it twice now, but you need to be careful here. Luke again dropping early. They might get the Tracer, not quite K dropping as well. And this is what I was afraid would happen. This is a very, very good defensive setup here for the Bearded Mercies. For the Fortune Smilers, you've got a really, really strong front line in the form of Super BH. A lot of healing from the Ana with the damage coming out from Stalker from range, finding good cross angles, and BLX, the turret, and just the angle that he was able to find as well. So it's going to be tough to push through here if you're the Bearded Mercies.
And so they decided to change it up. Symmetra to maybe break through the choke point, looking for some sort of cheeky TP play. Does actually throw up that TP, goes alone through it, in fact, comes straight back, just looking to draw the attention once more. But it's one time too many as Luke gives it away. Cheeky plays so often will come back to bite you. And now KK again caught out alone. Zenyatta again after that. The big part about this, son, to me, is that Fortune Smilers has got such an ultimate advantage after winning 3 in a row.
Yeah, it's looking tough here. Two minutes left on the clock, and they switch. K going back to the Sigma now. Not happy with the Ram. Didn't feel like they could push through. No Lucio in play. No Juno in play. Remember, no speed boost. So it's really difficult to push through. And you look back at that first fight that the Bearded Mercies took on their defense, the one they lost. Luke dying early there. You can see the problem it creates now, because it's really hard to get this. The anti-heal so good. Secures 2 kills with the Gravitic Flux.
Gravitic Flux, and you can see Coconut's kind of like poked out for one more opportunity and was then held out in the open, pinned against the wall by Super BH, and the anti-heal over the top. Easiest one of Flops' life, and makes it count. Gets now the second of the support ultimates up there. So even with an all-in play here from the Bearded Mercies, plenty of resources. They need an early pick if they're going to come through. And instead, it comes on the back of Stalker. Double kill with the pulse bomb and sends Bearded Mercies back for one more try.
And they're still fighting into a Transcendence and a Nano Boost here, so it doesn't get any easier. John Wacklow gets healed up almost at his own trance, but they've got no killing power here from their ultimates at the moment. It's all defensive. You're relying on Blaine and Luke to hit shots, but I think the Symmetra Gambit is not working out here. I think you're better off switching to something else here. But remember, options are limited. No high ground. Who needs high ground? The name of the game here. And it's also, who needs mobility in general?
I mean, optimistic Nanabu's thrown in so early onto Luke before he's able to build up anything, and he goes in deep. He follows up. Oh, the anti-heal on the one target that it doesn't count when the Zenyatta is able to pop the Transcendence. Now puts up the wall to just try and isolate off the point. They've got to get it now, but they're turning their attention. They cannot lock onto any specific target. Instead, it's going to be another Gravitic Flux. Up into the air goes the Sigma. You can grab all you want, but there's nothing left in the tank. And it is 12 seconds left on the clock. Barely going to be able to touch. I mean, with this late kill as well, once more, BH and Stalker, they isolate any target that's left, and now they can effectively barrel stuff this choke. Time ticks down with only a third of the point claimed. It was not a matter of could they finish off the map. It's Fortune Smellers taking this in dominant fashion, and we're going all the way to game number 5.
Grand Finals, Game 5. We'll name a more iconic duo here this season in Overwatch. It happened in Conquer the Climb as well. We went to Game 7 of a Best of 7 in the Grand Finals of that. And now Game 5 of a Best of 5 here in the Ringmaster's return. But I want to take us back to the first team fight that the Bearded Mercies lost. Luke, too far forward, isolated out on the Mei and going down. Up until that point, it did not look likely that they were going to lose that first point. But they lose that kill, the game opens up, and you can see the effect it has. It's really hard to take that first point with this wild card. You don't have the mobility, you don't have the ability to pull attention away as easily as you do when you've got other heroes in play, and you can see really forced him. No speed boost means you can't rush through that opening choke, and we saw the effect of that there. So not to put it all on one player, but you can see the knock-on effect of dying in an unfortunate position there on that very, very first point.
You know, we've said the whole days, or the whole weekend, in fact, the tournament has been typified by the word adaptability or versatility, right, by so many of these players. I think the only other one that you could really couple with that to the same extent is discipline. We've seen teams that are not disciplined on even the mystery heroes. They get punished if you're not playing good classic Overwatch, and the picks is another part of discipline. If you are too far forward, if you are not respecting the angles, you are going to be caught out in the burst damage of plays, because all of these guys are known as having a lot of experience. You know that they can hit their shots, and when you step out of position, you are going to get eliminated so quickly. Luke did it there. We've seen it on multiple different people throughout the weekend, and it's such a decisive factor towards that. And it means that now we only have one map type left, one game time left, the increased projectile speed. This is the one that I was probably most excited to see, and the one that offers maybe a lot more chaos than a lot of what we were used to up until now. Not that there hasn't been a chaos abounding for now. And it goes to Colosseo, the final resting place for one of these teams, and we're better to settle it out than in the Lions Ring.
Somebody here is going to be lifting the trophy in the Colosseo here at the Ringmaster's return. Increased projectile speed. We kind of postulated at the beginning or in the middle somewhere that this, in theory, you feel like should favor Luke and the Bearded Mercies. But anytime we got Stalker in the mix, man, it feels like he's able to find value on these heroes. We've seen him bring out the Pharaoh a few times. I have no doubt that he can play the Junkrat as well. But I'm looking at Luke here. He's going to want to feast on the extra projectile speed. That said, though, worth remembering that Torbjorn's shots are projectiles. So I'm interested to see whether BLX is going to be able to find additional value on the Torb in this particular wild card. It's going to be an interesting game, but it's one where I think the wild card favors the Bearded Mercies, but the map and the map type favors Fortune Smilers here. You think about the Wrecking Ball, you think about the aggressive plays, no limits on what heroes you can choose here, so it's all guns blazing for both of these teams, and I worry a little bit for whether the Bearded Mercies can deal with their backline being pressured by Super BH and Stalker. But that said, they've done a good job so far throughout the series of mitigating that. So I think we come into this game positives for both teams here and everything to play for.
You know, it kind of comes down to how Fortune Smellers wants to approach us. Are they going to go for that like assault the backline mentality, or are they going to go back to a standard brawl? And I think if they go towards the brawl, though, unfortunately, the one person that is going to love this is Kay, because of the Orisa. Orisa is typically a hero whose damage is limited by their ability to track with the slow projectiles. And when you now increase the speed of that, that is actually a big part of it. Even something like the Sigma, both these guys have showcased a lot of proficiency. And now I think Accretion, does that also count as a projectile? It's got to, right?
I'm not sure.
All of this.
I feel like Genji Blade should count as a melee and it doesn't. So the abilities might be tracked differently. We'll have to wait and see here. But as we can see, a lot of projectile heroes. Only really K on the monkey, ironically. I think this is probably the right call. Focus more on playing a style and figure out how you can maximize the wild card after that.
Yeah. I mean, on someone else that we haven't talked about who has been so impactful is John Wack. He's been great on the Lucio so far, and those projectiles now are something to be reckoned with when he takes an off angle or tries to dive onto your back line. So certainly long range or diving kill potential abounds here for the Bearded Mercies, and something that Fortune Spellers is going to have to respect. Rely on BLX and his turret placements to really just protect that back line. But it's been a long distance poke at the beginning of this year from Bearded Mercies, and they've given up possession of the robot. That shot coming through there. Blaine finds the opening onto Stalker. Hanzo, another character that's going to benefit from that almost hit scan variation. And now with that extra manpower, they can dive in there. This is exactly what this team does so well. This composition especially is once they get an opening, they're able to exacerbate it to perfection.
Yeah, they played that to perfection there. Blaine, they were just waiting for something, an opening, and once that opening came in the form of that opening kill, they were able to pounce on that jump nice and deep and secure kills without giving anything away. So that answers that question. That projectile was definitely faster than normal, so it does affect abilities, and Blaine almost getting that shot, but trading a lot of HP, but they're making good progress on the push, the cart for the time being. And there's the Orisa you called, but it's going to be Super BH trying to leverage value out of the fusion driver.
Something that we also didn't give credence to was the Kiriko for both sides here. Yeah. I mean, both your attack and your Fuda are going to come out there, duplicates onto the Ana and gets immediate value of it, cleansed off eventually by both the Golds, Fortify, and the Suzu at the end of it, but it's enough to create pressure on Fortune Spellers who are now scattered around. They try and take these isolated fighters. Stalker uses the Storm Arrows to his efficiency and manages out there. It doesn't matter how far you jump, unfortunately, Winston. With the Orisa and that increased fusion driver, the payload continues on the way, and even though you got a bit of a lead now, it's up to Fortune Spellers on how much they want to push this.
They will at least get the cart moving in the right direction here. A lot of damage coming through. I mean, this is just hit scan, right? Blaine, this Sojourn is already one of the strongest heroes in the game at the moment. And with the hit scan on the right click, on the left click, going to find more value even still. That is not moving extra fast, so not counted as a projectile, but these are not projectiles, even in normal Overwatch, and Blaine using them well. They have lost K, though, on the front line. It's really hard to play the Winston into that buffed fusion driver Orisa, so we have to wait and see whether they can get it done. Taking down a couple. John Wack needs to be careful here. Down Barry at the ready, and he is going to make a hasty retreat.
That is actually a great position out there for John Wack. I mean, Lucio is so reliant on people not being able to hit him. Now you got an Orisa able to actually track you with a near hit scan ability. Is a lot of damage that you can pepper out there. The K struggling in this matchup once more. Terra Surge as the monkey jumps in. How much can you get out of this right now? They do drop the sound barrier on top of it to keep everyone alive, but that is a worthwhile trade of ultimates if you're Fortune Spellers. They can keep going with the neutral fight now, and not much else to speak of here from the Bearded Mercy. They lose John Wack early into this BLX again. Advanced Cheetos employed to be able to track down the Lucio, and everyone else sniped out of the sky. And Stalker having swapped off the Hanzos, not getting the value, and seeing what Blaine has been able to do on the Sojourn on the other side, decides to take the mantle up himself.
Yeah, he actually was on the Sojourn in the spawn room, so was considering that hero. Instead, choosing to go for the Hanzo, feeling like the pick potential was greater. But I think the sustained damage you get from the Sojourn worth more with that extra projectile speed. Now, a pretty significant head of steam being built up here by the Bearded Mercies. That's also fast. Hit scan, javelin strike, very cool. Again, though, the Ana, I don't think he's meaning to do this. I think that's twice he's been a bit unlucky. I like the Zarya here. Doesn't really benefit from the wild card, but does benefit from being a Zarya against an Orisa. So K will look to find value out of the Zarya.
Okay, finally at the end of the duplication, you build up that nano boost, and so it gives K a way back into this, but K doesn't have a lot of people behind them, and it's got enough though. The dive comes through, Luke and John Wack linking up together to isolate off these DPS players, and looking for the boop of the end, doesn't even need it, just removes them with that extra shot. But Fortune Smellers has done a good job to build up the lead that they needed, just denied out the checkpoint that they wanted.
No, they got it.
Come up. Yeah, actually, they did. So they got that reinforced spawn, and Luke eventually goes over. This Pharah is what I've been looking for the entire match.
Yeah. Very nice. The Pharaoh, the Junkrat is what came to mind when I thought about this mode, and now we get to see what Luke does. That's a lot of damage going out. Terror Surge on the front line, doesn't find anything. Kitsune Rush popped in return, and there we go. The power of the Zarya burning through that other helicopter mode. That hero is all fucking helicopter all the time, apparently. It's going to be a successful team fight for the Bearded Mercies. The power of the Pharaoh overwhelming.
Power is really good. Look how quick those are. Explosions in the far distance. How do you dodge this? How do you counter it? You go in, you get yourself a bubble. Please shoot at me, says Super BH. You're going to take this duel foot to foot, toe to toe against K again once more. But K with the advantage of having that... oh, what a nice poop comes down from Luke. And unfortunately, I don't think Super BH has enough bubbles. And the Fortune Smeller is now caught out of position. Bearded Mercies decide to drop the sound barrier, but again, she comes out there. That's Graviton Surge picked up the exact targets that they needed to.
They win.
Blaine to finish this off. Fortune Smellers, I thought after Flops hit that anti-heal, there was going to be enough, but the cleanse and the plays from KK are too much.
Yeah, really solid play from Luke there. That boop was perfect. They counted it out nicely on the Fortune Smilers, but now they're losing the lead here. It gets harder and harder to win out here. Heads up play, it has to be said, from the Bearded Mercies. Just pulling back here. Happy to let you grab the point because they don't want to give away a team fight here, trying to maintain a big lead here. You just need to win by 1 meter. That's all it takes to win this out. And you've got so much space to play with, but here is the power of the projectile speed. Farah, he goes for the kill. The Suzu blocks that damage out, but doesn't keep him alive. He will pay, but he's taken out both supports. Luke coming in clutch for his team, as John Max says, I am just going to dominate the backline as per usual.
A little bit of vehicular manslaughter at the engine, and again, just tracking those bullets, taking full efficiency of it, up to a nice on-fire status for the support here, who's been more of a DPS than anything else throughout the series. And again, now it's Super BH kind of alone in this fight. Does eventually have a Kiriko behind them, and with the faster Fudo going to have a better healing output, but I mean, this is going to need to be a lot. This is actually a big charge being built up. That it is Super BH to come through at the end of that with the kill. In the game, though, they've got a long distance to make up. 30 meters, the deficit in terms of their lead.
He's to be careful here. Super BH, he's not immortal. He doesn't have the healing with him. He does actually have healing with him, but there's a lot of damage coming out. But all the tracking is good, but he does go down. They haven't made enough ground here. They might not even get the forward spawn cancelled, and they don't. They still maintain the forward spawn here on the Bearded Mercies, and now John Wax says that's all the opening I need to get aggressive with the help of Blaine and the overclock. So the Bearded Mercies, they're playing this perfectly. You don't have to finish the map here on push to win the round. All you have to do is beat your opponent's distance, and they're recognizing that and just holding firm here, making sure they don't lose too many team fights in a row to give up a pretty significant lead now.
Yeah, Graviton Surge going to be thrown in there. Suzu over the top of it, but there's no damage to follow up. Again, Super BH has used his aggression, has come back to bite him as he was out of the range and around the corner for anyone to follow through there. Stalker going to be trying to get something done now with an optimistic rail cannons, but there's just not enough bullets coming through there. Not the confirmation. The payload gets even further out of the reach. Now 100 seconds on the board is all Fortune Smellers have to wrench this game back into their side, and they're burning through the sound barrier of their opponents pretty well with the help of that Bob from BLX, and the kills are coming out. But it's once more Luke the Farah, so typically a character who cannot afford to play at these sort of distance, and Super BH is just tracking them down. Leaves it up to the rest of the team despite them being on the doorstep.
I mean, that's wild. Luke's saying that is terrifying. That is terrifying. It feels like he's getting a higher boop, even with the perk. I feel like you don't often see Farah's playing almost like a Junkrat, jumping up towards... Zarya's playing like a Junkrat. Oh my god, what is that? Jesus! This is a Farah now in its own right. If you pull charge on this hero, you can be absolutely mowing people down from across the map. So, got to be careful against a Zarya, but Luke, he's doing so much work on the Farah. We thought this might be the key pick, and it seems to be proving to be so.
The barrage is boosted up by this game mode of those explosions. Barely one hits before the next one's on its way and gets 2 kills out of this. Is again, Bearded Mercy's doing so well flexing back, but winning the war if they lose the fight at the end of the day and they turn the payload. Again, that forward spawn just consistently in their hands. They've got 22 seconds. This is all they need. It's been a back and forth series, time and time again. Disruptor shot, okay, Blaine, we didn't see that. Don't worry about it. Instead, going to make up for it with the overclock. But it's difficult to find purchase. Any targets are quickly diving behind cover. Doesn't manage to get any kills thus far, and instead sends the last one into a big bubble of Zarya. It's a last chance. They got a long way to go, and they're going to have to do the whole thing in overtime. A Stalker having swapped onto a Pharaoh of their own. It's up to Super BH on 100 charges in the front line, but it goes down. Overtime now, desperately, and the Graviton Surge picks up all 4. That has to be the play of the game. Super BH, the last moments, revived into the action just to watch his team crumble. It is going to be the Bearded Mercies. It's taken a game number 5, but what more could you want from a grand finals? We have our victors.
And what deserved victors they are. What a back and forth final this was. Both teams having their moments, both teams gathering momentum, but at the end of it all, it's Kay and the rest of the Bearded Mercies who come out on top. It was clutch from both teams at different times. Mistakes, a lack of discipline, but at the end of it all, it's just a moment of brilliance here that seals the deal. A huge grab. Super BH is back and he's like, folks, where are we? What's happening? Why am I all by myself? But unfortunately for him, his team not up to the task there on push. And what a map type, what a wild card to end it on as well, Altruism.
Love that. The best part about that grab was it was completely blind. I don't know if Kay somehow spotted through the robot's arms and legs that there were a couple of people around the corner, but hits it straight into it. I mean, with that increased projectile speed, there's no chance to react to that either. That projectile of the Graviton makes it count, cleans up all 4, and no contestation at the end. I mean, it was already going to be a hard task, but what a series. Bearded Mercies having a good read on both the changed up map sets and rule sets that were granted, but also reading whatever opponent stepped up to challenge them. I feel like this was a team that came together so well and just knew their Overwatch depth.
And I love that you don't look at this team and go, whoa, how do you beat this team? You don't look at the players and go, oh no, I get it, that they won. Like sometimes you've gotten in the past with your Pride Cups and the Ringmasters returns and your, those beginning of the year Talent Cups as well. Often you'll get a team and you'll go, well, obviously this team won. Look at who's on it. But this is a team with a lot of new faces, a main tank off-rolling as well, that managed to hook it up together and play to the wild cards and recognize what they needed to do to adapt to the situation and grind out victories, because it wasn't smooth sailing right from the start. Yes, they didn't drop a series, but they never looked as dominant as we've seen an Inglorious Blasters do in the competitive scene, let alone in a relatively RNG tournament like this can sometimes be the Ringmaster's return. So really, really solid stuff from our winners here. The Bearded Mercies deserving takers of the trophy in the end.
Yeah, and I love that. For a community cup, for a random draft tournament, you're really hoping it's not going to be defined by someone like Aquatic Sterling going onto a team and just clicking heads the whole way through. As much as we love him, we wanted to see everyone pulling their weight, and that's exactly what Bearded Mercies did the whole way through there. We saw Blaine with hit scan prowess being able to click out a couple of heads here or there when they needed to, but it wasn't just the Blaine show. We saw Luke on a variety of heroes, whether it was something like the Echo consistently on the different game modes, being able to pull through some clutch duplicates, etc., or the Farah at the end there that we got to see. We got to see Coconuts with some amazing cleansers halfway through Suravasa on an entire team, which really defined that entire game. We got to see John Wack, the assassin, bouncing across walls from one side to the other, and then of course Kay stepping up there to replace Anxiety as the sub in. What a stellar showcase of a person who doesn't know the role and up against one of the most dominant tanks in the country. I would damn well say she held her own to a point that she could be proud of that. So it's production, don't make us do this. Please don't make us do this. The player of the match, player of the series, player of the tournament here for Bearded Mercies.
Player of the tournament. Okay, hold on. Slow down, Altruism. I'll give you a player of the match.
Sure.
Everybody else can infer who they think their player of the tournament is. I'm going to give it to a player who we sometimes don't give the recognition to. DPS players and tank players are very easy to spot the effect they're having on the game. Their name shows up in the kill feed. They're getting multi-kills. They're hitting stylish shots and they're making sexy plays. But it's the supports who are the backbone of the squad. And I think to me, the player who stood out as a support today for the Bearded Mercies was, of course, John Wack on that Lucio. I think maps 2 and 3 were the two of the most important maps in this series, and it was John Wack who made the difference here in a lot of ways. Of course, I'm talking about Dorado, Overwatch slashes, the extra melee damage. He was on top of that, recognizing that's the wild card. That's how I get value out of this hero. So staying not nearly as critical as outputting damage and getting on top of the backline and using that melee ability to secure kills. He did that while there. The real kicker was Survasa, though, where they dominated that 3-0, and it was off the back of some really, really solid heads-up play from him. That moment on the first point where he was able to get his body on point, solo sound barrier, and, you know, just barely stay on point for long enough to allow his team to come back from killing Super BH and recap that point. They end up securing that point, and they take Survasa. It was the play as well, tracking down Stalker's Sombra, recognizing the threat that he posed, and making sure he didn't make it back to the next team fight. And of course, a couple of clutch sound barriers here and there to boot. So big credit to John Wack here. I think a standout support performance from a player who plays a very Reddit Lucio style.
But effectively, right? Exactly what you say was adding to that DPS when they needed it. A very subtle play that I noticed John Wack was able to do to counter out Super BH, who was a consistent threat, especially on Dorado. You know, Super BH would go in and the little boops backwards, especially as he was trying to go around a corner. He was stuck in a little room. As he tried to roll out, it was just like, no, you're sticking around for the extra 2 seconds that we need to kill you. And it was such a small play that probably never going to make a montage reel, but it just made life so difficult for his oppositions consistently. And a big shout out, John Wack, we saw was actually sick the whole day. He's been coughing this weekend and still manages to go through. So we'll give you those 2 Ajaxes, John Wack. Don't worry, that was just probably halfway through a coughing fit that you were just delayed by half a second. That's the sort of grace we have here. But at the end of the day, what an amazing tournament. Big shout out to Kalza and the rest of the admins who worked really hard to put this together and put the teams. Big shout out to the players who came through. This is what we want to see in South African Overwatch. People coming together, having a great time, putting on a great show, laughing their way and bantering in the team chats, and just a good spirit of Overwatch for the weekend. I mean, Sun Phoenix, I don't know if you have any last thoughts to say about the tournament as a whole?
Credit to Kalza and the community. It's worth remembering that the turnaround time from announcement to actually today has been a week, just under a week by hours, right? End of the summer series, that's when we announced that the signups were opening for this. That was Saturday, I think, that the final match was played. A week ago, signups ended on Thursday. 7 teams worth of players showing up, plus substitutions, and tournament organized well enough that we got casting for most of the games, and we've had a fun time with all the matches. So credit where it's due to Kalza for putting this on. Credit, I think, to Cheetos for taking this by the reins. He couldn't be here for most of the weekend, I think, but it was kind of his baby, I think. Maybe I'm misspeaking there, but that's the impression I got. He was really pushing for this, and we could see the power of that. Credit to Kalza as well for a solid cadence of tournaments. I think we're in a really, really good space in South African Overwatch at the moment, and all credit has to go to Kalza and their esports administration team. I know there's more on the horizon. The summer series just ended, and we've got this lovely, lovely Pugsal tournament to follow that up. We know there's going to be some kind of winter or autumn series after this as well. So if you love South African Overwatch, guys, now is one of the best times there's ever been to get involved with the community.
Yeah, a big shout out. It's the healthiest it's looked in years, and so many passionate people working so hard. You call out Cheetos for that. Lord of Terrans has been here in the production side the whole weekend. I know Peter has been working hard on a lot of the graphics and everything that you see. Always a stalwart of the community from that aspect. Wasn't able to jump onto broadcast, so Terran stepped in, and he's had long hours to put this together. So big shout out to him. And to the other casters who jumped in here, we had Luke and Risen earlier today. Lix managed to join the cast yesterday. He was so excited to get to team up with him
John
once more.
Wack as well.
John Wack was here as well. So a really nice group of people who've come together to make this work. And that's what we want to see in South African Overwatch. So big shout out to everyone who was involved with this and all the players. It's here for you, and you took full advantage of it. And you gave us one hell of a show at the end of the day. That's what we wanted to see from the Ringmasters, right? It makes me even more excited for the tournaments that Sun Phoenix alluded to that are coming up in the future. So, Phoenix, always a pleasure casting with you, and I'm pretty sure you're going to say the same about me. Here's your chance.
Oh,
Yep, there it is. Love it.
You're the light of my
Glowing
life,
words.
and I look forward to casting with you with such a fervor. You wouldn't even believe it, Altruism.
Okay, now you pushed it too far. You could have just left it at the nod, and that would have been sincere enough from you. But, guys, we hope
You
you...
literally said, say something. I was just going to nod and give a thumbs up and some eyebrows, and you were like, no, I want to hear words of encouragement.
Crazy.
Now you want to tell me it's too much? Jeez, pick a lane, Altruism. Come on.
Guys, it has been an absolute pleasure. Here's a cat. Thank you.
Yes, you have, dog. That's like the third different one I've seen.
3, actually, in total.
Okay,
So you
there
now
you
have seen
go. All of
on
them got
podcast for the
representation
weekend.
here on the stream.
There we go. I love my diversity of my little fur babies. But guys, keep well. In the next tournament, make sure to sign up nice and early. Give these admins a break and give them the easiest job that they can to set it up. And we look forward, whether it's competitive tournaments or another fun, wacky doodle of a tournament like these community cups. We're all here for it. And we'll see you in the next one. For now, cheers.